gorgeous gamers, it's Super Sunday. 4 more exciting matches coming your way to close out opening weekend.
Vamos! Miami Heretics make an explosive debut into the CDL. Vickle gives us an inside scoop on his Spanish squad mates after dominating the competition in their first ever match.
Almost, baby.
Never count him out. Clayster and the Royal Ravens try to bounce back after a tough loss. We'll see if he can rally his team of rookies to a big win today.
And the pressure's on OpTic Texas as they take the spotlight in our final match of the weekend. They've got the talent, but can they deliver for the green wall tonight? Strap in. Opening weekend, day 3 starts now.
I'm in. It's good to know. Let's get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to the CDL baby. The moment that we have all been waiting for. It's a 1 versus 4. That is upset. We got hella people talking. He touched. He gets hit. The silence is almost deafening. Time to rock and roll. Here we go. A monumental performance. This is crazy. It's insane. This is amazing. I love this. Florida, take another commanding map. The Toronto Ultra. Scrappy with the streak. The Ravens, a phoenix risen from the ashes. All right, what are we saying? The greatest play we've ever seen. It's not over yet.
Mission complete.
Welcome in, one and all, to the Call of Duty League. We're back here on the headquarters desk, gearing up for day 3 of opening weekend. And if it's anything like the action we saw from days 1 and 2, well, we're in store for a long day of action here. We got Allie Catnameless on the desk. And Allie, I want to start with you today. What have you learned by watching our 12 teams so far?
I've learned that the competition is high this early in the season. We've only had 1 3-0 so far and a lot of Game 5 round 11s.
Nameless, best part of MW3 so far.
I mean, I think Control's way better than last year. That's a plus, man. We've been seeing some epic endings to these controls and even some spawn traps reminiscent of true MW2.
I would like to see a 45 bomb. Will we see Subbase in the mix? Yeah, I'm sure hoping so. Let's take a look at the full schedule. It's opening weekend, and we've already gone through days 1 and 2. You're now looking at December 10th, which features the Carolina Panthers and Clayster taking on Standy and the Las Vegas Legion. We'll also see the World Championship Subliners back in action against LAG. FaZe looks for their second win against LA Thieves, and Texas and Minnesota battle for their first W after 2 Game 5 losses on day 1 and 2. But let's start there with the Carolina-Vegas matchup, and Carolina, they had to match up against Miami in their first battle. A lot of people thinking this could go the distance. Miami Heretics shut down the Royal Ravens with a 3-0 fashion. Allie, what was going wrong for Carolina?
Yeah, unfortunately for Carolina, they just could not keep up with the pace that the Miami Heretics were setting very, very early in this series. They allowed them to have 2 palace holds during this invasion hardpoint. You can't let that happen. And then you move into that search and destroy, and Lucky was just simply doing whatever he wanted. He ends 12-5. He almost clutched a 1v4. And if you're the Carolina Royal Ravens, you have to show some life in that map number 3. And unfortunately, they didn't.
I totally agree. I think the biggest thing was the pace. We talked about it after the series. Heretics, even in Black Ops 4, when they came into the scene, nobody was expecting them to play with that much fury. And then, you know, I don't know who it was taking that gamble playing high-rise control, which I think is like a 50-50 map. Well, Heretic put them in a couple of spawn traps. They just looked unbelievable. And for the Carolina Royal Ravens, this is a team that they're expecting Real to be a beast, right? Now, listen, it is 1 game, but it's fair to say he had an abysmal performance. I mean, 3K less damage than the rest of his teammates with a 0.7. He's going to have to bounce back today. He has to leave himself a mark in this match and go off to get them this dub.
Well, there's a bigger reason Real couldn't go off. These 2 players were always in his phase. Vickle and, of course, Lucky. We talked about the duo, what they bring to the table, and who's actually leading the team. Here's what Vickle told us in his winning spotlight.
No, I'm not the captain, but I do help out the captain, which is Lucky. Lucky is the oldest player in our team, so he has the most experience. He's also very calm and collected, so he always helps us stay in check, and I normally help out with that role. I'm still pretty young, I'm only 20, so sometimes I can lose my mind a little bit, but he never does, so he takes that role. He's been helping me a lot to help out the team in terms of comms and making sure everything is organized and we're playing well, so props to him.
Did that surprise you at all to hear that Lucky is the one leading this team?
It did not. That's why I asked that question, because I know a lot of people will probably be seeing this and like, oh, Vickle's going to be the leader of this team. He was in the league last year. No, these guys are vets, bro. They've been playing for years, and they're going to have a big match up against the Las Vegas Legion coming up next week.
That's their battle going down 3 p.m. on Friday next week, but you're also going to see Carolina in action today. Toronto Ultra will be looking for their second win sometime soon, and the squad that went all the way to the grand finals last year looks even better this year, Allie, after a pickup of this guy.
Yeah, you'd think, you know, at Toronto Ultra, they didn't really need to make a change, because who the heck are they going to make a change for? Well, they get an insane steal from the LA Thieves in the likes of Envoy, and we saw yesterday, Toronto Ultra has not missed a step from last year. They once again look like one of the strongest teams in the game, but we do have to say they're going against the LA Guerrillas as a team that has a lot of new players trying to figure out their chemistry, so I think I still have a little bit more expectations when it comes to Toronto Ultra.
By the way, these are not highlights from all of Envoy's sub-base game. That was an 8 streak, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of those guys where it's like, I know this was a controversial like roster change, but they did get smoked in the World Championship Finals, and they see all these other teams making roster switches, and they're like, okay, we're gonna have to make a move as well, and they got a guy like Envoy. Players like that don't hit the market that often, Chris, so they pick him up, and he's the guy who can be that objective player while picking up those kills, and you could see the immediate impact that he made. Everybody was cool in it. Like, they all had their moments. Kleenex was lighting it up in the slaying department, but this is a team that is expecting to win championships this year. Going up against LAG, great performance, but we're going to have to see it more.
We saw the Twitterverse light up when Scrap took to the keyboard, letting everyone know he's back again for 2024.
Yeah, and he had his feet kicked up for the first match of the season. So, yeah, I think we're expecting to see this Scrappy as well.
Scrap is back to talk his smack, and you can catch them in action a little bit later. That's going down next week, but today we've got plenty more to talk about, and I'm excited to get into some of these games. Nameless, before we go, is there anyone that you think deserves a shout-out from the Guerrillas? Because they came in, everyone in chat was hating on them, but there's a lot of young talent on this team.
Listen, you know, I want to see DiamondCon continue to perform. I want to see him pop off. He was one of the guys that was on that team. He didn't get his visa to come over here and play, so now he has his opportunity to play in the league. I want to see him leave his mark.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on the Guerrillas. We'll also keep our eyes on Search and Destroy today, because if Vegas Legion plays like they did yesterday, I don't know if they're dropping a game in this mode. Let's take a look at their performance. It looked like a flawless run in game 2 against the Røkkr, and then when it went down to that game number 5, this is the game mode that helps you win championships, Nameless.
Yeah, and this is a team that we expected to be very good at Search and Destroy. I mean, just looking at their roster, what Standy has been able to do last year, Attach as well, and Search and Destroy is known as one of the best in those 1v1s, and the SMG duo that they have was unbelievable yesterday. Allie,
Yeah.
I know that you were talking about Nero and his ability to get mixy. Well, now he's paired up with Standy. Those two get up close and personal, and it's going to be easy.
That was one of my favorite things of yesterday, and so far this weekend, was watching Nero just looking incredibly comfortable on the map. Not only in the respawns where he tried to carry that controlled map number 3 on his back, but in the Search and Destroys as well. He was a first blood demon, and Vegas has not missed a beat. I mean, they're winning 10 out of their 15 opening duels. They're 12-3 in round count already, looking like the strongest Search and Destroy team.
Offense and defense success. They are dangerous on both sides of that bomb, and you're going to see Legion in action a little bit later. In fact, it's your first match of the day. Let's talk about the battle, because it features 2 guys who won a world championship together.
It's true.
Attached now with Vegas Legion, playing against Clayster in the Carolina Royal Ravens. But I want to start here with Dylan Price, a.k.a. Attach. What have you learned by watching this guy over the last few years, Allie?
I mean, last few years, the guy can do literally everything. He's had to go up, down, back and forth throughout a couple different roles. And I think for this team, at least from what we saw a little glimpse of yesterday, is that he is now the flank master. Clayster, which is not something I expect when it comes to Dylan Attach. But when we were playing sub base, it was always Attach hitting a route and playing spoiler to some of these plays that they were trying to make. So for the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, they need to keep an eye out on where he is.
And Nameless, we got to talk about the other gun on the other side of this battle, the oldest man in the game today. Clayster still living up to the hype, was dropping some numbers. The rest of the team not able to keep pace, but he still got the gun.
Yeah, he's still got the gunny, man, and he's gonna have to do a lot with this team, Chris, right? This is a team that, like, you feel like has to be good at the 2-3-5s to get through these series. And, you know, the hard point yesterday was very, very close. In those final moments when the game, like, gets away from you, which it did versus Heretics, he has to be the one to rally the guys together, to let them know that they have the confidence and the skill to be able to close out these games. And that's gonna be very important today. They have to win today. The next match after this, you know who they're playing, Chris? The Toronto Ultra. That's not looking too bright. So this is a must-win situation against your former teammate and a guy that you played with last year.
They won champs together in 2015. Since then, here's a look at all of their stats. And Clay has that advantage going deep in the tournaments. He's got the championships and the rings advantage as well. But Attach and Legion, they got the 1-0 record so far this season, looking to go up 2-0 with a match win there. We've got 3 matches after that one, so lock in and earn the whole way through, because coming up after Carolina versus Vegas, we've got Los Angeles Guerrillas taking on your world champ Subliners. Atlanta FaZe back in the building against the LA Thieves in your Monster Energy matchup. And of course, OpTic back against Røkkr. Who's going to get their first win? We find out around 9 o'clock. And as we mentioned, Allie, you can watch, you can earn in a big way all weekend long.
Oh yeah, we've got awesome in-game items to give away on opening weekend, and all you have to do is watch Call of Duty League. You can earn the Mirrors Weapon Blueprint, Charms, Emblems, calling cards, and XP tokens just by tuning in. To get more information, scan the QR code on your screen right now.
And of course, you can support some of our soldiers. The Call of Duty Endowment, one of our favorite causes.
Yeah, unleash your inner warrior with the Call of Duty Endowment Warrior Pack. Purchase now at callofduty.com/warrior pack. I actually got this. I love it.
Gold. Looks good on you, my friend. We got to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's the first fight of the night. Don't miss it. Standy versus Clayster. Attach, is he going to be the best? Stay tuned to find out. It's the CDL.
The process of transferring over into civilian life is a real challenge. The fact that the endowment's sole mission is to assist with that process, I think, is pretty admirable. My hope in this partnership with the Call of Duty Endowment is that I can help other veterans come home and find new jobs, new purpose, new missions, still serving others.
Ready to kick it off in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
Wake up your duo because the games start right now. It's Carolina taking on Vegas. The brand new look from the Royal Ravens facing off against Standy's new squad. And Vegas so far 1-0 on the season. So here's Carolina's opportunity to even things up. Your maps and modes for this battle? Well, I want to start with you, Nameless. Who's got the edge? Who do you have winning it?
Listen, we don't have enough data on these maps yet, but I will say throughout the veto process, maps 1 and 5 were Carolina's picks. So looking to close this out in game 5. We'll see if it's different control performance today. I got Carolina taking it.
Carolina!
In 5, baby. I'm going in one more time.
He's feeling the lightning blue. What about you, Allie?
And 5 is crazy for Search and Destroy. I'm going Vegas Legion.
She's going Vegas Legion. I'm going with Standy and Attached. Let's get it going as we send it over to our casters. We've got the beautiful Jeremy Stud and the new handsome man in the top right. I hold shift.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you, friends. Yeah, this is going to be a really good one, and I'm really glad, Jay, that I think the Dutch did a really appropriate job of saying that, yeah, it was a 3-0, but some sauce was spilt on the flank last night. Lots of drama was going back and forth. That 3-0 wasn't as bad as maybe the scoreline indicates at the glance.
It definitely wasn't, man, because if you think about the map that they played, they lost 2 P5s. They lost the best hill on this map, and they were still in the lead following into the third rotation of hard points. You got to just think about the stuff that was happening throughout the game. A couple misplays happening, a couple situations that just simply did not go their way, and they still kept the game really close while getting outslayed heavily. So Carolina, they got beat up in their first match, but today's the bounce back.
And a lot of eyes on Real right here, just off of a jittery first performance, I think. Again, I think those that watched him through the Challenger scene expect him to be an electric player for this Royal Ravens team. Didn't quite live up to it early in. Well, not good news here to start for the Royal Ravens. Vegas all over P1 and a clean kill feed. I mean, Clayster gets maybe the first kill here for Carolina in the map.
Finally, Carolina is able to get some map control because the Attached was already thinking about that rotation. He was pushed up towards BS&D Street, all the way towards Broken Side, and he was trying to be ahead of the game. But this is a perfect P1 from Vegas Legion to start this off. You're going to force Gwinn off that early rotation over towards P2. It's still scattered around the map, but Clayster and GODRX combined for a couple kills, and now they're going to be able to have that map control going into the next hill.
Yeah, the exit from 1 to 2, a bit bizarre there for Legion. They were kind of chasing down kills outside the hard point, looking to kind of take this down the apartment street. Didn't quite work out so well, so Royal Ravens will have a moment to recover here. And we talked a lot, you and I, Jay, about how Carolina just has to come out hot today. Yeah, flat out, just reset the momentum, reset the narrative, and show us something. But after getting them into P2 first, it's a quick break attempt here for Legion. Follow-up kill for Nero, who was all over the map yesterday, continues to be a menace here today.
And it all started with Standy. He actually had a great spawn in towards back palace. He spawns right behind Clayster, gets that opening kill, allow his teammates to repinch through the front side. They find all 4. Now they're getting the time, and they flip the spawns as well, thinking about that next hill. This has been textbook hard point from Vegas Legion to start us off. Carolina, they need to slow this game down. They need to get some momentum underneath their belt, and it might be Real early off that rotation towards the next hill to try to start it off.
It's one of those kind of lick your wounds, cauterize the current bleeding that's going on, and try to get yourself set up and actually hold something, but keep your eye on Real. Sneaking on the backside, Standy's on the hunt. Going to take the long route back through Garage just to make sure he is at least in a position to block spawns. Real just on the other side of this concrete barrier. This is a pivotal 1v1, pending, of course, that it does come through. Carolina slip into the hard point. Real gets the opener, tries to finesse his life. Standy doing maybe more damage to the truck than to Real in particular, but Purge will finish things off, and that will at least establish some spawn control here for Vegas, now looking to break.
Yeah, I love the patience right there out of Vegas Legion. They knew that they were out of the position towards the next hill, so they sent 3 players to make sure they guaranteed the gas spawns. Even though the kill does get traded, eventually it leads to the break. Vegas Legion not making any mistakes. They're all positive in the kill column. And now with 25 seconds left, you're forcing Carolina to rotate early again. On a game like MW3, a lot of these hills on this game are going to be money hills. And more specifically, this P4 to P5 chain can get you right back into this game, but you just have to take down Purge. And Clay does a good job of not getting 3-piece there. Carolina win the rotation.
Yeah, but it's just all, again, can they actually hold it? That's 2 straight rotations they defaulted to early in the last 2 hard points and still were broken essentially on the first attempt from Vegas. That has to change. maybe an opportunity here. Royal Ravens in a nice little spot, setting up a line of scrimmage around the outside of the hill. Nero trying to find an entry. And actually, his Semtex takes Real out of the hard point. So Legion don't even need to win many of the gunfights. It's a single nade in a stretch from Nero to get into the hard point. And again, Legion kind of find themselves into a very impassable position. Now it's a nade, and it just goes from bad to worse that quick.
Yeah, this is not good right now for Carolina. They must be still sleeping because Vegas Legion, they are not messing around. They find the break in towards P4. They were also able to flip those spawns going into a money hill in P5 where it caused Carolina so many problems. I thought that was going to be one of the adjustments they made today, was to make sure we get Palace, but I'm completely wrong. They are forced to now break it again from the front end. They're getting this final 10, but you would be happy as hell if you're Vegas Legion to set up properly for this next one.
It's just one of those weird things, man, because, you know, watching them play yesterday, it was one of those things that, again, they were in the game for the entirety of the first hard point and a couple of clutch situations in the search. But, man, it's just one of those situations early in this map where you kind of want to see them, hey, slow down. Let's just get a rotation under our hands. And they're doing that, but now there's a bit of a skill gap starting to occur because every single time Carolina's been able to put themselves in position to hold, they have not been able to do so yet. And now with the lingering moments of 35 seconds here at aBeZy, Standy not able to win the gunfight down low could lead to an opportunity for the Ravens to try to get their first break, and Gwinn will make sure of it. Purge, last one remaining for Legion.
And that's a much needed break right there for Carolina, because 30 seconds, if you allow that to go to Vegas Legion, you're down by 120 points going into the second rotation of hard points. That's going to be very difficult to climb, but the good break is going to give you some momentum going into the next hill. Vegas Legion are already going to be set up in towards Cafe, but Clayster's taking street control, slowly working his way up. Can he win another gunfight? No, he cannot. Attach takes him down. But now we go back to the P1, almost a 70-point game. Can Carolina try to answer after that big kill from Real?
Now Real is starting to heat up a little bit. He had a 1-5 start. Gets nearly back to even at the end of the first set of hard points. The gap in the score still very significant, though. Carolina still with numbers, trying to work their way back in. Nero, last one left remaining here. A little bit of assistance on the way, but it's mostly being shut down on the outside of the hill. At what point do the Ravens just want to convert and actually get into this hard point? I mean, are they waiting for something on stationary? Because RSVP should be coming up, yes, but Legion still able to reinforce off of what looked to be good for the Ravens. GODRX able to take down one, but still not enough for the Ravens to break.
Yeah, not at all. You saw what Real was doing into his closet. He was just trying to stay alive, wait for his teammates to get a couple kills to get on in, but they never got killed, so eventually he had to make the play by himself. He's able to find two, but it's still Vegas Legion with a nice, hefty lead and winning that rotation over towards next. Let's step aside and go to a listening with Legion.
There's two. DVD and dark.
Okay.
DVD. One guy's on old, one guy's on old.
One near me, Clay.
I can see our pinch.
Hey, dark. One's near me, guys. I'm staying up.
I got you behind me, DVD.
DVD. One shot back DVD. You went left side street. Before. Nice.
I spawned P4. I spawned
John, you gotta play your life. One's gonna be spawn clearing.
Yeah. Hey, he's close right. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting.
Weak. Gwinn weak. Laying down. Dead.
Nice.
I'm dead. Real's one on you guys. Real's one on you guys.
Broken?
Yo, yeah. There's two.
I'm 50 dark.
Get the back left. I'm trying to.
Play dead.
I spawned behind him, guys.
Okay. Yeah, there's one.
Yeah, you pick me up.
Yeah,
behind me, Palace. Going to time. There's two. Info to time.
Body Palace.
Right, left side time. He's info side time.
I'm going new. You guys play that. They're
info.
He's in time. He's in time.
Dart. Absolute dart.
He's gonna be on the forklift for time. On the tank too. On the tank. Absolute on time. Real. And GODRX is on the left side. There's two. I got one. One more. Nice. Get that time.
Good play.
We're missing Clay. We're missing Clay. Okay.
I can get in here.
We're missing Clayster.
I'm winning the right push. They can run down mid.
We're missing Clay.
Palace on me. There's two at Palace. 2 or 3 at Palace.
Yo, Clay's back after me.
Okay.
Back ass Clay. He's in the little cubby room in this shop room.
Okay.
I hear that. Hey, what do you guys have for me? We don't have your front. We don't have your front. Front of me, bro.
Front. Yeah. 2 fronts. I got one. Another one.
Real's on time, no trophy. Real's on time, no trophy. Nice, no trophy. I spawned tree. I spawned tree. They're spawning right next to me.
Back time. Gwinn dead. Money time.
Dead. Spawning on me, right?
Trophy on time. Yeah, they're spawning on you.
Slow it down.
And Vegas Legion, you could just hear in the comms, they're on point today. Yesterday, they're listening, they were a little bit lackluster, probably a little bit not high energy, but today they know what's on the line. You can hear Standy in his communication. We're hitting that early rotation. They're calling out spawns. They're knowing that people are calling up behind them. And he's also playing so smart when it comes to his gameplay. Only sitting at 18 and 13, he's making such impactful kills to make a difference in this game for his team.
Yeah, I think yesterday was one of those, like, a lot of matter-of-fact call-outs coming through.
Yeah.
Like, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing. But today it was a lot of conversational stuff of, hey, do you have this? What are you able to spawn up with? It's definitely a lot more engagement, I would say, across all 4 members. And again, the lead still extremely comfortable here for Vegas, just under 100 points, as Carolina will set themselves up over towards street side. Good kills from Gwinn on the cross. So first moment, hate to say it, a little bit too late here for Carolina, looking a little bit controlled in this overall setup. Opening for Standy, though, does allow an opportunity for Vegas to actually move very quickly over to the front, and there's just not a trade to be found anywhere. Real's able to get one from inside the hard point, but he has to leave, and that's, again, enough space and time for Nero just to walk right back in, try to find the final kill, but no. Ravens will be able to clean things back up off the respawn and at least keep themselves in this game for now.
Yeah, and at the same time with Vegas Legion finding that break, they were also able to flip these spawns and basically call game. Carolina, they have a very difficult task ahead of them. They have to try to break in towards Palace. You're going to send 2 players in towards Ice Cream, but every single player from Vegas Legion are pre-aimed up. They are ready for the gunfights. All it's going to take is one push to get shut down. Good shoulders right there from the rookie in Purge. And that's going to be Vegas Legion, only 15 points away from taking game 1.
Yeah, looking really comfortable throughout this, even though Purge doesn't have the greatest of stat lines at the moment. Looking like he's going to take down his former Challenger Champs teammates in map number 1. Last attempt here for the Ravens. Gwinn nearest to possibly getting into this hard point, but it's just, again, so hard to get up onto those windows and staircases. Comfortability, the name of the game for the Legion. And I think the biggest thing about it, looking even better than they did to start yesterday's matchup.
Oh, yeah, that's the scary thing, man. You can already see that they put some working on the back end. They said, we were lackluster yesterday in a couple of our rotations. We're going to be ahead of those today. And that was simply the answer. You're out-rotating Carolina. Even with Carolina rotating early to some of these money hills, they're getting instantly broken. We went to the listen and the communication was fluent as a team. Everything was just clicking for Vegas Legion on that map number 1. They beat down Carolina 250 to 170 to take a nice commanding 1-0 lead in the series.
It's another one of those maps, man, where, again, it feels like this sub-duo between Standy and Nero are everywhere at all times.
And also running
really
ARs too, Alan. They're not only just subs.
Exactly. That's a super good point. And again, that flexibility is something that we're going to see a lot of. We already have to this point, but it's not going to change until possible patches come through. So the fact that you're seeing this coordination in most exemplified here, it just kind of goes to show that this Vegas team may have been slept on a little bit in the power rankings kind of coming into this opening weekend, because so far their respawn's looking just as good as their surge at the moment, which it may be their best mode overall.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing, because the power rankings had them pretty low, and that's simply just off respawn. If you add that S&D, they go pretty up, but that's what they are going to be banking on now. You're up 1-0 in this series. You were looking great at Search and Destroy. We saw Carolina yesterday in the S&D. Almost got one before clutch down by Lucky. It's not really fluent there. So if you're Vegas Legion, you're really happy about the way that this series is so far playing out. You got your rookies who are going off. You have Standy who's leading communication. Attach is doing what he always does. And now you're going into a Search and Destroy where you haven't played this one as a roster, but just the way that they played yesterday in S&D, they're so in sync. They should be feeling, without question, super confident to go up 2-0 in this series.
I 100% agree. I think it was just one of the things that we saw in particular, I think on Skid Row is where I really noticed it, was, hey, this team is doing everything you could possibly want them to do from their defensive setups. They're able to diversify their looks. But on top of that, offensively, they kind of gave you this, we're throwing it all at you right in the first 15 seconds, and they're still finding ways to manipulate the map, even from some pretty tricky spots. And I think that's probably one of the keys offensively to keep a look at here for Terminal Search as well. So I don't know. I feel like at the moment, Vegas has got to be feeling super, super pleased with how this series has started off.
Oh yeah, without question, man. And as we step aside to take a look at the Monster Energy pregame for the Las Vegas Legion, they got to keep up with the defenses. 7-1 round count. 7-1 and also opening duel percentage. That's insane. Standy sitting at 11-2. Purge on 9-3 on defense. You're not playing no damn bombs against these guys. They know what's going on. They've been grinding their Search and Destroys. And then you also got to keep up with the rotations. They only won 29% of their rotations yesterday. They definitely flipped that around in that map number 1. So Vegas Legion, everything's working right now.
And I think the thing about it is, hey, if you know, you're able to pull 45 plus on a previous hard point and you still come out on top, whether it's rotating or in particular in this last map instance, it was all about the break. Hey, you're going to take those numbers and be able to
100%.
correct them throughout. The thing about it is on the other side now, I think there's a lot of people that could go to bat and just play defense here for Clay, saying, okay, first game out, lots of rookies. I mean, GODRX, not a rookie, but everybody else, first time being debuted in the CDL stage. I think there were some questions about what Real would bring to the table. Is he going to be an instant CDL all-star potential rookie, or is there going to be some growing pains? And it looked like there were some growing pains through yesterday. I will say, though, just to give him a little bit of benefit for the doubt, he did start 1 for 5 and then finished 21 and 16 at the end of map number 1. So maybe that first map just again kind of gets them out of their headspace, and hopefully they can settle into this second map.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the Monster Energy pregame for Carolina, focus up on your early rotations. Won 2 out of 11 yesterday. They did that, but they couldn't get a good hold. Only 35 points in the first 20 seconds of Hills. That's never going to lead to a W. Now, you need to be more efficient in your opening gunfights. Only winning 16.7% of rounds when getting first blood. That's not going to be easy to do. You're basically every single round starting in the 3v4. We cannot do that. 4v3 is a lot better than the 3v4 situation. So get the first blood.
And I think especially on this map, we talked about this a lot, this title, this map in particular, there shouldn't be worlds out there where you lose numbers advantage rounds. If you come out first blood, 4v2s, 3v4s, whatever it happens to be, you have to be converting rounds like that. So yes, those first engagements, critical, I think, especially for Carolina, looking at a very menacing Legion team early off of our first eye test from their 2 maps in Search and Destroy yesterday. Now, credit that wasn't on terminal here, but see what they have to offer. Opening round, you expect those nades to be pretty hefty.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, the first offense will stack over towards B with Standy again. He did this a lot yesterday in Skid Row. He is already through in towards top AC.
He just pops that smoke grenade right through the hallway. He knows that there's no trophy system to block that, puts himself in a great position. His team gives him the calm. He finds one, snaps onto the second, the stand man, making the plays happen. Now it's Real in a 1v3.
Dude, we saw this yesterday on Skid Row where Standy was running through all of the opening nades, getting on top of that little TV tower just outside the water tower platform, and then just waiting for his teammates to give him the comms and then to make the play. And it looks like that very well may be kind of the moniker of what this Vegas Legion Search and Destroy is going to look like, because he does the exact same thing like you mentioned. Smoke down mid-alley, get all the way up to top AC, easy round for Vegas.
And that's just a tone setter right there, Alan, because if you're coming out in the first round, you know there's no trophies going to be towards top Eskies. You're only one player pushing through the hallway. You go towards top 3 and make a play happen. Nothing but confidence right now out of the young Standy to put his team up 1-0. Now it's the Carolina on the attack. All out pressure in towards plane. They're going to find at least the trade on Tenero to make it a 3v3.
Well, Standy's going to get stun checked here just outside the jet bridge stairs. So he's going to have to request a little bit of assistance. Purge on the way over, playing over towards cop car at the moment. Chance to get elevated and play through the cockpit. Doesn't quite see anything as of yet, as Carolina have hit the pause and are just kind of waiting for the next bit of information. They're not really in a comfortable spot to isolate on towards Standy.
Wow.
Now Purge is able to utilize the angle, stops the plant from coming through, and Carolina find themselves in a 2v3.
And now it's GODRX and Clayster to try to make something happen. They know that the bomb's down on that A site. All out map control for Vegas Legion. They basically have them trapped in towards the plane. Standy is currently watching that cross. Clayster's in a very, very cheeky spot. He's able to at least find one. Makes it in 2v2. But is the trade going to come in? Yes, it is. Now it's GODRX. He gets cut down as well. Vegas Legion with the perfect retake to go up 2-0.
It's just one of those moments where, again, you kind of look at Carolina, you're able to at least mitigate the first blood. You go 1 for 1. You even get the information that Standy's down low, but there's all this apprehension about, do we want to play to isolate and just get this kill and then secure a plant, or are we going to wait for someone to hit on a cross? And the problem with that is it was kind of neither. Purge is just right up in towards cop car, jumps the boxes, and there's no one there to check him. And it's another way too easy round considering the quick push from Carolina. And now all of a sudden you see GODRX has moved his position, saying, I don't want Standy to be in top AC again.
That's not happening again. You're not going to catch me off guard. And with the mind games already into this Search and Destroy, Vegas Legion have them right where they want. It's going to be Real in towards the plane. 4 players about to turn this corner. He knows the pressure's going to be on. He's able to find 2. Almost takes down the 3rd, but that's already job well done out of the rookie to put his team in a man advantage. 3v2 now.
And Vegas are going to have to take their time here and see if they can catch anyone crossing back over. Shots from GODRX will give Purge a little bit of information that there may be a chance to play this through mid. Still lots of questions on what's over towards glass side. And actually, Attach is able to kind of sneak plant the bomb, and now Carolina's on the rotation, where Purge could actually be in a great spot to capitalize on one, but Gwinn goes the drop shot, and he will finish off the last 2 Legion members to get Carolina on the board for their first.
Yeah, that almost got a little scary right there, Alan. I don't know how Attach was able to work that bomb plant down. Carolina had top 3, they had a hallway, they had their back spawn, but if you allow that bomb then to go down without seeing where he actually goes, it's very difficult to try to retake in that situation. But once Attach gets taken down, it's a 1v3. Gwinn with a drop shot through mid hallway, able to find the final. Finally leads to Carolina, putting 1 on the board.
Got to find something here, I think, just to kind of go back to back, especially considering the tone that Legion sets in the first 2 rounds. Good to shut things down. Again, the round is won right here by Real. I mean, if he gets 1, that's okay, but getting 2 is a near miracle. And the fact that he almost was a bullet away from finishing off the 3rd.
Crazy thing is, I think it was the trophy system right there, Alan. He hit his trophy like 2 bullets. If that trophy system wasn't holding you back, you would have got a 3-piece right there, young Rook.
Like to see it. Definitely, again, it's tough because you're coming off of a series where you only had 37 kills, and it's just like the community is so quick to gut check you and say like, what was that? But the kid's got potential, to be sure. Attach playing backside Skyz will be naded up, but this is really not an indication of where this defense is set up much at all. Little rotation from Purge and Nero at the middle of the map to try to assist to make sure Attach stays alive, and yeah, that'll work out. Long cross, actually, opposite side of the map. Will find Real the bomb carrier, so now Carolina, again, kind of have to play recovery here.
Yeah, that breaks their whole game plan into this round. You saw that they were trying to take ground over towards B site, force a couple of players to rotate, and we're hoping that Real was able to stay alive with that bomb so you can slowly work up towards plane, but now they get that information. And a couple players are trying to push over towards terminal. They double stack in towards the plane, double stack over towards B. With only 35 seconds left, Carolina are going to have to try to make something happen, and GODRX might be in a position to do so.
Yeah, heads up play here, though, on the other side for Vegas. Just going to a 2-2 defense, play off one another, get the trades. Attach has to hit the deck. GODRX not quite able to finish things off. Trophy will keep Attach safe from any lingering utility in the corner. What a gunfight from GODRX. Attach not quite able to provide the trade, and then the slide through for Gwinn opens up the site. But here comes the quick rotation from Legion. Time ticking away, 10 seconds on the clock. 2v2 situation. Standy turns the turner in. Has the pistol on, just finessing the clock, and that will be enough to win the round as Clayster is not going to be able to lock down Purge in time, bringing Vegas their 3rd round.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff right there out of Vegas Legion. Especially find that first blood onto Real. Completely breaks the setup of Carolina. Then they were starting to win a couple gunfights over towards that B site, but there was just too many bodies, and Standy with a great heads-up play to push through library and go through that flank. Then doesn't even have to win the gunfight. Just tells his teammate, run away. We already won the round. I'm going to die. It does not matter. Vegas Legion up 3-1 now.
Another good, just small micro moment if you really want to just impressed by the search and destroy prowess. Legion quick rotation, make sure the plant never comes through. This time, quick hit over towards B. Carolina not caught off guard by it as Clayster's there to respond and put together 2 kills. And right off the get-go, Carolina find themselves with a rare numbers advantage, 3v2.
So now it's a 3v2 situation with that bomb being down in towards middle hallway. This is going to be very difficult for Attach and Purge to try to get done. Trying to get some information of where these players from Carolina are currently located. Attach jumping on that side, willing to check for top 3. He knows he doesn't want to push in towards plane because Real was laying pretty close last time. With only 40 seconds left, we have to work for this bomb.
Yeah, there's just no information anywhere in the map. Really well done here by Carolina. Hold the numbers, hold the crosses, play for intel first, and Attach is left in a very difficult 1v3 with only 25 seconds on the clock. Trophy system carrier as well, so not really much of a lifeline here, you'd think. Looking to see if he can bait Real into one check to isolate. And by the screens, that would give us the intention that
it's not clutchable.
A pretty anticlimactic finish, yeah.
Even the production team knew that that wasn't a clutchable round. Let's just show up the FaZe cams. But great job right there out of Clayster. I'm pretty sure he finds 3 on the round. Don't know if he was able to find the ace, but the old man still got some in him. Able to shut down that aggressive push in towards hallway. Finds that player towards the ends of dreams and then makes it a 3v1. He actually does find the ace. Great job by Clay. And now he's working towards that cruise missile. Can he try to pick that up? That could be a game changer.
Oh, they're going quick here, Jay. GODRX to be benefiting in the first 2 kills. Nice little quick hit out of the ARs over towards B. Not a lot of nades thrown in either. It's just kind of a run-off spawn, get on in, and how about this? Oh! Up top, Nero does at least shut down the threat of the streaks, but damage dealt here for Carolina, and that tempo change makes it feel like the whole momentum in this map has all of a sudden become more level.
Oh, yeah, that's one of those rounds right there where Clayster just walks off of an ace. You best believe he's roaring for his teammates. Let's go, and let's continue that into the next round. GODRX, all out pressure over towards that B side. He's able to find two. Clayster was so confident. I thought he would play a little bit slow for that cruise missile, but he just jumped down the Eskies. Did not care at all. And that leads to Carolina being able to tie this game up at 3.
Oh, good intel check there from Purge. Saw Riel on the cross. Up the escape slide. And that's going to be enough for Vegas to say, hey, we got a 3v1 here. Let's just go ahead and push. No way Riel gets us pieced up again. Information on the other side, though. Riel backs off, watches the cross, but does not expect Purge to still be the jet bridge. Spam shots from Clayster, also not tagging. But the bomb not being committed for the plant as of yet because Attach is still worried about that long flank. And now, with significant numbers, Vegas will get the bomb over and try to set this up for a comfortable post plant.
Yeah, that changes the whole round right there when Attach, being the island player, finds the player late flanking through Røkkr. Now it's a 4v2 left up to Clayster and GODRX. They knew where Clay was, but they have no information of where GODRX is playing. He is currently on a 3 streak, does not have covert boots on, so it is going to be a little bit loud walking around this map, but they have everything cut off. With only 25 seconds left. This looks very difficult for Carolina to try to win.
Ooh. Another moment where the trophy system, though, kind of delays an inevitable kill, it looked like, for Purge. Follow-up from GODRX does take down Nero. Hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
Lots of opportunity for Standy to delay this. Semtech's out. Attach also drops at range. So now it's just down to the 1v1. Clay, consider the defuse, and he gets off it. So that will be enough for Standy to check and say no one's here. All good. Got a little uncomfortable there for a moment. Late heroics for the Royal Ravens, just not enough time.
Yeah, just not enough time. GODRX wants some insane gunfights with that MCW in towards the plane. Then Clayster with the huge one-on-one gunfight versus Attach, but just not enough time. Playing against his former teammate in Standy. That was got to feel good to take one against the old man in that 1v1. To allow your team now to go up 4-3. Back on the defensive side, where on a map like Terminal, defenses basically need to be guaranteed. If you're losing defenses, this is not going to be an easy map to win.
Well, we've seen both teams throw a couple of wild cards to the mix, and they both come up pretty darn nicely. Smoke allowing GODRX and the rest of the Carolina team to again push on forward, but there's a play with elevation here. Attach is just over the side, so he stayed away from all of these Semtexes and stuns, and now he pops up, finds a couple of Carolina Ravens on their bellies. Easy double for Attach. Purge still holding on to Eskies, and a little bit of extra support fire for Standy will make Riel completely isolated and alone. Heads up play there for Attach, just staying away from all that ceremonious utility and finding himself a free double because of it.
That's insane out of Attach right there, because he's the only player over towards that B site. He knew that the pressure was going to be on him. The smoke comes in. He jumps on top of the planter, just lays down, waits for his opportunity to strike. That actually happened to me in a wager before, and I was really pissed off. So I can only imagine what Carolina are thinking right now. They probably did not know about that spot, and Attach catches them off guard to now put Vegas at point game.
Yeah, round 9. Attach, this lone man over towards the B side of the map. Just tossing a couple of nades, if only just to show force, because again, look at this. Standy once again.
How?
It's deep into the tarmac, man. This is round 1 all over again, outside of the fact that he's going to play it for hopefully a rotation through the middle of the map. Clay gets pinned off, but Attach dropping actually gives the Ravens a little bit of freedom here. I mean, Standy really can't do too much in this position. He needs a little bit of help to get activated.
Yeah, Attach is trying to go for that kill onto Clayster. But too much of a far peek. At least the GODRX taking him down, and in Standy position gets nothing done. They knew that they had to slip on by, and that turns into a 4v2 now. Left up to Nero and Purge. Nero gets cut. Now it's all up to the rookie, and a very difficult 1v4.
Opening shots. And again, one of his omit teammates from last year's Challengers champs was decent, but GODRX stays alive and Carolina come through. Again, you got to respect the idea, though, of this Vegas push with Standy getting over deep in towards the tarmac or towards top AC. It's just one of those situations that Attach dropping through Røkkr makes that whole play essentially null and void, because the whole idea is pull the defense over towards B and then flip them into Standy's direction. But Attach dropping keeps Ravens very comfortable defensively. Now we go into a round 10.
Into the round 10. Carolina try to fight their way back to at least around 11. They found success early on going over towards B, but it's going to be Narrow with their first blood in through the hallway. So now you have to try to commit somewhere. They know that at least 2 players are going to be over towards Eskies, but there's too many trophy systems. I don't know how they're going to get by this.
Gwinn does at least open up some space over towards A. Defense on the top side of Eskies. Not moving to rotate yet. Lots of trust that Standy can handle A by himself. Clayster still taking shots over the top of planners, but nothing to be found. Just an aggressive game of tag between him and Purge at the moment. Dash getting involved. They know they've got Clayster pinned. They just can't quite find the damage to secure the kill. And at a certain point, you wonder if anyone's going to even have enough ammunition to get through the rest of this round with how many shots are being exchanged. Standy takes care of Gwinn. That is the bomb carrier, and he may have calmed that I've got bomb down here because Attach is out of the Eskies and over to help this rotation.
Yeah, and there's only 30 seconds left, too, so Carolina have to get a move on it. You already see GODRX trying to take top 3 positioning, and he might play right into the hands of Attach. He spots him. He knows that he needs to get that information. But he must not know the bomb's down. So he's checking it. Standy gets at least one. It comes down to Clay. He gets cut down. And the Vegas Legion secure the search and destroy. And I go up 2-0 in the series.
And again, it's just one of those things that you're seeing these moments where, you know, we kind of had an instance of yesterday being, again, a sample size of, well, 2 because they played 2 search maps, but yeah, the things that we saw were looking really good. Lots of creativity, lots of versatility in how they wanted to set things up. And again, we're seeing that here. It really, I hate to sound so flabbergasted by it, but it's just, we don't often see a Vegas team or a Legion team for that matter look this good in search and destroy.
Oh yeah,
so
oh yeah.
It's a refreshing look to be sure for the burgundy and orange of the Vegas Legion. We're on the other side for the Ravens, just could not quite find a way to string rounds together.
If you just think about how that map played out, though, Alan, it had to be that early couple of rounds where Vegas League was just setting the tone. Standy jumps out with the smoke grenade. There's nothing you can do about that. If you're playing Terminal, you're thinking every defense is going to be pretty much locked up. Probably not the round number 1 because you have no trophy system to defend top Eskies. But the fact that you allow Standy to take that positioning, set the turn early, it completely shifted their defensive setup. You saw the next round, GODRX was hard pre-aiming in towards Library, does not want to let anyone through. And when you allow the game plan to start to shift for the other team or for Carolina's game plan to completely change due to what Vegas Legion are doing, that is what caught them off guard. And when Vegas Legion needed to clutch up on their defenses, we saw Attach jump on the flower pot. Yeah. He made a play happen. And in that very final, they just knew exactly what they needed to do, how much time they had left, and they walked away with the search and destroy again. That's now 3-0 in the season.
Looking good for Vegas. Maybe an instance of them playing chess where Carolina was playing a little bit more towards checkers. But coming up next, a control. And I will tell you, Carolina did not look at all cohesive yesterday, but that was on a new map. Invasion, control. Coming up next, Vegas trying to find another win to start off 2-0 for what? Their first time in their history? See how it goes when we come back after the break.
upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
Welcome back there, friends, family, all of you crazy COD fans. Shift with Study and, well, Jeremy, so far, I can imagine we've got Patrick Aches Price sitting there just cooking up some fun because at the moment, Vegas looking solid and Carolina is on the precipice of possibly starting 0-6 in map count. And I think the biggest thing is today has not really gained us any extra confidence in that Carolina team, but maybe more breeding confidence here for this Legion team that's looking unreal right now.
Yeah, Vegas Legion, they're making the adjustments. In that map number 1, they were out rotating, they held great setups, and that led to a very dominant map number 1 win. And then in a search and destroy, early tone setting in a couple rounds, and then clutching up when you need to, playing a couple spots that they probably have not seen yet. And it leads to now them being up 2-0 in the series. You got to be feeling the confidence on that side of this match. And now they're going into a control where neither squad has played it. They've only one team has played Karachi, the other one has played High Rise. At least for the Karachi sake, it was a very close one for Vegas Legion because they were up 2-0 and unfortunately lost 3 rounds in the row. On the opposite side, for Carolina, they got 3-0'd, even though it's on a completely different map, in control. And that's not something that you want in your bag going forward, because now you're playing this invasion map versus Las Vegas, who have nothing but confidence because they're 2-0 in this series.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest thing about this Vegas team is, like you mentioned, that 2-0 start in Karachi was not just a casual 2-0. Attach was popping 7 pieces in their opponent's spawn.
Oh my god.
He eventually slowed down, but the thing is, the awareness for this Legion team looks like it's all encompassing across not just every search map that we've seen so far, but based on how they played Karachi, you would assume that their ability to kind of get a read on invasion will also be high. I think the only maybe possible negative we to kind of throw in and try to evaluate here is, what is Purge going to do today? Because he went 15 and 26 yesterday. It didn't really feel like he was able to provide the kills needed when he was in key moments. So I'm really looking at this guy to kind of step up and hopefully kind of be a major force here for Legion as they're trying to pursue this 3-0 win.
On a map like Invasion, though, he should have a field day because he's running that AR. Multiple of his teammates are going to be running ARs because it's such a big map. So all you have to do is post up, hold down your lanes, and basically guarantee your defenses. Hold down these crawls, put yourself in a power position, and potentially try to push up and put them in a nice early spawn trap, because we know how difficult it is to get out. If you're the team on defense, trapping them in towards back palace when you're only spawning in that back right corner, if you're blocking left side street, that's where Purge needs to be. Pushed up, blocking that spawn, allowing his teammates to get a couple free kills, and if they wrap back to him, that's an easy one for me.
And I think the other thing to kind of just throw in for a last tidbit here on this Legion squad is, take from it what you will, their breaks on the invasion hardpoint looked good. What do they have cooking up for us here on their potential offenses for invasion on control? On the other side, it definitely feels like for Carolina, you need to show us some signs of life, because the High Rise was, to be candid, pretty embarrassing. Lots of individual plays going on, no one really helping each other too much, and they got kind of steamrolled through in a very lightning quick round control. That has to be different here today, and I'm looking particularly to see if Gwinn can step back up to the same level that he played at yesterday. And in particular, we just need to see some sort of a spark here from Real to get this team moving with a little bit of speed.
Yeah, we need to see something for Real, because everything I've heard during the offseason, like, this guy is the next guy up. He had a very difficult match yesterday versus Heretics. That's basically like playing against his family over there, team with a bunch of those guys formerly. But then now he's going up against Nero. Shout out to my guy Kate on Twitter, who was saying I was pronouncing it wrong. Nero, this guy, he dropped 100 kills yesterday in this series, so he's setting the pace. You have to be able to match this young player.
Well, nades will start to really wreak havoc over towards the bus station. First tick of progress did get locked off the respawn. Quick transition over towards B here for Vegas. Clayster, the only one standing in their way. GODRX looking to try to find something on this pinch through mid-street, but has not been able to scout out Purge. So Vegas get into work, trying to set themselves up for this first major attempt to get on towards B. It will be attached, standing on, looking to get that first tick of progress. Here comes Carolina for the retake.
Yeah, you have Carolina applying all that pressure over towards top broken. Real's able to find 2, and you also have a player in GODRX who's blocking that spawn, not allowing any players to slip on out. So now this is the trap. You just have to win a couple gunfights from the front end if you are Vegas Legion, but they're all getting shut down. Now all coming off spawn. But the good thing is they take down GODRX, so they have the ability to maneuver around the map if they want, but that's 3 dead in defeat for Carolina. They're maintaining map control, just trying to trap them for this final 35.
Great start here from Clay in particular. He has been kind of the sole defender over the top of this B site. Eventually, Semtex takes him out of position, but a significant life lead here for Carolina, and the clock also becoming a major enemy here for Legion. And well, looks like it's kind of opposite map day here. Nero 0-5 start, whereas Real's at 5-3, Clayster 6-2, and the Carolina defense has been very comfortable to this point. Kind of a last-ditch effort here for Standy, trying to stay alive inside of the A zone. Gets the first pretty cleanly. And another solo challenge coming out. Real does able to convert the kill. And that will keep this clock on ticking, as it looks like Carolina is going to cruise their way into a first-round defensive win unless someone can get a last-second break here and do some heroics for Vegas.
Yeah, with only 5 seconds left, they have to sprint on forward to try to get on this B point, but they have the crosses watched. And Carolina are going to walk away with that defense. It's pretty dominant as well. They only give up one segment. And that's exactly how you want to answer into this series, with you being currently down 0-2. You had a nice little break, but you need to turn this around. You cannot be a team to go 0-2 the week 1 and 0-6 in map count. So it's a great first round to put momentum on their side.
And that's the bigger thing. I don't think we've really mentioned it yet, but Carolina's schedule throughout this Major 1 qualifier doesn't get any easier. No. I mean, just based on the early anticipations, they still have OpTic, New York, FaZe, Thieves, and Minnesota, I think, is their last. So
not good. Not easy.
Not a good. Not good. Opening hit for Carolina over towards the B zone. The initial double stack was in. A quick 4-piece comes through, and that is enough to actually negate that first tick of progress from being locked. It quickly gets depleted, and now Carolina is working their way out of spawn.
And now that's the worst case scenario now, because you have attached all the way pushed up towards the street side just in case they try to rotate back over towards that 8 point. But with a clean 4 dead going down like that, Vegas Legion know they have all map control. All we have to do is trap them in towards the back left. And so far, they're doing a good job of doing so. Crossfires galore, set up over towards this B point. Gwinn finally does take down 1, but can he find anything else? Because this teammates are still stuck in the back of the base.
Yeah, you can kind of see in the minimap. I mean, GODRX is coming off spawn saying, I can't go anywhere, guys.
Oh.
I know Attach is watching this cross. There it is, and that's the difference. If you were just to compare how GODRX played that in his defensive round versus Attach. Attach is just calling intel.
Yep.
You know, making sure no one goes over towards A. Trust that your whole setup over towards B is going to stay solid. And so far, it has been exactly that. 2 straight dominated defensive rounds to start. Carolina do work their way through this little spawn trap and have broken up the defense to get on towards B. Cruise missile earned for Standy. He's going to use that immediately. Won't connect, but it does at least get everyone off the point. Here comes Carolina. Last-ditch efforts to try to secure this B zone, and, well, the Vegas defense has completely enveloped this hit. Second tick of progress being worked on, but Gwinn and GODRX are working with pebbles for cover right now. As Nero is actually just going to play this up top, they may actually have to concede this. No one in a position to get Gwinn off.
And this is good right here if you are Carolina, because it didn't look like this at the beginning of the round, but the fact that you're able to walk away with this B point, extend time by a minute, and now put yourself up by 2 segments, just in case it gets to that round number 5, they will have defense, and Gwinn was the spark, because they were not getting a single kill. Gwinn was able to open up with at least 3 to allow his teammates to get out of the base, and now they have a minute to work with over towards the 8 point. 22-10 in lives remaining. They have to try to do this, and this is not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, the life deficit at under 60 seconds is not exactly what I would call becoming of what would be an offensive round, but at least the silver linings is, like you mentioned, the tick progress, but you also live through the missile, so no score streak for Vegas to use, at least for now. Trying to get things set up. GODRX playing over the backside of this bus station. Teammates mostly looking to kind of play around through the mannequin rugs building, not trying to hit this from the front at all, seeing if they can maybe catch some of these defenders a little bit off guard and set up maybe a bit of a spawn trap of their own. Gwinn able to find 1, but doesn't expect the second, so trades come through, and now it's a 20 plays 7, and that should be, you would think, out of reach for the offense to be able to survive through these last 12 seconds. Oof. And that seems to be indeed what will occur. So, okay, you know, 2 good defenses through and through, but Carolina, a little bit of a late surge over towards B gives them a small advantage going into potentially round 5.
Yeah, you would take that. Even though you got outslayed heavy into this round, you walk away with 2 segments to put you in the lead. You also, like you said, lived through that cruise missile with no one dropping. So you get that investment out of Vegas. And now you're going back on the defensive side where you were able to hold them only to one segment. If you can do that again, you basically guarantee that defense going into this round number 5. And it's just a good response from Carolina to break out of their base, get something done, and show it up for it just in case it gets to that round 5.
And in case you haven't watched the first 2 days, I think, you know, us as a broadcast team is watching through the scrims and kind of talking with the players. The expectation is that this map will be pretty defensively sided.
Yeah.
Now, we did see a couple of really cool opening breakoffs towards A and Bs that give the offense better chances, but the assumption would be the defense will have a bit more superiority just kind of as we get through this map deeper and deeper. And that is kind of, once again, starting to occur just a touch. Not a lot of kills to speak of to the moment, but Attach is just playing distraction over here at A. And he's actually called 2 players over for Carolina, so maybe a chance here for Legion with a bit more resiliency to get on towards B. But the rotation's already through. Clayster, another big gunfight up top, takes down Purge, and it leaves Standy essentially on his lonesome waiting for help.
Yeah, Standy just has to try to stay alive here. Allow his teammates to get out of the base, and finding trade after trade so far is going to lead to them eventually completing the first segment over towards B. You're taking DVD control. Can't win the up-close and personal gunfight versus Gwinn, but at least one segment down. Complete this B point. It's already going to be job done. But all the nades, all the attacks are flying over. Real and Gwinn combined for 3. And now that's all 4 dead with Vegas Legion coming off spawn.
And I think this is huge, not only because you get the retake, but Gwinn able to shut down the forward play from Standy, has now found himself on 6, so he earns himself a cruise missile here to possibly influence Carolina's ability in what you would assume would be their next offensive attempt. Could also hold that as a power play card for a round 5 defense, which looks they're going to be pretty good for. Last attempts for Vegas will come by way largely of Standy, who's trying to wrap around the back, but there's just not a lot of information on where this defense is, and rightfully so. I mean, the defense is all over the place. They are swarming through the middle of the map, keeping Vegas completely off kilter. But kills do come through. 6.1 of the clock. Vegas will have a chance to stack this 2 members on, and the second tick of progress will be locked. The biggest thing here is if you're Carolina, just don't give away this huge life lead and still win this defense.
Yeah, they're going to be able to at least walk away with that B point if you are Vegas Legion. So you put yourself up by a couple segments. And now if you're Carolina, up by 10 lives with only a minute left, you just got to do the same thing Vegas Legion did, and that's hold down your crosses. But they allow one player to slip on by. Standy already makes his way in towards gas station. He's hoping that his teammates can get a couple kills, so eventually it's his time to strike. But Gwinn gains the info. Gwinn knows someone's behind him. He goes for the trowel. Here comes the Semtex. Not able to take him down, but he sets up GODRX. That was the guy that was going to try to make something happen. They shut him down, and now only 30 seconds left. Vegas Legion have to try to overextend.
Yeah, that was kind of the only card still left in the deck there for Vegas' offense, you would have thought. Full flood through the previously captured B zone around the back. Clay just keeping himself tucked in towards Rugs. Purge, Attach, working alongside Nero. All of them trying to play through the backside of this hill. But you can see Carolina are so ready for this. I mean, every single arrow is turned to watch this long route coming through, and as GODRX finds the first, there's intel on the second. It was a desperate play, but one that ultimately does come up short, and Carolina find themselves up 2-1.
Carolina now up 2-1, down by 1 segment. So if you are them, let's just go do the easy work. Let's go get B out of the way. Let's try to at least get 2 segments to guarantee ourselves defense, but we were asking for an answer. Everyone so far is stepping up, but more specifically Gwinn. Keep in mind, he has that cruise missile to work with. He's been tearing it up with that MCW in hand, 21-9, trying to keep his team in this series still. You can apply all that pressure over towards B. Let's just try to get these segments done.
Good info here for Standy. Nades won't necessarily get a ton of damage, but it does at least connect on the hit markers, and all the cleanup is so clean from Standy. An opening double comes his way. Pre-fire up top for maybe a third, but instead values his life, backs up. Offense for Carolina still working with a bit of gas here over towards B. The problem is, look where Attach has gotten again. This guy has been playing on an island, just doing his own thing inside of control, and he continues to be a problem with Carolina trying to get off spawn.
This guy's just always hitting routes, man. He's always putting himself in a great position, either blocking spawns or setting up for spawn traps. And he does it again to now allow his teammates to put their sole focus on the front side towards that B tank. Gwinn and Real, though, they combined for 2. They already completed 1 segment. The second one is about to come in, and if they get that, that's already job done for the round. These young rookies, they're stepping up, man. They find themselves on both 2 sprees, but B is going to be captured. Now you're forcing Vegas Legion to hold down A for 2 minutes.
And this just looks so dramatically different for Carolina compared to yesterday. Again, different map, but they feel like there's a little bit of pace and tempo involved with especially these most recent 2 rounds. And again, the spark plug very well may be players like Gwinn and Real opening up some of that tempo. Gwinn on another 4 spree, looking for 5. Standy puts him down, but it opens the door for Carolina to jump on in with a trophy system at A. Now a little bit of panic here for Vegas. How do you re-break this with the middle of the map completely compromised? 2 members on in towards A. Clayster watching the cross, looking good here for the Ravens. Oh, and the double. Oh man, it's over. And that will likely do it. The double stack still very comfortable and fully healthy, and Vegas will not be able to get there, and Carolina get their first map win in the CDL with a 3-1 here on Invasion.
And that was a beatdown right there, Alan, especially in that last round. They applied all that pressure over towards B. Gwinn and Real were finding kill after kill on that side of the map. But then when they found 2 kills, it actually changed to the last 2 players from Vegas Legion trying to hit that rotation over towards A, and they were able to find those 2 players as well to get a clean 4 dead and eventually get in the point. You could just tell that 5-minute break that we just had did wonders for Carolina because everyone was on point. Crossfires was on point. ARs came to play. Gwinn is usually their SMG, but he went dub positive with that MCW in hand. That's how you want to play if you are Carolina. Just to punch them right in the mouth. They think the series is done, but no, our backs against the walls when we play our best COD, and now they stay alive in this series a little bit longer to force them at 4.
21 out of 26 non-traded for Gwinn. Ooh. And Clayster, just keep in mind, he topped damage at 10 assists. So again, you talked about this triple AR setup. Gwinn had flexed throughout a lot of his career previously, and man, it's definitely enlightening when you could see him be a part of it with a little bit of tempo and speed. Again, I think is the bigger thing here is he doesn't have to feel necessarily like he's got to be the only guy to do it. Real had another good map here. GODRX getting forward and involved. It's just, that felt a little bit more like it here for Carolina. And to be fair, I mean, GODRX is kind of the glue here. You know, he's played with Real on that Minnesota Røkkr Academy team. He played with Gwinn during Challengers Champs. So you would think that he's got to be the guy to kind of help quarterback a little bit alongside Clay and hopefully get these rookies some confidence. Maybe for the first time, we saw both of them actually showcase that here on this Invasion Control.
Yeah, with a play like GODRX, I love the addition to Clayster and him because Clay, he's usually the vocal leader. He's usually the guy that has to put all that while focusing on his gameplay. But with a player like GODRX, who's been around the scene for so damn long, he's always been a great communicator. And when I talked to Clay about it, he said that allows him to do what he wants. If GODRX is going to block my spawn, I can push up and be the aggressive AR. And that was on full display of that map right there. What, after the first round, he was sitting, after 2 rounds actually, he was like 5 and 6. He's just sitting up left street, just blocking that spawn, allowing his teammates to get those kills funneled to them towards that B side. And eventually it leads to the map win. So going into this Karachi, we're probably not going to have as much AR presence on the side of Gwinn. And sometimes when Real picked it up, so these SMGs need to be clicking. But if map 1 told us anything, if you're Carolina and you're rotating, the setup has to be a lot better. Vegas Legion can't walk in with their first attempt and find that break easy.
And I think that's the thing too, right? Like we mentioned this at the very top. The desk broke this down kind of in the same way. Like we needed to see Carolina come out and be electric from minute 0 of map number 1. It didn't quite happen. I mean, do you feel like this is kind of a reawakening? Is that the first confidence boost that they need to actually step in and be a contender in this series? Or is that kind of a flash in the pan? Because I feel like we're kind of laying out this laundry list of things that Carolina has to do right for them to start finding success. Whereas Vegas have had these instances of monkey wrenches that just kind of pop up and say, oh, I'm going to go on an 8 spree, or I'm going to be Nero and have 103 kills. Like, it just feels like there are so many individuals that can just take over for Vegas, whereas it feels like for Carolina, they better be playing as a good group of 4. Otherwise, the results we've seen to this point may continue to happen.
Yeah, and for me, the difference between these 2 rosters is that Vegas Legion have 3 players who have been in the CDL. They only have 1 rookie. On the other side for Carolina, they have 2 rookies. They've been playing a long time in challenges, but when you get to the big stage, it's a whole different playing field. And getting those early match jitters out the way yesterday versus Heretics, and it also led into the first 2 maps here. But after you get that first map win, what it does for you as a player, it just gives you confidence. All right, it gives you the assurance that I deserve to be here. I played well. I deserve to be in this position. Now, I know the last 5 maps that we played is not us. It's not the way that we played. Just getting 1 map win underneath their belt might give them the confidence to at least force this game 5.
And I think the other thing, just for you guys at home, as we get ready to jump in this Karachi hardpoint, keep in mind some of the biggest patterns that we saw in Invasion, that Carolina had the default to rotating early, get themselves set up, but we're still getting broken.
Yeah.
Whereas Vegas are sitting here, hey, we're feeling really good with our ability to outgun these guys. Let's soak up every final second, take a tough rotation, and then maybe still find a way to come out on top. Those same elements are 1,000,000% still going to play a factor here on Karachi. So I think outside of the, did Carolina get themselves into the series or maybe just into the league now after a map win, can they actually turn around and improve their biggest vulnerability for map number 1? They have to be able to hold better. Otherwise, we very well may see a similar result here in Karachi favoring Vegas.
And the scary thing for me, Alan, is that we saw this Carolina roster yesterday. Obviously, they had a really close match versus Heretics. They still got 3-0. They lost the hardpoint. They lost the search and destroy. They won the control today. But so far, that puts them at 0-2 in hardpoint, 0-2 in search and destroy. And if you're losing 2 out of the 4 game modes that we have in a best-of-5 series, that's not going to be easy. So we have to make sure we get some reps in or do the fundamentals right. Because on a map like Karachi, we do have some money hills. This Diner, which is P3, if you set up properly, you force them to try to continuously hit over towards Chicken Coop, you can hold that down for a full 60. The same thing with Fountain, which used to be called Fountain, and I'm pretty sure now it's called Church. But if you hold down that P4, you just spawn them over towards red. That's your best bet to allow them to funnel on through. So if you are Carolina, you build a little bit of confidence. The gunnies are now warmed up. Holds need to be better, and your rotations need to have better setups.
What I'm hearing is better map manipulation, and that will likely come out of the way of having good lockdown anchor 1v1s.
Yes.
You cannot give up those long lanes. All right. That's the setup. Here we go. Vegas Legion still enjoying a 2-1 map lead. Carolina, a little bit of heat starting to cook things up as we head over towards Rubble. Nades on both sides. Sees Real and Standy just trying to find each other at low HP. Purge up top, able to at least keep the hard point neutral, but Carolina in a pretty good spot here off the break off.
That's a big win right there from Gwinn, continuing where he left off in that control. Already 2-0, leading to Carolina getting some great time off of this P1 hardpoint, and then low. Slowly but surely starting to flip these spawns as well. You already have Real over towards Cafe. They're finding all these gunfights in towards mid, and now you get at least Clayster to spawn close over towards red. So what else can Real do to try to hold this down? He gets nothing done. And at least it does lead to Carolina getting 40 seconds off B1.
Yeah, this is great time for Gwinn, and more importantly, you have your ARs for Carolina already in position to try to watch this cross, but Standy gets a little bit blessed as GODRX slides into a gunfight that he was already taking versus Clayster. Gets rewarded with a double. Real, backside of this P2. Attach, gets the trade. 50-50 battle. Still as the hard point stays neutral. Clay possibly looking for a route as he sees Gwinn spawning over to his left, but still, it's enough for Vegas to stay pretty healthy. GODRX looking to try to work his way in, but Standy again, just such an absolute deterrent. Another big double. That leads to numbers for Vegas. Real, last one left, trying to find a break with GODRX. Kills are decent, and Real able to respond with a double of his own as now Carolina find themselves in the tie.
No matter how many 2 pieces Standy was able to get, his teammates still have to jump over that dumpster through the back alley, and that's never a story for success. That eventually leads to Carolina getting that break, walking away with that final 30. And we were talking about that rotation. You already have 2 players in a position, knowing where the pressure is coming from. That's from Chicken Coop. Clayster finds one. Real with the second. Gwinn doesn't lead to the third, but they win the rotation. They just have to locate the last player, and Clayster does it with the SMG. The old man, he still got some in him.
How about this for a start for Carolina? They get the majority of time at the second, and now they get to Cafe first with a really solid line of scrimmage being set up with kills to boot. 0-6 start for Nero. Oh, what a turn from Clay! Absolute snap-on towards Purge. Nero only able to find a single kill, and Carolina will still be spawning over towards that junkyard side. An opportunity for Vegas to try to make this route over to these broken apartments, over towards market side. But can they find a way to actually displace this Carolina setup? Real inside.
Oh my.
Point goes from 1 to a second, and now Mercy. He's on a 6 spree with a streak to boot.
Oh man, Alan, this is a beat down. Vegas need to wake up. I know they're pumping a whole lot of that nice air around Vegas nowadays, but 115-3. This is not how you want to start after the third hard point is about to just end. But now you're leading to Vegas Legion going in towards Fountain. You have top bridge control. You have 2 players already in the hard point. Can they get a good hold though? Great shots out of Gwinn. Right now, Carolina, they're just firing on all cylinders.
Rival 9 from across the map. Okay, Gwinn. Little heat check for the young man. Attach playing backside palms. Nero able to kind of come up towards balcony and find 2 for free. All right, 4 down. An opportunity for Vegas to get themselves into the map. Still, the gap is significant though. And spawns are a little bit split here for Carolina. GODRX may have a chance to try to pop this from the back, while Clayster and Gwinn work from the front. Attach is trying to watch the cross, but a bit out of the picture when it comes to actually playing for the hard point itself. Here comes the break attempt. Standing from the side, able to find one. Tagged from behind, and here comes Carolina again. Nero catching heat on 5 in a row. Can he get to 6? No. Real shuts it down in the scrap time. Largely soaked up by the Ravens as we look towards rotation again towards Hotel.
And Vegas Legion, they were the team early off the rotation, but they only walk away with 30 points off of that hill, and you will gladly take that if you are Carolina, as long as you win this rotation over towards next. But they're not going to be the team here first. Vegas Legion trying to find a response, trying to find a way back into this game. And it has to lead by just taking down, winning a couple of these gunfights. There's a couple slow starts from Purge and Nero. They're starting to turn it back around, but it's Carolina still in control of the point for now.
Patch back desk. No, nothing there. GODRX able to find a pretty clean win. Standing in and out of the window. Kind of a little bait and switch with Nero as once again Vegas find a way to at least get into the hard point for now. Follow-up attempt on the rebreak from the Ravens. Couple of kills coming through. Real, last one left, tagged up. Can't quite chow yet. Waiting for a little bit of assistance. Vegas still kind of bunkered up. And the door actually shuts on that nade. That could be pretty pivotal here because now Ravens are off the reset with a chance maybe to get through, but attach. A little bit of a delayed pinch to the backside of Hotel. Will take down 2, and that will shut down any further attempts from the Ravens as we will exit our first set of hard points, looking at about a 68 to 141 tally.
Vegas Legion has slowly but surely climbed themselves back into this game. We cannot give up 40 points over towards P1 again, but with that being 3 dead, it's going to be Carolina fully set up to try to get some more time from this P1 hard point. Currently up by 80, about to be 90. How do Vegas Legion decide to break this? You have Purge working towards top AC. Standy trying to get red control. They're trying to set up pinches. Right now, Carolina, they have all the crosses set up. No one's touching my player in the hill.
Nope, absolutely not. And this is the if you put a main AR like Clay up top, he's not going to lose very many gunfights. So Carolina continue to build on this lead. You got to think they're vibing. Let's switch over to a Carolina Royal Ravens. Listen it.
Secret, one shot, after the secret.
One in Nero.
I saw tower. Yeah, this one P3. This one P3 inside.
I saw milk truck. I'm gonna go top left.
You want to pinch a Jose P3? One shot, guys. I'm full flanking, boys. P3 weak. Okay, one is Tina, one soul. You guys are looking for 2 inside you.
Don't die. Wait. I'm pinching grass, man. He can be low.
Listen, yo, one is red on shirt. Okay, red on time. Backdoor. Red on time, boys. That guy red.
Low elbow. Either cross.
He's laying down.
I hear. You can cross. Yeah. He's gonna arc to me. Hey, he's arc laying down. Arc's dead.
Two middle. I got one down middle. I was scared you. I need to go. I got nade in middle. I stunned him. That's the only one closer to the office. The other kid's mid. I'm telling grass. Get this 30, we win the game.
I hear you. I'm
telling the rest.
Can we top flat maybe?
He rotated. Yo, one side door. There. Nice, two. Nice, good shit. Yo, there. I'm leaving this time. Yep. This one here. Maybe we know they could have come
back right. Attack.
It's an absolute beatdown. The Ravens up massive, 225 to 77. And Real, I think we can finally say it. Welcome to the league. 19-9 with 220 in the hill, Jay. Everyone's seemingly buzzing in the comms as well.
Oh yeah, everything's working right now for Carolina. When you're coming like that, when you just walk away from a control that you just had, and now you've been dominating so far in this hard point, you best believe the communication is on point. But you don't want to let this game get any closer. You want to try to find the break when you need to. Can you give Vegas a little bit of taste of their own medicine after that bat number 1 on finding the break on P3? Just got to lead to a couple kills. GODRX tries to start it off, but not able to get anything else with it. Gwinn with the movement, though. He's movement. And with only 25 seconds left, you're going to force a couple players from Carolina to hit that early rotation. You still have a couple players here trying to contest them.
Yeah, oh my God. Just make it dangerous for him. Nearly finds everything on the exit, and that little bit of extra scrap time would have put them right on the precipice of being able to take this map number 4. But that doesn't come through, and now all of a sudden, Vegas have numbers on rotation towards Fountain. Clayster, though, once again, power positioned up top. Semtex trying to get a little bit of damage done. Trophy system also gets placed, and how about it? Carolina working through it. Nero, last one left. He gets taken down, and with a couple of follow-up kills on the outside of the hard point, this is looking like it very well may be about that. Last desperate attempts here for Vegas, trying to break, and no one's able to do much of anything. And hold on a second. Was it all just completely fake in those first 5 maps? Because this Carolina Royal Ravens team is absolutely gunning right now.
With only 3 seconds left, Carolina 3, 2, 1. The game is over. They are able to force a game 5. 2 back-to-back respawns where they were able to turn up. Guns are firing on all cylinders. Real's here. Gwinn is here. The vet's also here. And Carolina said, Patty P, we're not going down that easy. We got a game 5 on our hands.
Holy smokes. 23 and 11, 20 non-traded. Give him 240 in the hill. Sheesh. The equivalent of the Call of Duty hat trick right there for Real. Gwinn still really gunning as well. 3,300 damage, 20 and 15 on the other side. Purge. This is what we kind of seen, you know, small glimpses of it from yesterday. Didn't have a great control. This one kind of a stinker for him as well. Nearly triple negative. And that's just one of those things that you kind of, again, have some lingering worries about if this Vegas team is going to be for real all the way through the year. Just at times, it feels like Purge is sometimes not a part of the play.
Yeah, that's difficult right there if you are Purge, because you're not winning a couple rotations. Every single gunfight that you're fighting is an uphill battle. And unfortunately, he cannot get anything growing throughout that map number 4. But where he did get something going yesterday was that game number 5. You know what I'm saying, Alan? So we can't count the rookie out yet. S&D is his bread and butter.
And it's Invasion for the map number 5. And Jay, I think the biggest takeaway from yesterday that we can say for certain is that you do not want to play this Vegas team on Invasion. They looked unreal against Røkkr yesterday. 6-1 was the tally there. So life from Carolina has everyone maybe on the edge of their seat just a touch here to see what exactly this Ravens team will provide. But can they pull off our first reverse sweep of the year? A tall ask as Vegas gets into the Invasion search next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Woo, baby, we got ourselves map 5. Welcome to Sunday there, friends and family. I'm Shift, that's Study, and brother, we have had ourselves one weird series so far. Looked like it was gonna be all Vegas, and then all of a sudden we had a 5-minute break, came back, and now it's been all Carolina. The thing is, the Search and Destroy has been a little one-sided to this point. I know the First Bloods have been a huge focus, and that's gonna have to be the case here again, Jay.
Yeah, the First Bloods are what I have circled, because for Vegas Legion, whenever they are dominating in the First Bloods, they usually dominate the Search and Destroys. Yesterday we saw them play this map. They got 6 First Blood versus 2, and they won 6-2. Also on that map number 2 in this series, they got 6 First Blood versus 4, and they won 6-4. So if you are Vegas Legion, that First Blood is everything for that roster. But for Carolina, I think just getting to this point, momentum is definitely on their side. They lost that 6-4 game 2, but you got to keep on. One round was to a spot that they didn't know of, and another round was where Standy was able to push through a smoke. So Carolina played a good Search and Destroy. Can they do it again in this game 5?
I think the biggest thing for Carolina, can you get proactive and hold the tempo and control of how this map is going to be played? Opening eyes over towards this B site. Long cross being watched by Purge. Immediately on the site is Nero, but he's tucked himself behind that construction cage and has not been tagged by any utility yet, so his position's still concealed. Here comes the break attack. That stun doesn't maybe fully affect him. And still able to find reality. Whoa! From Nero. Purge helps out for his trade, and it's all Vegas thanks to Nero hiding in a corner.
Oh man, that's just unacceptable right there. If you're Carolina, you watch him cross towards the site, so you get the info that at least one player is towards this B bomb. They stun him. They do everything that they can to solo him out. Also invest that smoke grenade. But Nero is able to walk away with a 2-piece and completely shuts down the push for Carolina. That one's got to come back to bite. But Vegas Legion, what do you know? They get a First Blood, at least the first round win.
Yeah, huge play from Nero. You sometimes forget how good the guy has been throughout his career to this point. Not moments like that. Defense playing a bit forward here through Courtyard. Triple stack in particular, right through the middle of the map here for Carolina. Vegas just trying to fuel things out. There's still a lot of utility left here, not really using it to clear many corners. And now they'll start to get engaged. GODRX will be pushed back far enough to not be affected by Nero's utility, and Gwinn will also walk away with First Blood with that huge defensive stack through mid.
Big First Blood right there out of Gwinn. Now Nero knows that he's at least in that position. But does he reach GODRX? Throws a nice little shoulder, gets that info. Down to 3v4. Smoke is going to get invested up towards the street. They're going to try to push up through the A side, but the positioning again out of Gwinn shuts that down. And now time is ticking. Only 35 seconds left. What bomb side are we going to go to?
Really good audible here. Clayster also rotating over to make sure that long A lane stays safe. Gwinn, a little bit of trouble. Does keep his life. Fires back. And keep your eye on Real. Stuns towards Backtractor. Shakes most of it off. Gets the first one cleanly. Semtex just to create a bit of space, but Standy fires back. Gwinn trying to rotate over. Long flame from GODRX also in play, and Carolina have suffocated this hit from Vegas. 6 seconds on the clock, but nowhere to go. And Carolina respond with a very convincing round of their own.
Yeah, it all starts with the First Blood from Gwinn. Once he gets that first kill, he was also the player that shuts down that aggressive A push with the smoke grenade invested to shut down that line of sight. And then with his positioning at that point, Las Vegas only had about 30 seconds to try to get a bomb down towards one of these bombs. They knew that A was not in play. We had to rotate over towards B. And they set right up into Real. Who at least gets one before dropping, but eventually it's the Carolina walking away with that round. Tied up at 1 now.
Similar defensive setup here for Vegas. Standy once again just trying to get himself into a cheeky position. Attach long range First Blood again, this time from the backside of fences. And Clayster seems to want to give him a go. Bold challenge to be sure, and Clay will eventually say, all right, enough is enough. But the rotation trying to get through the middle of the map once more shut down, and Vegas now hold a 4v2. And again, like you mentioned, their First Blood conversion has been so good to this point. You'd expect nothing less here.
Yeah, so now in a 4v2 situation, if you are Carolina, just got to try to play for a kill. Clayster and Gwinn going to slowly work their way up towards B. You know, Nero played the same position last time. Can they try to sniff him out, work this bomb plan? Gwinn with some nice information, good shoulders, sets up Clay for the kill. So now 35 seconds left. You could just probably get this bomb down.
Oh, but they're waiting for the rotation. Clayster's trying to cut this off through this ice cream. pops the doors. He's going to find Purge for free. Okay, hold on. And Gwinn makes safe the flight, but Clay, he drops the bomb on the rotation. Tough gunfight here for Gwinn. Attach put down to 12 HP, and now he's just running for his life. Oh, it's cat and mouse. Gwinn on the hunt, but there's just so many angles and spaces that he could hide. Attach playing through sandbags. Gwinn seen down low, and the 1v1 comes through rather anticlimactically. Vegas just able to hold on to the 4v2 in the round.
Yeah, we were talking about how clean it is whenever they get the first blood. That one got really scary. Clayster makes the play, breaks the door through Ice Cream, at least makes it a 2v2, but then he's a little bit aggressive on the back end. Was not expecting two players to be there. Attach finds the trade, and he's also able to finesse around with his life. And is able to take the round for Vegas Legion. That one almost got really scary, but they're still able to clutch on up. Now up 2-1. Back on the attack with all our pressure towards B.
Bringing some fireworks here over towards BJ. We've got a heavy stack once again of Carolina throwing a lot of opening utility through B Street, but then they kind of back off into a very similar defensive setup. This time GODRX is going to play a little bit more forward on this mid tank. Gwinn to his right, just kind of playing a tight angle. And Clay will try to assist just a touch onto Real, playing over the top of the B side. Vegas looked like they were trying to hit early towards B, but have now backed off and reconsidered with 53 seconds on the clock.
Just trying to get some information. This is one thing that they were doing yesterday versus Røkkr, was just showing presence on one side and then getting a couple players to rotate it and finding the opening on the other. Because now you have every single player from Carolina needing to hold down their lane. A huge one-on-one gunfight on the opposite side. Standy's trying to go for that one-on-one versus Real. If he gets that kill, he's able to win that and put that bomb down potentially. But with only 30 seconds left, time to wrap back, get with your teammates.
And Real's cleared out B Street. He's already playing over towards Broken. So now Carolina will have some good map control. They have to be setting themselves up for just a solid A hold. But Nero through the smoke gets one for pretty darn free. Gwinn hears the door pop from behind him. Time becoming an issue. Gwinn in the corner. No worries. Oh, burn on the Purge. Oh, heavens. Leaves things down to attach. No time to do too much here. And oh, brother, Gwinn showing us exactly what true aim can look like at a 150 HP COD. That was nasty.
These last three maps, Alan, he's just been stepping up to a whole different level. Keep in mind, this is an MCW up close and personal. He gets the freebie onto Standy, but then the snap onto another rookie in Purge. I was talking about it before the map, how he usually shows up in that game 5, but that's not a round that you want to go back and watch. Seeing at 1 and 3 leads to Carolina walking away with the round win, all tied up at 2.
And quietly attach on 4 in a row, so keep that in the back of your minds as the opening nades land for Nero. And you have to assume for Vegas, they're going to feel very comfortable in Nero's ability just to hold into possibly 3 players towards B. So the defense starting to get a bit more aggressive over towards the A side of the map now. Just really trying to overwhelm Carolina from getting any map positioning at all.
Just like if you're Carolina in this situation, Nero has played the same position every time. We know that there's at least one player. How about we just commit towards B? How about we just send everything, watch the cross, throw all of our attacks, and try to get this bomb down with some trophy systems in your back pocket. But when you get first blooded by a nade all the way across the map, now it forces you to slow down on your attacking routes. As you see, they're slowly trying to work up the middle of the tank. Information now gained of players playing all the way back. But even if they try to go for this A plant, just where Standy is on the map, it's not going to be easy to do. Nero finds one across over towards B, attached with the third. Now it's Real in a 1v4.
Yeah, really nowhere to go. We're going to try to play for a hero plant and a 1v4. At least puts the clock into his favor. But stun comes through. Can't quite get back in towards Freezer. No worries there. And again, it's just, we talk about this a ton, and I really have to stress this for all you guys at home. Like, it's not going to be very often we see First Bloods lose out on rounds with great search and destroy teams. I have to really emphasize great search and destroy teams in this title in particular. And when Nero's already a hero in his own self, being able to kind of be trusted to single-handedly watch his site, and he's getting good nades for First Bloods, expect to see dominating rounds like this for Vegas. Not just this week, probably next week as well.
He's just shutting down that B site, man. When you shut down that B site, when you get a first blood with the nade, it completely shakes what you're going to do in that attacking round. Because now you're thinking, all right, let's all out pressure over towards B. We're going to shortcut it through the white van. But once that gets shut down, now you completely are at a stalemate. Everyone on your attacking rounds is trying to find an opening, trying to find some kind of information. But by the time you're looking for a lot of information, there's no time to eventually work a bomb plant. And that's what Vegas Legion have been able to do the entire time. So stall off this clock, force them to try to make a play with minimal time. eventually leads to them walking away with the round, and Attach also earning a cruise missile.
Again, quietly. It's been a lot of focus on what Standy and Nero have done to gain positioning, but Attach has been the one following up almost every single time. Nice little slide through for Nero. No trade in sight. Stun over the top. Clay up close and personal will catch Nero before he can get the regen off, so it does make things a little bit more manageable here for Carolina. They're losing a lot of map control around the back. Big 1v1 here between Attach and Clayster, and oh, Standy's there to assist.
Oh no.
Yeah, unfortunate, but it does still put a really tough position here for GODRX 1v2.
1v2 now for GODRX. He's been around Call of Duty for a long time. He's ready for his opportunity to get back into the CDL. Gets the information, but the bomb is not going down yet. Now, once Vegas pick up that info, let's immediately put the bomb down, but the repositioning out of GODRX is not going to pay dividend as Standy is able to line him up, take him down. And Vegas Legion on the back of finding another first blood, dominate in towards Cafe and walk away with the attack. Now up 4-2.
Able to string together rounds. That was, I think, the biggest kind of storyline watching this Legion team yesterday in unexpected circumstances, but those are on two very different styles of maps. Being able to still find ways to do that here on Invasion, though, force a lot of pressure here for Carolina. Opening spam on both sides. Nades also littering the middle of the map. Not much has changed here for the Vegas setup. Carolina trying to hold back a touch, trying to maybe play this one out a little bit more laboriously and maybe see if they can maybe catch Nero on that same kind of aggressive play that he had done in the round previous.
Yeah, I love the way that they're playing this because they know that Attach has that cruise missile. So let's save our attacks. Let's not try to invest them, because if they send it over towards B, we blow up their trophy systems, use that cruise missile, and put ourselves in the man advantage. You can already see Carolina playing close quarters towards some buildings. They do not want to get blown up in this situation, but time is starting to dwindle. You still have GODRX being that island player, making sure no one pushes up towards that A street. And now with only 40 seconds left, it looks like the rotation is going to go back over towards A. It's a little bit more safer just in case that cruise missile comes in.
Yeah. But once again, Attach just pretty much outside the map at this point. Trying to watch that long bus station street. Standy tagged up off the regen. Not really in a position to defend this A site. Here comes the plant. No immediate challenge here from Vegas. They're going to have to play full retake. And like you mentioned, the cruise not going to be super beneficial with how many inside angles that Carolina can hold. And okay, first blood for Real. Opposite side of the map, Gwinn takes down the flank from Nero. Just down to Standy and one other of Attach and nothing there. So Carolina just kind of brute force their way on, get the plant, and say thank you very much.
I think the biggest thing right there, though, Alan, was the positioning change right there from Standy. He was usually in red every single round, at least close quarters towards that position. But when they spot him through bottom middle, from front DVD, head glitching that back wall, they know that there's no one pushed up towards the site. Nero has played over towards B, so there's no way in hell he's going to be at A this round with Standy all the way backed up. And with the information gain, they take full advantage of it, get that bomb down, not have to worry about that cruise missile. They're able to take the round. Now down 3-4, back on the defensive side.
And again, you can see Carolina's defense also kind of suggesting that we need to be playing inside these houses just to make sure that cruise missile doesn't get much of anything outside of maybe a little bit of information on where we're planted. So everyone's watching each other's backs. Cross is being watched on both sides. Vegas just floating from north to south on the minimap. And now with the cruise missile, that will be the vanguard on this approach over towards B. Everyone has to duck in towards cover. Should be a free push over towards at least the tank. Can there be any challenge here from Carolina to stop this play? Clayster sees one at least get over towards the cross, but he's still holding. Nice smoke comes through, and that will be enough to get the bomb over, with Purge also finding first blood through mid-map.
The door is open. Oh, he got the timing. Could have potentially got him off that bomb site, but now in a 3v4 situation, you have Real working that deep flank. He's going to try to be the playmaker. You have to make a play before Attach goes for the reflank himself, but it might not even be Attach. It's going to be Standy. Pushes right through the site. Is able to find one. Finds the second. And Vegas Legion, off of the investment out of the cruise missile, gain the information, take the map control over towards that B site, get it down, find the first blood, and it eventually leads to the round win to now put them at game point.
Super great understanding of the resources for Vegas, right? I mean, the cruise first of all, but also that long smoke to make sure Clay can't watch the cross. Absolutely chef's kiss. Again, just masterful understanding of search early for what is a very strangely put together Vegas team. Do a lot, and Clay is going to get taken down off spawn to the opening pre-fire, and that feels like a huge nail inserting the potential coffin here of Carolina.
It's just another round where Clayster gets first blooded early on, and now you're forcing the rest of your teammates to now try to make something happen. You cannot lose that gunfight across the map, especially if you're the player just calling the cross for information. Purge with some great shots takes him down, and now tall task ahead for two rookies and a vet who hasn't been in quite some time. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. It's looking like the pressure's going to go over towards this A site. You invest that smoke grenade, you get the tax to get used, and now potentially going to try to work this bomb plan.
Yeah, this very well may just be Purge and Standy double channeling this. Cover from the cross. Gwinn not quite able to capitalize for an elimination, though. Bomb makes its way at least in towards the alley. Nero backs off his flank. Can Carolina get a kill or just get the plant? Real's going to stick. Here comes the challenge from Vegas, though, all the way off the mid-cut, and Gwynn's done well. He's able to catch one and stay relatively healthy, so the bomb gets planted. Flank from Standy. Keep an eye on him around the backside of this play. He's going to find the first, no problems. Does he decide to hop it? He sure does. Does anyone check this? Gwinn and GODRX aren't in a good position for this. Gwinn with the check, but Standy just kind of wiggles away. He does drop it, though. Everything resets. 22 seconds on the clock. Here comes the crossfire. GODRX is going to get both. And Carolina stay alive to see another round.
Man, that's some serious ice in the veins right there, man. It's not easy to win 3v4s on Invasion, especially when you're planning over towards A with not much time to work with. They get the bomb down. Gwinn is able to get that first kill to at least even it up at a 3v3, but then you see Standy finds one. Another trade happens, and eventually leads to GODRX slowly working up the A street, and that's a round that you want back if you are Vegas Legion. You get the first one in the first 5 seconds. You need to be able to walk away with the round, but Carolina stay alive a little bit longer and force a round 10.
Oh, look at this. Clay's getting aggressive over towards B Street. He's just walked through. Real was watching his cross, and Clay's got a rival in hand. Hello?
Oh, my.
Okay. Clay looking 18 again?
You see some, old man.
He's in a great spot, though. I mean, he can watch this entire archway. He can watch the cross. He's at a good spot to make sure anyone does try to get in towards Broken. They get met with an SMG. This is a solid defensive setup around B.
Great setup at B, but Vegas Legion so far, their plan of attack has usually been over towards this A site, just taking control of mid-red and towards Cafe, and they're slowly starting to work up. It's going to be, this time around, Gwinn in that same position to try to make a play happen.
Yeah, this is tough. You would have loved if you're Carolina to try to force this Vegas offense to go towards Clay's position. That's your X factor here. Oh, it almost gets the double down. At least a trade comes through. Real, AR in hand, able to find another. Nero opens up space through mid. Bomb is currently down. 18 seconds on the clock. Carolina still trying to stay alive for what would be a reverse sweep round 11 winner. Real tagged up, still alive. Bomb collected. Purge for the plant. Clay with the rival 9. Can he catch timing?
Oh, no.
Going quickly. Doesn't see the initial. Tries to hop this. Real has to play bodyguard. Stay down, Mr. President. Purge just tries to bait him with the door. And Clay says, not so fast, young man. Ravens get us to round 11.
Man, that's a vet play if I ever seen it. I was thinking about the bad timing. I thought he with the SMG in hand, he's going to work his way in through Cafe, but a vet knows what he needs to do in this situation. That side closet door is closed. I'm instantly hopping this bomb. And unfortunately for the rookie, once he peeks that doorway, he does not spot Clay. The vet gets it done to now force around 11. There goes the dawn.
Opening nades for Carolina, all towards B. Vegas, fully set up, looking like their round 1 defense with Nero stationed in the corner at construction. Standy once again playing forward in towards A lobby and attach right back to where he's been the entirety of the game. Clay scouts this out, but no one comes out worse for wear. Everything resets, but Standy's position has been throttled back, in Carolina now looking to make a move, but Standy shuts down. Good first blood. That's also your bomb carrier.
It's a big first blood out of Standy. He also gets some more information, just finessing with the movement around this middle tank. With only 40 seconds left, Carolina have to try to pick up this bomb. Yeah. I don't know if Vegas Legion have the information that the bomb is going to be down towards bottom mid, but you see Clayster slowly edging his way up, trying to find an angle. Sets up Gwinn on the flank to find 2. They have the man advantage, 3v2 now.
Nero looking to go quickly, tries to slide through the
Oh my!
Gwinn meets him for the 3rd. Just down to attach for the 1v2. Bomb being planted. GODRX able to stay alive, get out of dodge. Attach defaulting back to the pistol. Has plenty of time to let this reset. catches a little bit of intel onto GODRX. Should know that Gwinn was last seen over through mid. And now the reset. GODRX caught. Gwinn pokes over the top. Good damage, but Gwinn shuts it down. And a reverse sweep for Carolina has everyone on notice as they find themselves somehow, some way, a 1-1 first week and maybe soften up some of the inflation that Vegas stocks were starting to find after the first series and a half they play. Holy smokes.
Wow, Alan, this is our first series, brother. This is our first series casting together. And we get a round 11, game 5 reverse sweep out of the oldest player in the CDL. He also finds a ninja defuse. That is insane ice right there out of Carolina. To be down 5-3, to get first blooded multiple rounds in the first 10 seconds and be able to clutch on up. But in those final moments, even with Standy finding the first blood, Clayster pushing out of red, putting himself in that position to keep Standy at bay behind the mid tank, sets up Gwinn on the deep flank through mid dark. He eventually finds 3 in the final round. The rookie turned up from maps 3 through 5, and he seals the deal to allow Carolina to get their first win of the season and to keep Patty P's thoughts to himself.
Big time, baby. Holy smokes. What a series it was. I think a lot of people were kind of looking at this one as maybe being a bit of a snoozer.
Yeah.
Not so fast there, friends. You can't judge a book by its cover. That's all we've gotten to this point here in weekend number 1. And that's just series number 1 of this Super Sunday as we send things back over to Puckett and the desk to give us our thoughts.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast and fantastic comeback by the Blue Squad. Allie and I were celebrating after game 3. We're like, we got this done. It's going to be easy when we go to the next hard point. No, Carolina keeps fighting tooth and nail, and Gwinn, without a doubt, earns my MVP award.
100%. Gwinn was going crazy. I mean, they were down 0-2 in this series. They come back, they win it 3-2, and what happens in game 3? Gwinn goes on a spree, absolutely destroying, and they look unbelievable. I mean, you talk about that S&E, the adjustments that they had to make from some of the pushes. We'll get into it here in a second, but man, they're putting the rest of the league on notice. Like, we're bouncing back hard.
Allie, what went wrong here for Vegas? Because you and I were so confident this series.
Honestly, I don't even think it was a situation where Vegas was going wrong. It was just the Carolina players were seriously clutching up. It was just a lot of individual talent. I feel like that pulled them through, specifically in that game number 5. Because, I mean, GODRX was 1-6, and he gets a 2-piece to bring back the round to force around 10, and then Gwinn with the ace in the round 11 for the win. So I think for Carolina, I think they're putting on watch the fact that they have a very talented roster, and they'll be really scary when they all put it on the same page.
Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this best of 5. We open the day on Super Sunday with a 5-match day. Round 11, you can't go further than that, kids.
Yeah, I mean, this was an amazing map right here, right? Like, it was truly, like, back and forth strategy-wise. We saw what Vegas was liking to do. They were pushing over towards red. They have great SMGs. They're comfortable playing that trade game, leaving it down to the numbers at the very end. Well, what happened for the Ravens? They had to make some adjustments. First of all, stop getting first-blooded. That had to happen. Second of all, we need to make some plays through that B streak. We know typically it's going to be Nero over there, so Gwinn started to make plays over there, picking up kills at DVD. We saw in the final round as well, he made that play through mid-cut, catching the timing. So that is great communication. That's some high-level stuff very early on.
Yeah, it was a big situation where I feel like they were using the fact that Vegas Legions played so hard around trades against them. I think that's what allowed Gwinn in those situations. He would see one and know there was another. So what does he do? He pops the smoke and gets the kill. And then obviously we have the ninja defuse from Clay. What's hilarious is the round before, Standy tried to hit him with it, and GODRX, being the vet that he is, made sure to check it. But
play the game. Number 7 is Nero. You got to get past Nero, right?
Yeah, I mean, this was beautiful, right? Like we just talked about it. Nero was usually the only guy over there. They played trades near mid. They picked up that information. So Gwinn, he gets through, catches some timing on Nero, gets through the cut, finds the 2-piece. As Ali mentioned, what was Vegas doing? Trying to overwhelm them at red. So he shoots 2 of them in the back. And in that situation, when you have mid-tank, it's basically impossible to retake right there. So beautiful plays out of Gwinn. Really taking the game into his own hands and stepping up for the game.
That's what we call in the industry a breakdown. GG's, Legion. Clay letting his former franchise know that he's not about it. Let's take a look here at our monster winner spotlight with the one and only James Eubanks. Clay, you there?
Jimbo.
what?
That's what I call him, Jimbo.
My guy, Jimbo. I can't hear you right now, but I bet you sound.
You can't hear me?
Everyone watching. There we go. There we go. Okay.
Hello?
Now you're
All
good.
right, we're good.
So why are you stressing us out like this, Jim? What's going on over there in the Ravens camp?
I mean, if it's stressing y'all out, you can imagine how much it's stressing me out. I'm just really proud of the boys. Honestly, we're on a 5-map loss streak to start the CDL, and then to not only put a map on the board, but complete the reverse sweep with kind of all the odds stacked against us. I'm just really happy with the resiliency that we're already showing only on the 2nd match of the season.
Clay, incredible win. I know I could hear Fike from all the way across the studio screaming after that W. I want to ask you about Gwinn. I mean, he had an insane series to pull you guys back into this, a 2.17 in the control. What about this rookie stood out to you? Because it seems like you, Clay, always kind of get stuck maybe bringing up some of the young guns.
Yeah, I mean, we picked Gwinn for a reason, right? And he's been playing phenomenally so far, and especially in practice. I really like his attitude and his mindset. He's picking up the game really, really quickly. And he's just super confident in himself. And that's something that I've always really loved about rookies is when they come in acting like they're gods, you know? And he really thinks that way and he plays that way. And I think it showed in these last 2 matches just how good he can actually be.
Clay, what does it mean to you to still be playing while other people, former world champions, are now watching?
Yeah, there's some people on some talk show. I think their name starts with like an A or something, and they're absolutely awful at the video game. And I just imagined everybody on Legion was Aches this series, and honestly, that's probably why we reverse swept them.
Oh, we had to fit it in there. Aches, you know it's all of. But Clay gets the W today, and in my book, you won the argument last night. Clay, what? You go celebrate with the team.
All right, I appreciate y'all. Much love.
That is Clayster, and that is the Royal Ravens finishing week 1 with a 1-1 record. They're at 500, and I think it's just the beginning. You saw the potential, Gwinn. Real was waking up. Let's see what they can do in week 2. For now, though, reminder, we got 3 more battles to go, and you can watch and earn along the way. All you got to do, scan that QR code in the top right. What comes with it, Allie?
It comes with the Clutcher Kick emblem, which I think Clay is going to be rocking now with that Ninja Diffuse that he got on top of the Vegas Legion in today's match.
There you have it. And, of course, we've got our Code Warrior 100% of the proceeds from the sale of the Call of Duty Endowment Warrior Pack. Place veterans into high-quality jobs. Purchase now at callofduty.com/warrior pack today, and you could be rocking that Lion Pride emblem. Thanks for tuning in. We're done with the first hour and a half. It's time for hour number 2. We are loading up with the Subliners. The world champions return to the stage when we come back, and they face off against the LA Guerrillas in Fame.
I'm going to have to give it to Sir Scrappy. He's going to talk his trash talk. He's going to shower people, do all that good stuff. He's also going to fry in the meantime. So Scrap's got it for me.
The MVP is going to be Merod.
Me? Of course.
If I had to pick someone for the MVP in 2024, I'd have to say either aBeZy or Drazah.
MVP. Myself.
Ooh, CDL 2024 MVP. I mean, come on. You know, I got to be a little egotistical here. This game, it's my year. It's my year. You're looking at your MVP right here.
The CDL 2024 MVP will be aBeZy.
in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
Who doesn't want a slice of pizza with that group of guys from New York? The Subliners feeling loose after a Game 5 victory over OpTic. That was the marquee matchup of the weekend, if you ask the community. Now with that in the bag, you're playing against LAG, a squad that is brand new, one of the younger teams here in the league. What are our thoughts coming in here, Allie?
I mean, you certainly can't count them out, right? LAG was able to win just Search and Destroy yesterday, and they have some younger players in Diamondcon and Fame that have a lot to prove, and their expectations from us, at least, are very high into the series.
All right, Nameless, let's talk Subliners here because they are the world champs. They won the first major, the last major, and the big one. What have they shown you, though, so far in the new game?
I mean, they're going up against OpTic Texas in their first match, right? It goes all the way to a Game 5. They're able to get the W, and they look incredible doing so. The main thing that we were looking at in this series was the performance of Sib, the new player on the roster, and he had 20,000 damage, led the entire lobby. That guy right there taking over, and that is what you wanted. You wanted to pick up somebody who can come in and get a ton of kills to take the pressure off, and he did just that. Not only that, this team has an excellent coaching staff, already making adjustments and getting rid of the maps that they lost versus OpTic.
And 7K of that damage was in a singular control. So for New York Subliners, I'm looking at that respawns to be a little bit tighter heading into the series. Again, they did go to a Game 5 versus OpTic.
All right, Subliners sponsored by an airline. You love to see it, but let's walk through our Monster Energy pregame. Breaking it down, 44% break versus OpTic, 4 of 9 in that battle. Damage King continues to deliver. Sib, nearly 20K, as you mentioned, most damage in a single series so far at the CDL this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. We're expecting that to continue, and you know what you're going to get out of a guy like Hydra. This is a tough team to beat in Respawn. OpTic managed to do it in 2 of them. We'll see if they improve there in this series.
Let's take a look here at their opponent. LAG is coming in representing Los Angeles with a fresh roster. Assault coming back. Diamondcon was on the Academy team, and the rest of them got promoted. Now it's his time to start alongside Fame and Estriel, a guy who has an awesome backstory.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I want to focus a little bit more here on Assault. That's going to probably be the leader in the main AR of this team because it is a younger squad. You're looking at him to be a leader. We have a lot of teams like this in the CDL now where there's kind of like the veteran that's having to bring up some of these younger guns. So looking at him to lead the LAG into victory for this New York Subliners match.
Yeah, and the Monster Energy pregame for LAG, I mean, look, it wasn't pretty versus the Toronto Ultra. They had a 0% hold percentage on sub base versus Toronto, 66% hold percentage on invasion. So obviously that's great. And then you move on, Deadly on attack on high rise, 4-1 on attack versus Toronto. That was the shining light in that series, was that Search and Destroy. And that is map number 2 in this series. So high rise gonna have to be the map that they take early on.
Little spoiler, I want to see these maps and modes. Let's take a look at what we got here in our best of 5. You mentioned it could be a game 2 going to LAG. If they take that, Allie, how long do they survive in this series, and can they upset the Subliners?
Well, they got to at least make it to 4. I'm going to say here that High Rise Search and Destroy is a map they were able to take off of Toronto yesterday, and you saw it on that Monster pregame that it was Diamondcon and Fame with a 3.0 KD overall, as well as that post-plant positioning. They were 100% round win rate when they got that bomb down.
It's time to get the official predictions in. Allie and I were crushing it on day 1, but Nameless is now caught up until I pull away with the subliner pick. Allie, where are you going?
Subliners.
Subliners. All right,
I'm going New York as well.
Oh, Jordan. All right, I like this guy too. All right, let's get into the games. We got two beautiful men to bring you the action tonight. It's the bearded ones, Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Desk. Oh my God, I'm enjoying the race of sort of pick'ems and who's going to walk over the win at the end of the season. I have a funny feeling that Ali and Chris might just hold hands this whole time just to make Ant lose. Wouldn't that be amazing? All right, let's get into the game. Chance, how you feeling, brother? This should be a fun one. We'll see how it goes. LAG, a lot of time to search your souls after a difficult start, I think, so far.
Absolutely. And like, again, they're sort of in like a gauntlet sort of situation where their first 4 matches that they have are pretty much the most difficult ones you could have in the league. But if these guys are quick learners and like, honestly, just the fact that they can get that like first map jitters out of the way. Like you play Ultra for your first series as your introduction back to the CDL. That's about as tough as it gets, although I suppose the actual world champions doesn't make it any easier, but maybe they get in the flow of things, bounce back after a tough day and build on that performance.
Well, LAG still climbing the mountain. One of the major base camps along that mountain is going to be the New York Subliners. Of course, we talked about this the other day. Our first place world champs, current reigning world champs, Civ, the newest addition to the roster. Let's see how they fare today. We go to Karachi to start things off. Hardpoint to get this series going. New York Subliners coming off a big win. Spicy stuff indeed. We will see their opponents from that match, OpTic Texas, a little bit later on today. But for now, LAG, Karachi Hardpoint. Let's get it.
And, even now that we're getting into it, just the idea of having one day is like, you're a brand new SMG in the CDL. Day 1, you have to shoot against Kleenex and Envoy. That's tough. Day 2, now you got to shoot against Hydra and Kismet. Like, that is absurdly brutal because Hydra, obviously MVP of like the finality from last year. And from what he's looked so far, might be able to double up.
2023 Esports Awards Controller Player of the Year as well. My boy's nasty, but so far, so good. Trading back and forward. An opening hard point here on Karachi. Smack bang in the middle of the map. As you can see, it's the lowest point of all of these extremely high buildings. A dangerous place to be. Not easy to hold whatsoever. There are far too many angles to worry about. If you can pie that off and isolate it, maybe get a few seconds of time, helps you out going over towards second. But for now, chance lot kills for the LAG players. Not bad whatsoever.
Yeah, you saw that 3 in the feed, so Hydra just dips out. Now he's trying to control this space and not let any players through to P2. Kismet, sound works just fine, but the gunny from Fame. I mean, look, he gunned Hydra first thing right at the start of P1. Fame maybe bouncing back from his performance from yesterday, and unfortunate though, eventually just gets overwhelmed because none of his teammates were there for support. So nice P1 hill for LAG, but potential money hill out and about, but DiamondCon ripping heads trying to push his way through.
Kismet currently soaking the opening time here of P2 on Karachi. Bags at range, not a lot going to happen there with the rival 9. Same with Hydra in this position. We could do with a few more assault rifles, lads. As Assault makes his way forward. Here comes the hit from LAG. Hydra can't get much out of it. Fame once again, 2 on the back line. Estriel gets his as well. Perfect break. Los Angeles Guerrillas.
I mean, really, that's like nades and tacks as well, just to get Hydra tagged up because he's playing a cheeky off angle, but they're able to just soar straight through, and right now, every single player across the board for LAG putting in some work, and it's not just the scrap time that Assault might just be able to single-handedly collect himself. 3 of his teammates are already here on the rotation. Now, we've seen some cheeky jump spots coming in through Kismet to try to break this one down. Estriel, though, in the deep spot, seems like he's prepared, but obviously the stuns and nades forcing him back.
Estriel staying alive. Coverage from his boys as the new hard point's about to pop wide open, and we're up. Sib on the back, creeps through. Couple of kills for the Subliners now. That right-hand side of the screen, all clear. No problem whatsoever. They should be able to net 10 to 15 seconds before the LAG boys are even in a chance to contest.
And, Miles, I know it's early on, but I think this is now 3 for 3 for the New York Subliners breaking through this hill. They've done it virtually the exact same way every single time. So Subliners, a lot of great work, but you still have to hold the hill when you get it, and it looks like that does not last long at all. We talk about how good they are at breaking. Well, LAG just does it by sheer force, and, well, a lot of time potentially going to go their way.
Another great break from Los Angeles Guerrillas. Over to Assault now, still in this 4 spree. He's dancing around, and Kismet is just done a massive lap. He's jumped over the top of that building. He's in the hard point now. Very, very difficult to deal with the Bulldog. There he is. Assault finally neuters him. That's a 5 spree there. Ends thanks to Sim and those lovely shots from the MCW. New hard points up in a moment. Over to the fountain we now go. Left-hand side of the mini-map. And again, a lot of members of the New York Subliners here. This might not be their rotation. Fame can't take care of Kismet. Numbers on the side of New York.
Oh, wow, that's going to be every single kill going their way as well. Nice spot from Diamondcon, but he gets traded out instantly. That was a perfectly timed sort of pouncing on that hill for New York. Effectively get the clean 4-man wipe, and this is going to make this hill a lot easier to lock down. Fame at least gets spotted up top, so Skyz has the information. But for the moment, Fame is going to be annoying to deal with, turn some heads, but does make a difference. Subliners handle the chaos perfectly.
Probably working from Diamondcon there, also making the best of a bad situation. Trades are there. Skyz gets himself 2 before being brought down as well. But back and forth we go once again. Something we're always going to be talking about here in the COD League, trades. Who gets the first kill? Who gets killed after that? Back and forth, back and forth. If you can break the trade cycle, that's where the advantage is really found. 15 seconds remaining on this hard point, and then we're coming over here to where Hydra is, to the hotel.
And even on the old time, LAG are doing a fantastic job of really just battling on this map to maintain that lead. So that early rotation might be Hydra here first, but you can see at least one purple arrow nearby and making a little bit of noise. Diamondcon gets a kill up top, so New York in the hill first, but not completely comfortable just yet.
I know, indeed. Well, New York have had the hill first every time. They haven't been able to hold on to it, though. Will this be any different? Hydra is right where he wants to be, up close and personal with that submachine gun. Here come the Guerrillas. Estriel cracks the door. Nades there. That's an unfortunate presence. Smooth moves. The man tiptoes out the window. Right back into the point, though. Lightning fast work here from the Subliners. Smooth moves. Able to get the kills as well. Bit of suppressing fire. Not enough to get it. We might see a lead change in a second here. The Skyz backing up Hydra. 2 members on the point. Simp from the outside. Lovely work. We're holding it all down. Trades are there. Numbers in. Bloody pandemonium. Fame comes out on top.
Good Lord, that's a patient challenge as well. I mean, LAG, they were around that hill for quite some time, and I mean, it took them maybe 20 seconds before they were actually able to jump on it. But again, they are battling, maintaining that lead by the thinnest of margins, but they have it in pretty solid first half rolling through. Back to P1, power positions mostly in control of Estriel and the players of LAG. Unfortunately for them, not quite able to get this time just yet, though. Need a couple kills before you can jump in the hill.
You're absolutely right, though. It is a thin margin, but it's those little moments where you break on, get 10, 15 seconds if you're lucky at the very end of a hard point, keeps you alive in the game. Nades up, over towards P1 once again. Oh dear, bit of friendly fire there. Unfortunately, the nade doesn't leave Asul's hand. It slows Fame down. That's more time for the Subliners.
Yeah, this is like split spawns across the map, though, so you basically get a forced pinch on the hill, and yet there's going to be 2 kills going their way. Should be trades on the guy in top red, and even if you don't get the trades immediately, you certainly are going to be able to get that time. Subliners, of course, are going to have that early rotation over towards P2, but hey, if Guerrillas got the break before, Miles, maybe they can do it again.
Maybe they can do it again. Well, so far, so good. Holden Hill basically alone. A nice sort of 20-ish point lead for now. Let's go for a quick listen in with the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
You're right, nice, good kill. I'm going to go through dark with you.
One guy's going to be in there.
I'm going to need I got to talk to him.
Oh, you're behind me.
Fight back out, fight back out.
Yeah, he's dumpster. I didn't see him dead.
Nice, shit on. Yeah, my dump, by the way. I'm my P5, Ghosty, I'm my P5.
Yeah. They're stacking nades on me. They're stacking nades on me.
I can help you if you need help.
Nades your push.
I have a choke,
Tommy's here now. Dark guys.
I have you, I'm with you, Seth. Dark. I have a choke.
I'm one shot up. Fire, top AC.
Fire,
one shot.
I'm staying down time.
I'm P5 dead. Boss stay new.
Top fire,
Front P5 on me.
Third,
okay. Fire bulk drop out of time.
I'm gonna left you. Actually, I can hold it right here. I'm gonna send play the barrel spot.
Are we out left? Get in the tires. Get in tires. Low,
I'm in tires. Yeah, I'm in tires right now. He's outside of right. They missed their nade though. I'm just on the right child.
I'm trying to look mid.
I have the right child.
Tip's a little off, guys.
I don't see anything right on me yet. I'm just playing the barrel spot on the right. I don't see shit yet.
Play for yourself, Adam. Give me third. I am.
Tired holding your low left.
I'm just holding mid.
Yeah, one right on me. Let me right.
I'm standing low left.
Come out right. He got through. He's in here.
Hydra's on the cross. Hydra's there's 2 weak then. 2 weak.
I spawn the back. I spawn the back.
I'm gonna spawn out. I'm
trying to take my time in the back.
They're behind me third. I got you.
In the back. He's on close left dump. He went to time.
Low coop, I think.
I think kid's in me on time.
Top third.
Nice. Try and collapse.
I'm left time. Oh, he's low brick.
I'm trying to go from the right.
I'm one shot. I can't jump. Back on time.
Nice, Adam. Fucking shit.
I think we down here, yo. Yeah, I'm playing the credit corner. I'm playing the credit corner.
Fantastic comms from LAG. You're hearing the game plan there. They're playing ahead of what's happening, and the only thing they've really got to contend with the chances how hard it is to kill Kismet.
Yeah, no, not an easy thing, but I agree with you there for sure. Like the productive comms rather than just like purely reactionary, always the best things to hear. But right now they're working a man down on this rotation. You can see if the man's collecting scrap time. Not easy to fight for new, and up pop Hydra. Smooth moves indeed. Subliners are now going to be swarming this new time. But again, LAG, 40-point lead for the moment. They're in a good spot. Take your time, get this break, and they've been battling all game. They have to keep it up.
That's the firepower of the Subliners right there. And it's still in the feed, non-stop out of Hydra and Kismet. 3 spree for the pair of them. See if anyone can get that cruise missile. We'll find out in a moment. Fame, a little sneaky play towards the backside of the street, looking to get himself a little further. Sib unaware as of yet. Spidey senses in a moment. 35 seconds remaining on the point. Fame strikes first, gets an AR as well to go to war with. And we're looking at a lead change potentially. This has been a fantastic hard point out of the New York Subliners, but here comes the pressure. Right into it. Skyz is going to find him up close and personal. Can he get a second? He cannot. Lovely work from DiamondCon. Trades are still there. Final few moments. Go to LAG again, chance. This is what's keeping him in the game.
Yeah, and it's really just like a calm approach every single time. Like Fame really is just nice and slow, very patient, waiting for his teammates, and like they traded away 30 seconds before they jumped on it, but they get the break, they maintain the lead, so they have been very consistent. Deja vu though, all over again. It is Subliners on the new time. LAG again forced to try to make this break, but they've been successful. We'll see if they can keep it up.
DiamondCon somehow staying alive. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Kill. Lovely teamwork. Kismet looking for the second. Tags in. No hope.
They got it.
As we got it over the 215-point mark. LAG, they're staring down the barrel of a map 1 win.
I mean, these breaks have just been like absurd, clinical every single time and time again. Now you get assault in a bow position, your teammates at time, maybe a big flank coming through from Skyz, but everyone on the subliner is just so far away. Kismet the Bulldog gonna have to bully his way through the front. You need this break.
Trying to break through the hotel. Here we go. 3, 2, 1 through the window. Beautiful shots on a fade in the second. Estriel there as well. Tagged up, but not enough for the kill. Open hard point. Over to Hydra. Trying to stay alive as a ring around a Rosie. They're looking for the check, and he's behind the counter. Estriel checks it a little too late. Hydra can't get a second. 10 seconds now for the win. The tick just may work for LAG. Is anyone there to contest? Sib's got to get in there. Assault holds him at bay. No one left. Who's that? Through the window, Kismet saves them for a moment. Over to P1.
I mean, look, now Subliners have to, defend P1. They can only afford to give up 2 seconds, or not even just 1, so this is an impossible task in LAG, all 4 corners of the map.
Oh, it's not over yet. P1, here comes Assault. Nearly impossible to hold this one down. Skyz is there to contest it. Who's that? Estriel flies into the point. Tags are there. Able to get the kill. Estriel's being cleaned up. Subliners hold.
I mean, look, again, they're just dealing with the players off spawn. It is going to be Subliners head on a swivel. They have to play such a tight setup just to keep them off spawn. So LAG, do you play for the 2 seconds or do you rotate? They're going to force it for the 2.
Here we go. 20 more seconds remaining on the hard point. Fame, not fast enough this time. They don't check it. Assault now down low, cleaned up. Hard point remains.
Oh my God.
The Subliners, the second strike, not strong enough.
And they are so far away. You might have to battle for the 2, but you can't do it, and you can't rotate either. Miles, we might be witnessing a breakdown.
It's not over yet. Skyz has got to hold these players back. Forward you go. LAG have managed to slip forward. Skyz from up top. I don't believe what we're seeing. They're in New York. Map 1. They don't let anything get through.
That should be a crime, punishable by, I don't know what, 1,000 bot shot by every single player. That is ungodly. LAG just had a string of breaking, I don't even know how many, 6, 7, 8 different hills in this game. And then P1, they had 4 players on all different corners of the map, the perfect pinch on the hill, and P1 is the only hill LAG could not successfully break. I mean, that's world champs right there. Like, that is a situation that is just ungodly to deal with, a near impossible task. And Subliners, it's not like they made it look easy, but hey, they got the job done.
I feel like a right tip talking about how easy it is to, kill players off of the P1 point. Yeah, my ass. Beautiful work there from the Subliners. The world just took note of how to lock down Karachi. Here's the last 2 hills, ladies and gentlemen, and measly 2 seconds required. Look at that scoreline. This was LAG's game to lose.
And it's just every single detail, right? Like Estriel can't get the trade on Skyz inside of the point. You have to switch to the pistol to try to take down Hydra. And like a little bit before this is when LAG had the pinch on the hill, but now you're just stuck like in a bad spawn. And where LAG was like super consistent, being nice and patient, taking your time, like even with Diamondcon getting the entry kill, it's just an unfortunate series of events. Fame doesn't entirely check the corner. They don't get like almost a single kill. Everything is just perfect in such a tight setup for the Subliners. And as soon as they get that wave of kills, like that's GG. Like the hill's gonna spawn at new. Like Skyz just has the best head glitch ever to look like face forward. Like it's just clinical. Like you have to be able to break P1. Like that's it. You just got to be able to break it for 2 seconds. That's absurd.
Doesn't it sound so easy? The only option I suppose that LAG had there was to get at least one of their players over to that new point as quick as possible. Sky's reaction. Hey, that's just what they do, man. They just held that hard point down. Ice cold out of Sib as per usual, and it's strictly business for the New York Subliners, the world champs. Not missing a beat there. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile, and my word, what a hard point that was. Kudos, though, once again, to LAG. What a brilliant run they had. Just a little bit more work. As you can tell, the teacher's pets have certainly put in the homework. Close, but not close enough. Well, we say goodbye to Karachi. What a memorable one that was. We say Hidely Ho to High Rise. Back-to-back, a double dose for the Search and Destroy and the Control.
This is just going to be, this is just so much more difficult now than it was before, right? Like originally you'd say the best news for LAG, the high rise S&D, they looked fantastic. Like every single time they planted the bomb, they got it down 100% success rate for the wins. I think they were like 4-1 on their attacking rounds. Like this is the map, and in S&D specifically, where LAG looked the best. If they had the advantage against the Subliners going into it, they'd be feeling fantastic. But that is a dagger of a game. And now I think Subliners, maybe the juice is flowing just a little bit more, maybe slightly more focus going into map 2, because they absolutely were tested.
That was something. Well, everyone's shooting for sure. That's one thing we know. But on high rise, it's going to be important again. A lot of long range gunfights, even with those tunnels down low and those tight angles in sort of the lower section, and even the little runway up towards the helipad. Looking for those ARs to really shine on this map. S&D is a very, very different beast, as we know, but I'm excited to see how this one goes, Johns.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun dynamic as well. I know where LAG really had the most success, especially on the offensive rounds. They were just able to like bully out B Street incredibly well. Like I think Scrap was the main guy for Toronto dealing with it, and LAG were very good at either neutralizing them, or when they lost the first blood engagement to Scrap, they were there for the trades. And I know Scrap is a very aggressive player, so I want to see how the New York Subliners respond. If someone like Skyz wants to deal with it with aggression in the exact same way, or if Skyz, we see him be cheeky from time to time. He has like those hanging out of the back window sort of moments to look for the peaks on the top propane tank and whatnot. So New York is not a team that'll shy away from creativity.
No, and I had a chat with D-Real at the Esports Awards, and he was saying that the team's a little bit slow learning when it comes to this game. They've not had the greatest start. So far, I think it's fantastic. Like, I mean, I'm not calling him a liar or an idiot. I'm just saying it looks pretty good, mate. I mean, so far, so good. We've seen some very, very strong, fantastic composure, as you would expect of a World Championship team. But I mean, right now, I don't think we've had a terrible run of things. Obviously, their first matchup against OpTic Texas, a brilliant test of their mettle. And they've obviously got a couple of great matches coming up later on in the coming weeks before we get to Boston. But we're sort of getting there, guys. We're starting to work out these true power positions and who's sitting where in the standings in the CDL. The 2024 season already an electrifying one, and no doubt about it, that first major is going to be unbelievable. Here we go, though, into Search and Destroy on High Rise. Strap in, kids. It's going to get windy.
I was going to say, very windy indeed. You got those chain link sort of fence spots or mesh, whatever it is, bouncing around, and maybe just blow the nades in the right direction for you. Maybe hit those propane tanks where the closer you are, the less damage it does, which is always fun.
Bobby. Strange. And I was thinking King of the Hill as soon as you hear the word propane. Me too. Here we go. 2-2 split here from the Subliners and for the LAG players. A looks to be the site for the bomb for now. B-bomb site, eyes are on Kismet. Heavy tagged up, but the man's moving. Not out of trouble yet. Trades are there. Sib loses it to the propane tank. Lovely work from Estriel there. And that's going to be a 2v3 LAG man advantage.
Well, there's your first tank kill of the game, and originally it was nice work for sort of the duo ship on the left side, but instead everybody getting picked apart, and Hydra for the ace in a 1 versus 3. An incredibly tall task ahead, especially when LAG have all the time in the world to work with.
Diamondcon right above him. He's going to see him hit the stairs. Oh no, he moves just at the last possible moment. This could work out. Okay. Oh. Yeah, nah. He's got the sun in his eyes lit. There you go. It's the classic. It's close the curtain. Close the curtain. It's just like Awakening yesterday. This must have been the sun. Beautiful shots though out of DiamondCon there.
I was about to say, Sunlight or not, DiamondCon has been shooting. Like every single map, even when they played against Toronto, DiamondCon has absolutely been a standout player. So nice little moment there. And I mean, again, B Street is where they had a ton of success. Kismet's not even going to deal with it. Kismet going underground, LAG. Basically a quad stack turtling up on sort of the bottom right, and it works out. Nice pick. You catch Hydra, blow up the tank. No one dies to it. That is good news.
Somehow Estriel taking nades and no damage. Kismet, perfect timing on the push. Gets away with his life as well. LAG scramble to try to catch him. He's long gone indeed. Here comes the bomb over towards that B-bomb site.
Big wins.
Okay. Pull down a Sib. Finds himself one. Makes it a 1v2. The tags are there. My word. 1v1. Will Fame push him before the health can regenerate? 7 HP. And now it's a fair fight. The bomb in the hands of Sib. 40 seconds. Good luck.
Yeah, he has absolutely no intel, though. That is the only bad news for him. Well, there's the intel you want, and the shot is so clean. Sib, no reaction to the player cams. Barely blinks. This man is ready.
And look at the position he's in as well. So confident he's going to get the high ground. Fame, if you look, you might see him, but I don't think it's going to happen. The gunfight is there. He's going to try to get the bomb down. Fame has a moment. Check B. 15 seconds to get across the map. And once again, Sib is on track for the clutch.
He's also got the plan for the back spot. Fame up top, though, has the better angle, but he ends up dropping down. So Sib gets away with 1 HP, but finally gets caught. Fame jumping all over him there. Ooh. Nearly let it go, but nice little bounce back moment. And I'd say clutch positioning from Fame as well, right? If he plants on B, he was by the elevator, so he can just slide in and check for the chow and catch him and sort of have the advantage there. If not, jump up on top after A and just get the information on where he goes. So Fame handles the 1v1 well, but my God, is Sib scary to shoot against.
It's a terrifying prospect. We saw him at Champs. You know, I think he's eliminated OpTic in an incredible sort of 1v2, 1v3 situation again. If it's in front of you, Sib will kill it. That's the way he does it. Boy is very, very dangerous in those one-on-one engagements. Great stuff, though, out of LAG. Fantastic composure. Now we see the quick bomb drop. Making their way over towards the A side of the map. They've got to win a couple of fights first. The Skyz is the man doing that.
Yeah, Estriel tries to get aggressive and play up on the tarp spot in the middle of the map, but just gets caught. It looks like Fame might get caught as well. He's going to try to stay alive underground, but wherever you go, you're going to have players on York potentially looking at you, and there you go. Sib on the chase, able to clean up the kill, and this has turned into a dominant round from the Subliners. Finally, able to get one in.
Pure slaying prowess there from the Subliners. Not a single hope from LAG. Opening break was basically stunted by those 2 kills early on from Skyz. Great stuff from them.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure. It didn't sound like a smoke ever came out. I think Estriel Lina just booked it up the middle of the map and hope he didn't get spotted, but Skyz a little bit too quick with it and chops him down, gets that early advantage. But now it's New York turns back on the attack. Certainly leaning over towards B Street. Can the nades connect on anything? Well, no one for LAG is being too aggressive on it, so dodge at least some of the nades and get through. And speaking of getting through, Hydra already behind you, didn't get spotted. Should be a guaranteed freebie at some point, or he just crosses the middle windows. What a psychopath.
He was the freebie, little did we know. Up close and personal, Estriel loses it to Sib. That's a 3 spree from him. From the break, slow things down. Skyz, wonderful awareness, the perfect hop at the right time. Gives the man advantage out of the Subliners. Pressure still on though. LAG far from over here, but they're still in the deep recesses of their spawn. No one really up close to stop this plant go down, let alone hit the retake. They've got a bit of work to do.
Fame needs to catch one. Has to catch at least. Wow, and nope, not going to get it. Kismet straight up guns him. The coverage right there, perfect. And New York Subliners has set themselves up for the 2nd round in a row. Skyz spots him out, gets a couple tags in, and the wall bang comes through. Efficient work. Kismet for the final 2.
And that's the importance of teamwork, you know. These positions are all in. Everyone has eyes on each other. You can't deal with these players individually. You got if DiamondCon gets an opportunity to run the way he's shooting, he's going to be an issue. Clean comms, clean execution there from the Subliners. You love it. Just like that, we've got a real game of Search on our hands.
Yeah. Also, Hydra is a crazy person. He tried to like sprint through helicopter through A, like in one of the early rounds, gets caught immediately, and he just goes right back and does the exact same thing and just dashes across mid window. So Hydra's certainly playing with confidence, and there he goes again, just flying forward, not a care in the world. Ezreal happy to take that first blood, but already evened up.
Nice nade as well. Oh, a sniff of Kismet there got away. He knows he dealt damage to Sib. He might not know it's Sib though. And now you slow things right down once again. Slight shuffle on the board for the pieces. As this little engagement won't go too far, but you can see that number 8. That's going to be Diamond coming to reinforce. Everyone in a position trying to help out. Oh dear, whose nerve cracks first?
This is the spot I think Ezreal's trying to get to early on. So as soon as you get in this spot, you can plant on B. You got your teammates for the coverage. One man up top. They're watching over you. So it's a mid-map split, and that obviously leaves things like the flank open to Sib. The opportunity to make the play. Does he check the corner? He does not, and he gets spotted and taken down. LAG with a setup like that. Win the 3v3. Consistently efficient on high-rise SMD.
It's a little bit of bad luck for Sib not checking that right corner, but either way, the setup from the Guerrillas, perfect work over that bomb site. Assault crisp shots at the end just to close out the round. They did not have the initiative. They did not have momentum. The Subliners certainly working from the back foot there. Another great round from LAG, and it's only a 1-round lead, but Charles, this is a lovely search so far.
Yeah, and I want to see what Hydra does this round too, right? Because he has just been like running full speed ahead every single round, and it looks like this time might slow it down just a little bit to cut to the middle of the map. So there you go. Hydra finally slowing down just a little bit. He's 1-4 playing for some kills, and LAG have more of a default setup here on defense.
I saw with the jump check there, he does see Skyz. Or Hydra might be in a position to get something here. Well, let's check this. He does. He saw the nade. He's aware. There's a Hydra around the corner. The timing's maybe paid off for him. He's schmoving, and it's an awkward fight, but it's a win. Hydra gets it. It's a 2v2.
I'll fake the kill cam as well. He took that deep. I don't know if anyone on LAG is going to turn around and worry about the spawn, but got to worry about Kismet too. He's darting away, trying to get a little bit closer to his teammate. Those two grouping up together.
Oh.
Kismet catches him well. This world champ duo putting in some serious work.
Fame though makes it a 1v1. Fame, not enough. Kismet stays alive, wins the battle. And I'm sure Sky's face was telling us there, but a happy round to be in for the Subliners. The finesse, the mechanical ability, the teamwork, keeping them going in that 2v2.
And you got to appreciate the adjustment from Hydra as well. He's been like first death in a few of these rounds. This is the one where he pumps the brake. He ends up being the last one alive and clutches it up immediately. Great work towards the end. Granted, only got a single kill. I know Kismet did the majority of the work, but nice to see the adjustment.
Heavy stack towards A. Woof. Plenty of explosions all over the place. Ezreal so close to falling early there. Are we going to go blow for blow once again? Diamond, hey, certainly does. Lands the frag onto Skyz.
That's a deep frag as well, so nice way to get that first blood, and still have plenty of time to work with. No need to overcommit. Smokes out for the B push, though. It's going to be Simp. Yet the trades are in. 2 players there for the gunny. 4 versus 2. Bomb not yet down, but again, LAG 100% success rate when they get the bomb planted.
And they're so good at this pressing advantage. They know they've got the numbers right now. Diamond once again, another strong kill on the round. Kismet straight into the site. Doesn't check the corner. Doesn't matter for now. And there's a bit of discourse there between the New York Subliners. Starting to get a bit frustrating. LAG is so good at maximizing the advantage here. They don't seem to lose these rounds.
No, not at all. Again, their offense has been completely ridiculous on high rise so far. Granted, only in 2 series, but it was against Toronto, now against New York. So these guys are looking phenomenal. And they have like different looks, it feels like, every single round as well. Just to sort of have that like delayed first blood coming through with the frag. So, well, there was no trophies for one side, all the trophies for B Street there, but Hydra finds it anyway. Looks like that hit down low. Trophy's not protecting that section, and that is a perfectly placed frag.
Bit heavy investment upstairs, but nothing down there. Life advantage, though, for the Subliners. What will you do with it? Assault over towards the B Street. Timing on this could be great. Hydra slips out. Damage still. No one there to help out either. Kismet might over-challenge here. Assault, lovely awareness. This is good map control from the Guerrillas.
Wow.
It's hard to control Hydra.
Yeah, it's a big win indeed. Ooh. Ready for it. Yeah, DC just dips out, worried about the trade. He's on a 4 spree as well, but just too many bodies, too many players rather, for New York Subliners to trap him in, and they chop down Fame as well. So similar to what LAG did the round before, just a frag grenade for the first blood and make sure you trade everything after the fact. Perfectly played, and honestly, again, the dancing between Kismet and Hydra, their chemistry unmatched.
It's unbelievable, yeah. Even with the LAG dealing the most initial damage and having the sort of life advantage, Subliners still somehow managing to pull it out. As the sun creeps its way across Hydra's face.
Can we get him some sunglasses? Like, that's right in his eye.
It's right in the center of his face now as time ticks away. Time's ticking away in this search and destroy round. Well, what? 9 now. 4-4. We're going blow for blow in this absolute banger. Kismet starts things off, and Hydra. Oh, he's crossed over in the right place, right time. It's a nice second kill from Kiz. Can he get the third as well? Bomb down as well for LAG.
This is so tough. This is also 3 rounds in a row where a frag grenade is able to get that first blood. So both teams efficient with the attack and nade usage, and this might just be an ace for Kismet that his teammates are not interested in giving to him. Kismet really starting to take over here on the S&D for the team. That is quite a few different rounds where he is the focal point in York Subliners' success.
That's a lot of sun. That's a lot of sun.
He's just tanning his nose.
There you go. 3 kills there on the round for Kismet. Hydra closing things out in the end. And again, a 1-round advantage, but here comes another attacking round for the Subliners. Map point for them to go up 2-0. We're going to double back with a smash with a glass. Watch out for all the explosives. Love this angle from Hydra. No one on the stairwell just yet, though. LAG still a little deep.
Now, first round in a long time. Everyone's been able to dodge the frags, but LAG, desperation time. You lost a nail biter of a map 1. There's a close map 2 thus far as well. Still a couple extra nades, though, just to check the down low spots, and nade doesn't connect. B site looks open for the moment. Smoke out for the mid-map cross, but that's going to be a fake.
It's a fake. They've gone for the right-hand side instead. Hydra now creeping, tiptoeing. The guns of LAG, they're up. They're looking towards the middle of the map. This might be their advantage. 40 seconds on the clock.
Still not comfortable to go for the bomb plant, though. They've cleared out the B side a little bit, but someone could very easily jump up. So Kismet and Sib start to make the move now, but Estriel for the first blood. That is a massive one to get. Less than 30 on the clock.
Eyes on Kismet as well. Plenty of time to still play with here. The defending team with the advantage. Nice one from Estriel. Finds his second on the round, and here we go. Assault gets his as well. Hydra flies into the fight, and it's not enough. It's now around 11. Oh, baby. The lights are brightest in these kind of moments. I'll stop with the sun jokes, I promise. It's nearly off his face. It's working its way towards the right-hand side. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round 11.
Got to get that gong noise ready. I don't know if we get to hear it through what we watched the things from. But...
I don't know. We might have. Let's go. Estriel's been the master of the first bloods in the last
year. It's again. Yeah, Fame did the exact same thing against Toronto. He was successful with it too. Yeah, it's going to be him and Estriel, I think.
Walking
looking for a little bit of noise.
On the furthest part of the map, Kismet with the jump checks. He will be able to see him. Not just yet, maybe. Yeah, he saw it, Fame. Backs on up. Game plan changed.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart decision from Fame to back down from that as well.
Yeah, you've not got a lot of cover there on the outside of the building. So clock's ticking. That's smoke in the middle of the map. Fast moves now with the bomb. Lots of nades being thrown. We're starting to run out of tacticals. And Skyz, he's been spotted. No one fights the guns just yet. Estriel, no first blood. Sib's there for it. Lovely bit of teamwork. The trade, though, from Fame. 3v3.
And that's bomb down, too. That is bomb down dropped in the spawn. You have to make an aggressive move to get it. And Subliners have just rotated through the other side of the map. And that's a world champ right there. Not Clayster. That's Kiz. 2v3.
Kismet takes a tumble. The bomb's been recovered. Fame's got it. 20 seconds to go. They have to make something happen. Onto the B-bomb site. Skyz will have eyes on it in a moment, but he's gone for the big lap. Catches Assault. 2v2. The bomb goes down. Hydra flies in, finds one. The teamwork is there.
He chows so
And it all comes down to Skyz, who takes the longest of routes, and it pays off. He catches Assault, and he's on the defuse. Round 11 goes to the Subliners.
Oh my God, that is so tough. 2 nail biter games. I don't know if Fame is like forced to have to fly out like that or not, but you know Skyz is behind, but like he is forced. He has to trade at least one of those kills. That is the first round I believe LAG has lost in Search and Destroy where they actually managed to get the bomb plant down and with the man advantage at that. New York Subliners world champ resolve in game number 1, world champ resolve in game number 2. Nail biter maps that we are having between these two teams, but Subliners barely coming out on top.
Even with Kismet throwing himself to what? The bottom of Al Mazrah or wherever, apparently it's New York City these days. I don't know. I can't keep track, but wow. What an unbelievable series so far. 2-second game of Hardpoint, a single round in Search and Destroy. What are we going to see in this game of Control, Charts?
Honestly, this is probably the game where we see a 3-0, like as close as it's been. This is just like, I don't know. We really get to test LAG's like metal though. Again, like they played incredibly well up until like the final maybe 30 or 40 seconds of the hard point, played incredibly well. And I mean, I think New York just ended up breaking them down in the Search and Destroy, but they're going against the world champ squad and playing phenomenally. Want to see if they can keep it up.
Crazy though. We'll find out what happens in our third map of the series. We'll find out if LAG truly have the resolve. What will break first, their bodies or their minds, as they go up against our world champions in game number 3 coming up after the break. It's High Rise, it's Control, this is the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
Well, we've seen some ish so far, ladies and gentlemen, in this series. Let's find out what happens in this game of Control. Very, very excited to get this underway and see how things go. Map 3 on its way, chance for myself and for yourself. I mean, we've seen a lot in our time in the Call of Duty League, but this one feels a bit nutty.
Yeah, I mean, these have been maybe two of the most competitive maps that we've had all year, like certainly in the ballpark at the very least. And depending, like if LAG can somehow force this to a game 5 and like we keep up this level of competition, one of the craziest series we've ever had. But so far it has been Subliners clutching up in those final seconds. And maybe as enough time passes, the sun just drifts farther and farther out of Hydra's face. So maybe he'll just get like powered up as the series goes further.
We'll see how that goes, but yeah, excited to see how the rest of this one goes down. And for LAG, man, I mean, I just can't get over how solid they've looked up against some of the toughest competition in the league. Like, literally second place and first place so far. It has been an absolute delight.
I'm very excited to see it. I mean, again, for LAG, it's just like, you know, the first map jitters exist for everybody. I would have to imagine for rookies, it's going to be like ramped up a bit. And again, when you have just a gauntlet of a schedule in front of you, it like takes a second to like really get the vibe flowing. So it certainly seems like LAG have bounced back a lot stronger. I know Fame specifically on Twitter was talking about needing a bounce back performance. And again, albeit 2 difficult losses, still played incredibly well on both of the maps as well. So I'd say the work is certainly there, and we'll just see if they can keep it up in Control. Because again, you're going against world champs and you're playing like this tight. My expectations for LAG have certainly been bumped up a little higher.
Oh my God, skyrocketed. I was not as impressed, I think, on day one. I think it took a bit of time for them to get going, but without a shadow of a doubt, things have really, really started to pick things up for them. And again, Diamondcon, incredibly impressive gameplay. You talked about this in the break chance, but I think, I'm not sure where you read it, but somewhere, Fame had a bit of a blunder in his opening match of the CDL way back on Elosilo, where he had eyes on an opponent and he didn't do anything about it. Very, very similar situation took place on that Karachi, I think.
Yeah, it slipped my mind. Someone I saw on the subreddit pointed it out, but it was quite literally, I mean, the one he had on Elosilo is one of the craziest things I think I've ever seen in a professional match, where there's a guy clear as day, basically in his pre-aim for a solid 10 seconds and just doesn't notice it. The one on Karachi, much more excusable. That is like heat of the moment. You're trying to check 37 things. You have to balance a lot. But yeah, Fame just on occasion, his eyes maybe space out just a little bit too much. But either way, still was shooting his gun incredibly well on the map. Yeah. Just one of those unfortunate moments that happens from behind.
I think it was Joedecieves. Was it Joedecieves from behind?
I think it might have been Joedecieves.
It might have been Joedecieves.
That good?
I think I don't know why, but I think I remember it being Joedecieves, and it was like, what you doing, my boy? Anyway, crazy. What will we see in this high-rise Control? God only knows. We'll find out. But as is tradition, New York, I think his Hydra is having a slight technical issue, taking me all the way back to Major 1 of the NW2 season.
Tradition for him. Wow.
Absolute tradition. I think a full 9.5 hours total he's got in his career. That's a made-up stat, of course, but we're almost ready to go, guys. Just get Hydra back up and running, get him plugged back in, get him switched on, so we can find out what shenanigans will go down in this high-rise Control. High-rise Control chance, Slay heavy. We're seeing the spawn trap, as we like to put it. Both teams spawn in the sort of deep, dark ends of the map, the furthest corners possible, and until they get to the light of day, it's an ugly and dangerous run to sort of get towards those points.
Absolutely, and I think we've only seen it maybe 2 or 3 times so far this year where like a round of Control gets one off of lives. One of those happens on a high rise, and it was actually the team on offense that's able to pull it out. So we talk about the spawn traps. They can absolutely be set up on either side, offense or defense, and I'm still expecting it to be a defensive sided map, but make no mistake, you can make some magic happen on offense. It just takes a little bit more effort to sort of string together.
It does indeed. Well, we'll find out how high-rise Control goes. I've seen a few people saying that this could potentially be a sort of an echo of how Fortress played in MW2. I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case. I think it's going to be it's way more balanced. You know, if you find the kills, you get out your spawn, you set up effectively, then you're good. But you know, anything can happen, and with I think the time to kill also really, really helps in this game. But we'll see how it goes. Subbase and of course Karachi, if we have to get that far. I would love to see a subbase between these two teams. Everyone's shooting fantastically right now. That is bound to be a very hard high engagement game. And the last time we saw LAG play this one against Toronto, it wasn't great. Love to see him do it again.
Well, I think their issue against Toronto, like we saw the stats from the desk breaking it down of like just a 0% hold rate that they had on that map versus Toronto. Like in the slaying category, it was relatively close, maybe like a 10 or 12 kill gap, which isn't ideal, but 10 to 12 kills does not equate over 100 points. So it was just a couple of those moments where they were ineffective about controlling the map. But if you have the learning experience, you're not going to learn like the best possible learning situation is a tournament. Right after that, it's the match environment. And then just behind that is scrim. So you have to imagine LAG immediately went to the VOD review to sort of break down sub base. So if we get there for map 4, I have again much higher expectations than I did previously for this team, but you do have to get there first.
It's just crazy to think this could be a 2-0 LAG situation right now. Like not comfortably,
insanely
but
close. Yeah,
insanely close. Like this is such an unreal series, and I think again testament to how well LAG and Subliners are playing right now. Because damn, really good stuff this early on in MW3. Promise you a good season, guys. It's only just begun. Plenty more COD still to be played though today. We've got many series to get through. The superb Sunday so far. Super Saturday is one thing. We got still a lot of matches to get through. Almost ready to go. I do believe Hydra is he's still just, I don't know what he's doing. I'm not even gonna pretend.
The sun melted his controller potentially. Like it heats up just enough, like towards the end might have been the issue. And also just to backtrack a moment, I don't know who is comparing High Rise to aBeZy. That's absurd. You can set up a spawn trap on aBeZy by taking 2 steps out of your spawn. You might be able to set the spawn trap up on High Rise, but as soon as any player dies, you have to run 30 seconds back to get across the map to sort of get back in position. So I don't know if we will ever see a map again that could compare to aBeZy control.
Be careful what you ask for, brother, because it's
not asking for it. Not asking for it.
In the meantime, we're going to throw to a very quick tech pause. Make sure Hydra's all good to go. And after that, it's high rise control. Don't go too far. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go, about to dive feet first into a Zarqwa Hydroelectric. I'm just you. Let's get in a high rise, baby. It's time to go. Hydra is hot to trot, and we've got our 2 teams raring to dive in a high rise control. Imagine that. Imagine if we just threw a Zarqwa on you. Imagine. What would you do, chat? What would you do? That's right. You just watch it and you'd be confused. That's right.
And we would swim. We would definitely do a lot of swimming. Also, I am very excited now to watch the flank/breakdown sort of hybrid thing that Zuma and Scump are putting together, because I noticed on Twitter, Zuma handing out red cards. Skyz getting flagged for a penalty. I don't know how this works, but Zuma, he has the power. I'm very excited, but that'll be a post-match thing we do at the end of matches today, but can't wait to watch that.
Yeah, no snakes up in this one. Here we go, though, over towards the top side of the map. And look at that. It's very purple in the kill feed. And it's also very purple over by the B zone. On attack, LAG first in. Diamond Con, Estriel backing him up. 2-man capture. First segment long gone.
Yeah, welcome to the left side of your spawn, by the way. This is where Subliners, it is not fun to have to get out of. No trophies, though, just yet. So if the nades are perfect, it looks like a lot of damage got done, but not enough kills coming through. So B zone captured. That is a beautiful start for the Guerrillas.
Fantastic. Those 2 boys, they ate enough shrapnel Oh my god. Oh, let's just keep going. This is a wide open map right now. LAG, go over towards A as fast as you can. They are kicking ass so far on high rise.
And they might be able to keep that ball rolling. Yep, Hydra gonna get spotted. Unfortunate, Estriel maybe just a little bit too slow. Ends up getting shot in the back. And maybe this is Subliners' opportunity to sort of turn the tides of the momentum of the game back towards middle map control. Hydra in a bit of a power position, but looks like LAG still on point. Kills still flowing their way, but what an angle. Yeah, Hydra power position indeed.
What an angle. Well, it's not over yet. We've had a nice bit of a lull for the New York Subliners to finally get some air in their lungs after the opening just onslaught from LAG. Estriel right back at it, and now he's in your spawn. Oh dear, this could get real ugly. Will he check every possible corner? He's got one player on spawn to deal with. Kismet came for the kill and found himself dead instead. Over to Sib now. Can Estriel keep this dance going? Kill number 4. Kill number 5. Kill number 6.
Good lord.
What a run.
There you go. Man's from Fayetteville, the rookie, popping off in a nice little highlight reel play. In the meantime, teammates on the objective. They got a trophy as well. Gonna be a slow capture, and, well, no more trophy. COD timing at its finest.
Good luck. Trophy ain't helping you against that. Damn. 1:15 on the clock. Paused. As DiamondCon keeps the kills going, Skyz finally punches a hole through the defense. Estriel taking care of as well. Massive work out of Mr. Bueno. They managed to drain the second segment on A as well. That was not completed. Good work, Subliners.
Yeah, I think maybe one of the rare times we've seen this year of the old decap of the progression that was made. So Subliners, again, going to do their homework, teamwork on point. Only 8 lives remaining, though. So if LAG can keep up the pressure again, 2 potential ways for them to win this offensive round. Down to 6 lives now for Subliners. Down to 5 lives now, maybe down to 4. Someone getting sent in for the kill. Another flank coming through for Fame. There's number 1. There's number 2. Lined up and good damage. Not a lot of kills, but also no respawns remaining.
But that's the second segment done, so at the very least 4 lives now remaining for the Subliners, and a wonderful bit of work for the final defensive round. If we have to go all the way, 3 lives left. The contest is over. Only 2 to go. 40 seconds, and this is still technically doable for the New York Subliners. Not over yet.
And I think if you'd rather lose on lives than tick progression, because you still want the defense. I would assume for round 5, teams might have different ideas, but we'll see if Subliners can sort of hold off, but just simply not likely. Hydra versus the world.
Take care of 2 of them. 20 seconds to go. There's the pinch, and LAG come out very hot in round 1.
I mean, make no mistake, Hydra is terrifying in those moments. Even him and Skyz for a 2 versus whatever. There is potential there, because when you get the kills, how deep that spawn out's going to be, but still an incredibly tall task. But LAG, again, another offensive round 1 where they're doing it off of like lives is how it goes through. You just set up the spawn trap and just drain the lives so quickly. So Estriel, nice little pop-off round. LAG playing incredibly well again.
Here we go. Jesus, son. Hydra. Whoa, my God. Well, ooh, not enough to close out the segment. A is still anyone's game. They're managing to get in there. The Guerrillas have got a little bit of work to do to get rid of that very, very strong start from the Subliners. Have oscillated right across the map towards B. Beautiful shots from Skyz as well. My God, they're taking it personally.
He's 14-4. How'd they lose the first round? Oh, yes. Civ 4-12, Kismet 3-11. I did not notice the kill differential there, but make no mistake, this man on your screen, Skyz Bueno. I know he gassed himself up saying he'd be the MVP this year, I suppose, trying to make his case.
Plays like this. A man is certainly invested in at least this map. Well, A's now completely made safe. B with a slow capture. Skyz still going 16-4. Keep an eye on that scoreline. We'll see if he can't make those stats get any bigger. Here comes the streaks. It's going to keep the B capture going because he's sitting his cheeks in it. Cleaning things up. A little bit of back and forth. Nice angle. Not able. Oh, yeah, he does get diamond cons. That's good enough for now.
That's a good play to get off the board as well. And nice little repositioning for the angle. Awkward fight. Gets the job done. And, I mean, he's on his 6th period again. So I guess one of those was the cruise missile. So he'll be a kill off of another cruise. That B zone is going to get captured. Extra minute added to the clock. Maybe bad news for the Subliners. You have Adam Assault basically standing inside of your spawn. So it's going to be difficult for these players to wiggle their way out.
That's not great. 1 life differential for now. Skyz still on an absolute onslaught. 18-4. Can they bring him down? I don't think so. Mr. Bueno's still rocking. 1:30 though on the clock. Plenty of time. Kismet starts to soften up the defenders. Now they're making the moves over towards the A side of the map. Sib doing his work as well. Chance, this is a fantastic, very slow approach from New York.
Yeah, he's trying so desperately to get this final kill. Again, one more, he's going to get the cruise, and yeah, eventually just reads it, actually. This is perfect. Just go on the full flank. He will be guaranteed at least one freebie. It's looking like he might actually be able to pick up 2. And the spawn kills may begin to commence. He just spotted at least 2, if not 3 different players. His teammates are dying around him. There's the cleanup, got the cruise, but gets traded out. So he might get the cruise, but for LAG, I think going to be happy for it. New York going to be working out of their spawn. However, Sib is working quickly.
It's difficult. If Skyz managed to get those kills with his teammates in position, that could have been a capture for now. Second cruise immediately invested right off a spawn. And here it comes. The missile. Whoa, it lands. Trophy doesn't do a whole lot there. Strill managed to get at least 1 out of it, but the attacking team still pressure is on. They're on to A. Here we go.
They just spawned in the window. They just spawned in a corner. Hydra's got him pinned down. Hydra pinned down, and maybe for the trades, down to 3 lives, and just like that, the Subliners dominant on attack. 2 for 2 on these attacking rounds. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the offense is the way.
Going flying in there, Assault. There's a contest. It's done. What the hell was that round? I'd love a replay of that cruise / spawn situation, but man, good golly, what in the... Nearly did it.
I don't know why they all spawn on the right side. Was there like a lot of pressure in the base? I didn't think so.
We have to do... I mean, it does sort of look like they're already in there.
Just hits in the window,
there it is.
too.
They both
Trophy
blow up.
It might just be a post-B zone being captured thing. Like after one gets through, you just sort of make that adjustment. So I clearly still have a lot to learn about control, but these 2 teams do not. Efficient work on offense. You got, by the way, Skyz Bueno, 22 kills in 2 rounds. I mean, this is a potentially record-setting pace that he is on. I think the kill record so far in this game is right about 38 by Nero. Absolutely double-check me on that, but Skyz right now, certainly the man to watch.
Yeah, indeed. Skyz still rocking. I mean, this has been such a fun series for just the most ridiculous sort of off-center COD things to happen. Work out Hydra. Minute to go here on the round.
Yeah, you have, again, New York. It looks like this time on defense, much more of a stranglehold on the map. So much pressure over towards like that helipad. And if you have helipad control, you can control both zones as well. So LAG, good luck getting out of your base here. Hydra basically with the perfect angle to chop these players down as they go. And now you got a Hydra in your spawn. Make sure you get rid of them. It looks like the down low spawns are good enough to take down Hydra. Kismet, though, for the easy cleanups. And this has been a much more typical round, I think, is what you might expect for the team on defense to be able to do, living inside of their base.
I mean, this is like, it's such a different look. 30 seconds to go. LAG have been completely stunned. Kids not able to stay alive for much longer. Are we able to get anywhere near the B zone? Super close, but there's too many Subliners players around it for now. Estrel's doing what he can, but Skyz posted up, ready to party. Clock's ticking. This could be a clean round. It's almost done. Nice shots out of Estrel on Diamondcon to find kills. There it is, finally on to B.
Well, with 11 seconds left, too, setting up the spawn kills. You do have 1 player that's going to be on the flank as well. So Hydra, maybe an opportunity to make sort of a late play. Or, I mean, hey, calling a cruise missile, that might do the trick as well. So kills popping up in the feed. Smooth moves on the cruise as well. He is taking... What a pilot. Doesn't kill anything, though.
What a pilot. Dodges all the pylons. All the big old cranes, gets out of the way of all of them. Does meet the trophy, though. Additional minute to play with. Will this be enough for the Guerrillas to get themselves back into this? It has not been that costly for them. Of course, like 15 and 14, the life count very even, but Skyz beaming 25 and 9 for Mr. Bueno.
Yeah, he is simply not missing. I'm honestly kind of baffled that the life count is this close with the fact that LAG spent so much time pinned in their spawn. Another underground flank, by the way. LAG not going to read it. Guaranteed freebie kill here on Diamondcon. And actually, Diamondcon, yeah, gets 1 kill before it happens, so that little hesitation might end up be slightly punishing, but it looks like only Assault has any sort of pressure on the map. LAG looking like not a lot is going to happen, and Simp catches him as well, so much more controlled here on defense for the Subliners.
Yeah, very much. This could be the turning point. Not only is it going to be match point, but it could be the swing they certainly needed for the Subliners. LAG have not been able to break through the defenses of A. No shenanigans. Magnificent work out of Skyz. Continues to put on an unbelievable show. 1 man there on A for a second, but it's over. 30 and 9. At the end of the 3rd round, Caesar, Skyz, Bueno. OMG.
And the way it feels, by the way, if this goes to a round 5, Skyz is almost like guaranteed to break the record. But if Subliners close it out here, maybe not so much. It'll be a little bit closer, but this will be what, the second or third cruise, the third cruise missile Skyz has earned this game alone, and Kismet got a cruise at some point as well. So LAG literally fighting for their lives. Explosives getting rained out of the sky.
Guys, it's been a blank check from the New York Subliners when it comes to ordnance. Nades over the top. Heavy B defense right now from LAG. Kismet's going to be the tip of the spear, the first man to find those entry kills, and if he can get any more, they will be able to get onto it, and that is it. The B zone, slow capture.
Ooh, nice angle though from Diamondcon, but does get traded out, and Subliners have enough pressure. Really only Assault they have to deal with, and he's pushed up past enemy lines, but this is just bad news, right? Hydra in your spawn, Dead Silence popped as well. Another 2 in the feed. He at least gets traded, but this B zone getting captured incredibly quickly. Fame gonna go for the chow, but Sid with the angle. Oh, not good enough for the nades though. There you go. Kobe from over top. B zone not secure just yet.
Oh, the old purple and gold. What a reference. Well, the goal line save is absolutely brilliant. You're going to keep the B zone safe for now. Hydra might be able to dip into A in a moment as he dips into the backside of Assault and cleans him up very, very quickly. Immediate dispatch. Trying to finish the B zone now. Subliners are committing to it. Diamondcon finds a kill. Will they find Diamondcon? Yes, Kismet does. He gets Fame. DC! What a burn from Hydra. That's going to be the B zone gone. 150 to play.
Yeah, style points as well, and just, electric shots. Chowing all one shot, he's chowing everything. You see Hydra finally falls in the feed, but that's just more time for the ordnance to come in through Skyz. Loves the window this time, off by just a bit, but I think that trophy might have been the saving grace anyway, and this time, heads up plays to not deal with that full flank. Fame able to catch one out. And LAG, maybe not nice and secure. Subliners still have a ton of presence on the map, but big wins out of Diamondcon. The 2-piece and the fault from Assault. Dealing with the spawners once again, but now I guess it's Hydra behind enemy lines. So Subliners always opportunities to make these plays, but it is not easy to execute.
Will we see a final round? Will it be a Subliners victory right here and now? LAG trying to stay alive in the series. At Hydra flank though, it's working out slowly. Look at him on the mini-map, he's prowling. Damage done. Oh, he's been spotted, but it's too late. The trade's there, well played from Fame. 50 seconds to go, the Subliners, another attack on its way.
That's like a 45-second life for Hydra as well on that flank, and might only get 1 kill, but then Sib comes and responds and picks up a big 2, tags up Fame as well, and now you got Skyz trying to be a turret, but LAG, again, the theme of the series, they are battling right now, trying to force that round 5.
Nice work out of Assault. Oh, clean 3 kills. All the Subliners are down and out. Back into spawn they go. Here comes the heavy hit. Estriel trying to be the front line. Catches his first. We saw them do this a few rounds prior. This time, Subliners right on top of it. Skyz with a suppressing fire just to give his boys some space. Get those submachine guns forward. 20 seconds on the clock.
Well, knows one is B Street as well, so you got Diamondcon a little bit of information. You have Assault playing a deep spot as well. So this is just a full map spread, but maybe a small opening on the top side, but the trades are just rolling through rather. And Subliners simply too far away. That's going to be 3 guns staring at Sib on the outside of the map, and LAG clutch up. And as we have had tradition, I suppose, in this series, might be a nail biter of a finish.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What are we about to watch? Final round here in control. I mean, is this statistically like the closest series we've ever had in the CDL? If we go to another hard point and it's another 2, I mean, it's not Christmas yet, boys and girls.
The way it's been, it was a 1v1 for the round 11 that it comes down to. Is a little 2-point game and a final rotation in the hard point. If this just turns out to be another sort of like 1v1 sort of situation, then yes, like the closest series maybe ever. It can't get closer.
This is it. Here we go, though. Subliners get defense. My God.
Lord.
My God. Lovely work out of Estriel. What a start he's had in this round. On to B. Here comes the capture. Kismet. Woof, with a pistol up close.
Yes, a big trade as well, because things may be getting a little bit dicey. LAG, we've seen they can be successful, stay on the map. Like, you think the New Yorkers would be used to the high-rise sort of environment. They are struggling right now.
Unless that was, I don't know what kind of spawn he's trying to get. Either way, Pandemonium. B-Zone's on its way out. Two-man stack for now. LAG are on it. Kismet going to fly through the front door, looking to find the kills, gets one. Sabah gets the second.
Okay,
That's fantastic
yeah,
timing. But you do get the first segment at the very least. Clock still ticking, though.
I'm starting to think jumping off the map for the Subliners just like gives them extra powers because they ended up clutching that round as well for the search. Kismet, by the way, 10 objective kills, putting in some serious work, but I got Flame working through the back, has Skyz right in front of him. There's the two-piece, there's LAG, the opening, the slow capture on A, and potentially some spawn kills as well. Nice. A bunch of damage being done, and he gets out with his life. Fame right now, heroics inside their base.
Fame locking it down. This is a B and an A capture at the same time with double dipping, folks. Fame! Ooh, nearly the second. Progress at A as well. Assault keeps the play alive. Here comes the contest potentially. Now Estriel is there. 32 seconds on the clock. You're still capturing both points at the same time. The second segment of B gone. The second segment of A gone. There are 2 segments remaining in the map.
And it's 13 lives remaining too, so there are so many ways they can win this right now. Another two-piece gonna come through Hydra. Too many directions to look, too few lives remaining. B zone secure and only 1 tick left at A. LAG, it's been a nail biter every time. They have to get this one done.
They're trying. DiamondCon letting it rip. Second kill in a row. Onto the zone, starts the capture. This is it. This is Helm's Deep for the Subliners. LAG holding it down. Big win on a Hydra. DiamondCon still kicking. It's done.
GG.
I don't believe it. The LAG squeeze it out in the end.
Yeah, these guys are playing something fierce right now. Nail biter of map 1. In my mind, I was thinking after a loss like that in the hard point that they would just get rolled over in the S&D. That's sort of where my headspace is working with. No, they actually battle. They force a round 11. They lose a heartbreaker again in the round 11. And I'm thinking, can they bounce back? Yes, indeed they can. They win the control and they pop off as well. I think Skyz at the end of round 3 had 30 kills already. He gets shut down in the final 2. Don't get me wrong, his number's absurd. 6,700 damage, out of control, 31 non-tradeds. This guy's absolutely ridiculous, but in the final 2 rounds, Fame started to pop off. Estriel played phenomenal as well, but a nice, solid collective effort across the board for LAG. We got a battle on our hands, Miles. Maybe one of the best series we have seen so far this year.
Hey, it's an absolute treat. Final few seconds here. Everyone was doing their work. I saw the highlights. My God, I mean, just the last few moments that we saw in that game of control. High Rise has grown on me very, very quickly indeed. This has been an absolute delight. Incredibly close matchup.
It's just a lot of different options, like just for the fact that, like, you know, when you're on offense, you're never like heavily committed to the spawn trap in terms of sending your entire team in the mix, but they always have one guy, if he gets the opportunity, get in the windows, put on the pressure so the kills roll through, get double capture pressure on the point. So it really is a sort of eclectic map where a lot can happen. And obviously just a ridiculous amount of things you have to keep up with. The nades, the line of sights, like it is absurdly difficult to play.
I mean, kudos again to LAG. I mean, the endless bombardment, whether it was the cruise missiles, whether it was the nades, whether it was the long-range gunfights. We saw some unbelievable displays of skill from the Subliners individually. I mean, 2 pieces like this from Kismet, lethal work. Fame, great work on the backline. Estriel had that nice sort of 6 spree. It was constant work from each member of each team.
I mean, imagine that. Was that 5 cruise missiles that the New York Subliners earned throughout that game? Skyz with like 3 or 4 of them. I know Kismet had one as well. Like, have we ever seen a team get that many kill streaks and lose?
I don't think so.
It's a rare sight, but again, LAG, just the difference a day can make, I suppose. Really battling in this series, and again, incredibly close. When they played on sub base either yesterday or the day before, they got blown out by Toronto. I think a 0% hold rate they had on every single hill. They were unable to control anything. They weren't massively down in the slang department, which is good news. And I suppose this is an opportunity of like, how quickly can these guys learn? I know Kismet spoke about it in an interview. New York Subliners did have like sort of a 4 or 5 day late start to the year, so they're like a tiny bit behind, which is why in like the coaches poll they were like a B tier team. So they're going to be learning quickly as well. I mean, world champs, you still have to favor them in the series, but LAG certainly have done their part. They have made this interesting.
I'm so excited to see how they play this one out, because they're in not necessarily an entirely different team, but man, just how great and how close this series has been. Now, how close this series has been, our boy Wilfred Dooley on Twitter says, well, actually, Toronto Ultra won a 3-0 in Vanguard by by a total of 3 points. 250, 249 map 1, 6-5 map 2, and a 3-2 in map 3. That is unbelievable. Great find there, Walker. Thank you very much for that one. But this one's a little different, baby. We want to get full.
Right. That's typical for like the 1 point difference in the hard point. But even for that series, like, did it come down to a 1 versus 1 in the round 11 for the S&D? Like, maybe it was that close. And same thing, like a 3-2 round count. Does it tell the whole story? Because I know that final round, LAG pretty much had their number. But the fact that they're dealing with that many cruise missiles, the fact that they're dealing with Skyz with like an MVP performance and still got the win, like, it is a nail biter. So those are two fantastic options to sort of work with. However, this series is still going. Like, it wasn't a 3-0 win for the team that came out on top. So maybe LAG, again, maybe they don't want to keep it close. They want to maybe 100-point club New York Subliners. But the way this series is played out, that's not going to happen. It's going to be another close one. It has to be.
It has to be.
Feels like it.
I guarantee no one saw this series being this close. Everyone was like, it should be a 3-0 based on what we saw the other day with the way LAG played Toronto. Today is a very, very new day for those boys. LAG, what a comeback it was. And we'll see if they can keep it going, because this sub base should be very, very fun indeed. We'll see again, small map, very close spawns, some machine gun players having a lot of fun, AR players will have a lot of fun. Expect high engagements, high octane gameplay. And we'll find out if LAG can make it either extremely close or push it to a game 5, because that would be a lot of fun as well. This series has been very, very memorable indeed. Can't wait to see this on the breakdown /flank a bit later on today. That's going to be a blast as well. Man, Charles, what a day of COD.
It's been great so far. I mean, what, the first series we had a game 5 round 11 reverse sweep. Now we're just following up with LAG, the quote like D-tier team, going against the world champs and performing incredibly well. So I mean, look, it's what, day 3 of the CDL for the 2023-2024 season. So getting off to a hot start, and like Subbase is one of those wild maps that when the series has played out like this, I'm very excited to watch this. Like, this could be out of control. Maybe an extra sort of back pocket idea to keep in the back of your mind as this plays out. Certain hills, you just need your trophy player to get there first. Like the trophy battles on, I believe, P4, maybe P5, where the big box is, and sort of like the L section of the map. I hope this makes sense to people. If you don't have a trophy there, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, the nades will absolutely ruin your day. So trophy battles, an incredibly key factor here in Modern Warfare 3.
That crate is full of Monster Energy, by the way. Just full.
Not enough. That's good enough for one tournament for the CDL.
One tournament for the CDL, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Right there, baby. And all of it coming out of Subbase, delivered by Sub from Mr. Monster Energy themselves. Here we go. Into the hard point.
Chilled as well.
Dude, everyone's shooting so good. This is, I might put the feet up for this one, chance.
Diamondcon has been unreal. I mean, again, even Estriel and Fame, I think were two players that definitely struggled a little bit against Toronto. They've kicked up as well. So, again, a little bit more experience for the sub duo trying to make moves. This is the God Heady, by the way, is the call out you're going to hear from teams. So that power position from Diamondcon pays off. A little bit extra time here on P1. And again, they didn't get to the hill first, sort of those disadvantageous spawns, but LAG taking full advantage. They have really put the pedal to the metal.
They really have. Great start. Can they keep it going, though? That's where the Subliners are coming into play now. The second hard point here in our rotation. Go to the inside of that lovely big snow-covered hangar. Salt doing what he can to take care of these players on the outside. It's the approach towards it that's going to be important as he runs through Sib. Garage is up for business. Subliners are in. Magad.
Oh, yeah, beaming as well. Love to see that headshot multiplier coming through if you're an Assault fan. And as the trophy as well, if they get the clearance, they will have sort of that utility defense. And there's number 4, there's number 5, thinking about the cruise. Trophy on the point, spawning them out. Diamondcon's got the flank. LAG, again, consistently, these guys are playing phenomenally well.
The break is on. This could be kill number 6 if Kismet decides to get involved. Assault shooting. No wicked work there. Nice teamwork. No cruise. 3 members are in. It's Drazah. Oh, God, no, it's true. We got to finish that kill sign. That's another 3 dead. Breaks in. Subliners have the point.
Yeah, my bad on the caster. Skyz playing phenomenally well, just in turns everybody getting gunned in that moment and no cruise. But LAG, what we saw in the Karachi, very consistent with the breaks. They've had 2 good opportunities as well on this moment to make that magic happen. And a lot of dancing going on in those top windows. Someone getting sent in for the kill. Diamondcon and Assault, perfect coordination. Get the break and maybe force out those deep spawns, or maybe the player will just spawn right behind you. Awkward pinch is going to be coming through.
The fall out of one hard point into the other one. The dry dock now, ready to roll. Skyz, oh, he's behind. ISO. 3 dead. We'll take that. Estriel Gets caught out again. Hard point now once again in the hands of the Subliners. But the way things have been going, folks, you would expect LAG to come in with an iron fist and start smacking asses. There they come.
Yeah, now you get what? Kismet in the top third power position. But this is just a hill that's like so difficult for either team to stay alive. LAG, that will be the 4-man wipe, but spawns that are still difficult to read. Yet number 4, Skyz, spawn out towards P2. Everybody else towards the long side of the map. But either way, it's looking like scrap time collected by LAG. It'd be about a 40-point game going towards New, but this is a money hill we're going towards.
Oh, God.
Hydra's going to be there first, but I don't know if Hydra's a trophy player, so it's just going to be a gunfight between him and FaZe, potentially for the control. Hydra, almost as expected, is able to win it. Now it's just desperate to try to get a trophy near him.
Yeah, there it comes. Whew. Good job, Simp. Fantastic timing, sir. Hydra was asking for it. You can see the comms furious. Now Skyz trying to make the mid-map safe as possible, and safe it is. 3. The last man alive, Diamondcon, does go down fighting. Manages to catch another one. Diamondcon once again. The gun skill is there, but they're lining up for Hydra. That's a lot of damage dealt. Trophy's now long gone. Here comes the approach. LAG are into the tunnel. One step closer to the point. Kismet guns down another. Not able to get there. This was the money hill chance, and so far the New York Subliners are cashing out.
Oh, that's tough too. Sid was trying to go on a rotation to sort of shoot the players in the side and middle of the map, but his teammates just fall in the hill, so a bit out of the picture. And again, for LAG, it was a similar story on Karachi, where they have the smallest of leads and are fighting tooth and nail just to maintain it, but they get the break on this hill exactly when they need it once again. But on that rotation, Hydra, either on spawn or on a deep flank, has found himself behind enemy lines. LAG, well, if they didn't read it before, the shots coming through, definitely going to help them out now.
Great work, Hydra. Second, yeah, beautiful stuff. Look at that turn. Expecting the push. Nobody there, though. Hard points up, 45 to go. A little dry so far. Both teams vying for position, and Kismet battling his way through that warehouse. Quick contest. Hydra, smoothest of moves. The kills are there. Subliners with the time.
Yeah, he is so fast on the map. Good lord. Yeah, flying through. And that's just efficient work. That's a 4 spree as well. Hydra 15 kills. Sun finally out of his eyes. Maybe powered him up just enough because he has been elite so far on Sundays.
The Sun be praised. Shout out to the Subliners socials. 4 dead. Massive work out of New York. This is a lead change for sure. And they're looking for the rotation as well. Mid-map's going to be all theirs in a moment. They've got the high ground covered. They are set. Here comes that lead change.
Yeah, and this is going to be Kismet's new home. He can just live here, catch these players off spawn. If his teammates get the kills, I was going to say Kismet can funnel them up through the top windows, but they end up just falling. So again, for LAG, they were in a bit of a tough spot, but they just blew away there through long. And I'm getting that break on P1. And again, the smallest of margins, they are maintaining this lead.
Yeah, just sensational for both teams on the breaks and the holds. Here we go, though. New York Subliners, couple of kills. That's all down. They've got a bit of an advantage. Let's go for a listen in with the New York Subliners.
Every time, someone get Røkkr. Can someone get Røkkr? No, Dante, can you look Røkkr? Can you look Røkkr? Yeah, no, you need to hold my comms. You need to hold my comms. I'm playing in front. Yo, top comes. Abuzah me. Yeah, I have Røkkr. You killed that guy fast. Top comes, help me. Yo, top white. He's trying to play around for me, right? Nothing Røkkr. One of them comes. Top white dead. Top comes. Nothing Røkkr. No, P5. What's all? He's going square right now. Bottom comms, that's true. Square, I'm gonna hit pitch this time. Hit old. Assault's in the back right, okay? He might be time. Comes. Assault, let me see Assault. Triple. Weak. Nice. On time, looking for one. They're pushing through. Alright, watching the cross river. One top third. Yep, mid. Top third. One shot dead. One more. Nice, every window. Heard. Yo, top rails window. Rails dead. Tower and square. Top snow. Alright, here. Tower and square. Yo, back snow on me. Weak. Back snow dead. Top tower. Last one. Nice. Yo, no. Heavy. My bad. Rails jumping up. Center weak. No one rails again. Assault. Yeah, I need to be L1. Center, guys. Stairs on me. Stairs into the hill. Top right. Long stairs. Two front. Yo, 2 on time. I spawned out. Rails going set. Tools. Rails inside door. I have the third jump. I'm not sure. I'm pitch rails right now. Speed on me. And hill dead. No one hill. Diamond weak. Someone else play new. Snow. I'm living. Really good time. One shot though. I'll kill this guy. He's backing up. Backed up. He ran away. I'm gonna push him out. Yo, just play time.
LAG has certainly faced every possible piece of adversity they could throw out this series, and now they deal with a Hydra on fire, 24-13 for the world champion.
Yeah, and that's really the worst of it, right? Like, they were able to shut down the Skyz masterclass, like, eventually, but they had to work for it. But, I mean, the New York Subliners, again, a very deep roster. They are going to push LAG to the limit. But for the moment, again, fighting tooth and nail, LAG on the actual sub time. This is the maybe most difficult hill in the game to collect time on. And you see it doesn't last very long. New York with a very quick bounce back as they're doing their very best to get every single second they possibly can. But as difficult as it is, that is going to continue. Final 20 seconds. Maybe not even collected by LAG. Again, Fame will do his best to stay alive, but it is not easy.
Hydra, Hydra, Hydra. All in the feed. Everyone's doing their part. Final 10 at this point. We're going to say goodbye, go over to that dangerous little tunnel once again. This was a great early rotation from the New York Subliners the first go around, and this time, it might be there as well. Kismet in.
Okay.
Quick trades all the way through. There's the battle. And it's going to be the members of LAG in control.
Yeah, they just read it too. I was about to say, Kismet's like waiting sort of in a dark corner, waiting to jump in for the kill. But even with that pressure, it is going to be the Subliners towards New first. So about a 7-point game as this hill pops. And New York Subliners, this is your best opportunity you've really had to run the score up. You got all guns ablazing, get the kills towards the middle of the map, you get the trophy on the backside of time, and now you have that consistent play. Kismet going to go through the flank, through the middle of the map, shoot all these players in the side. This is sort of that New York funnel and very successful setting up. But LAG just bully their way through the front again. They just break you down exactly when they need it. LAG always fighting.
The play looks so perfect, and all of a sudden Skyz is left alone, and now they're trying to battle their way back in. Final 10. It's not going to get them too close to it. We are almost there for a lead change. Deep rotation from Hydra. Top left-hand side of the minimap. He's gone all the way around.
It's the exact same play. It's the exact same play he made the last time around. And, well, I mean, a gunny like that doesn't make it easier to stop, but this time gets red, so you don't have to worry about that deep flank just yet. But it is topside spawns from York Subliners, so you're going to constantly be able to put this pressure on the pinch. But LAG right now responding perfectly. Headshots being collected in the feed. Stuns on point. Teamwork on point. Guerrilla warfare going crazy right now.
My word. Over 230 seconds ago on this point. Assault locking it down. Fame over by the propane tanks. Eyes on these players to the left of him. Nice nade slows him down. Catches one. Oh, Sib's heavily tagged. 220 now and climbing. Massive work out of LAG. Skyz on the flank as well. It is non-stop action all over the place. 3 now dead for your boys in purple.
Yeah, just like that, the 4-man wipe too. Even off spawn, you are just getting annihilated. You don't have a moment to breathe in this game. Nice little 4 times multi-kill for Skyz. Maybe you can think about a cruise. That might come in handy for the late portion of this game. But everyone right now vying for power positions. Hydra again going on the deep flank for top 3. But in the meantime, a few of his teammates are falling. Kismet, how big is that cheek? A little bit too big. Assault cleans you up. And LAG, well, not able to get that time. Just trying to keep New York out.
Finally, we see the crews from Hydra soften these players up in mid-map. No cover there. Will there be a trophy? It does. Defeats the missile. Now over to the hard point once again. Subliners are in, but the high ground is still dominated by members of LAG. Trophies now in the point. Skyz and Kismet to find the kills, to find the time. They will be able to take the lead back if they maintain it here. Skyz loses the battle on the top side of the map. Open hard point once again. Chance. 20 seconds to go.
And how do you read these spawns? Like, they're spawning on both sides of the map, but the Subliners dealing with the chaos. DC, the last one near the point. You got Hydra there for the cleanup kill. You can't win here. 10 seconds. We are going to have an effectively tied up game going towards P2. One team will win it here. It is LAG. They had a 0% hold rate against Toronto. They need this hold here for the game.
Teacher's pets, you can certainly say the homework has been done. Over to the garage once more. LAG are in. Final few seconds. Got to get going. Subliners through the window. Skyz send it. Just the contest at the very least. It's not going to happen. This has got game 5 written all over it. Through the window. You name it. They're all done. What a series this is. And look at the LAG players. They are absolutely turned.
Going mental in those player cams, and they have literally dealt with it all. They got to deal with Skyz getting red carded in P1 on Karachi for a 2-point L. They got a round 11 1v1 loss as well. Devastating fashion. They fight back. They battle on control. They deal with the 5 cruise missiles that get called in. They deal with the Hydra potential masterclass performance there on sub base. But just like Skyz, they slowed down Hydra as well. Not an easy feat, but by God, like nobody predicted we're going to a Game 5.
Game 5. Who'd have called it? Not me. Look how close this series has been. Subbase the only outlier there, but Karachi Search and Destroy to decide it between the New York Subliners and the Los Angeles Guerrillas. In this coast-to-coast throwdown, we have seen it all. I can't believe this, but Charles, I mean, what a night of sleep and a bit of VOD review can do for a team. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. We're going to a quick break. We come back, boys and girls. Game 5. What a series this has been. You do not want to miss the exciting conclusion of this one. And if you do, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. We'll see you in a minute.
Sure, yeah.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Well, we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5 between the Los Angeles Guerrillas and the New York Subliners. MW3. Absolute treat. 2 Game 5s on the day. Last one was a banger. It was an invasion search and destroy with the North, was it the Carolina Royal Ravens? God, I'm absolutely faded up against the Vegas.
Great state, by the way. North Carolina, top 5 state.
Here we go, though, into this one. DiamondCon, what a series he's had. My boy, absolutely brilliant work. Welcome back to the league, son. And over to Karachi we go, Johnson. I just don't know where to start with this one. Anything could happen. We've seen it all. It's far from over. Game 5, here we go.
I mean, you know, there's people joking on the timeline that LAG are up like 4-0 in this series, and I completely understand the sentiment.
As well.
I would say, like, LAG, like, no matter what happens in this final map, you have to walk away from this series happy. Like, I know New York Subliners got a bit of a late start. They are certainly far from their final form, but for, you know, people already saying to blow this roster up, LAG have just come in and been absolute monsters so far in this series. But a brand new look on Karachi. DiamondCon has been the standout player on this team, and him and Fame working together already have that first blood.
Big fan. That's the second there from DiamondCon. So heavy advantage right now for the boys of the LAG. Sib and Skyz, the 2 S's remaining there for the Subliners. We'll see if they can find anything here. Sib with that high ground has a brilliant view down that street. The way everyone's shooting, I would not want to face either DiamondCon or Assault in a situation like this.
Yeah, they're trying to get Skyz up to make a play. Skyz is doing his best to work up the map with the coverage, but not going to be easy. And Fame, better gun for the job, shuts one down. And
oh my God,
I got Skyz dancing between. This would be a 1 versus 4. He has gotten out. Unfortunately, does not have that bomb. It's going to be down in a very precarious situation.
And he pulls 2 of them out, though. 30 seconds to go. Fame just on the other side of that. Tiny little broken apartment. Bomb recovery. Does he check it? No, he does not. Fame secures the round. LAG up by 1.
Yeah, just such a difficult situation there for Skyz. Maybe check the corner, but with a, you know, time ticking down, you got the noise clicking in the background. Not a whole lot you can do. And the face is a little bit more serious now on the Subliners. They've been bouncing back and forth, but LAG remain unchanged. Those boys don't blink.
Don't blink, don't miss. Then don't lose. Nades up. See if that lands. It does indeed. Good connect. Trophy's going to be in position now as well. Hydra's got himself that top AC position again. Fantastic view of that broken building, but nothing behind him. Fame's got mid-map now wide open, able to make a bit of a move. Civ trying to answer back. Damage down. Wow. Assault's picked him out of Sky.
Oh, dear.
My God, it's all down to Skyz. Again. Can he do it this time?
They're just running him over, man. Literally just sprinting at him, getting these kills. Skyz now again a clutch spot. This is a player that can absolutely pull something off, but has such a long way to go.
No lethals, no tacticals. But 1v2. Dramatic change of position, checking every possible avenue. Check that close right. Lovely gun skill, not enough. LAG 2-0.
This has just been destructive. These first 2 rounds out of control. I mean, we've only seen LAG on Search and Destroy on High Rise, but they have basically different looks every single round, different default setups, new game plans being brought to the table. So this is a creative team that has certainly done their homework. We have yet to really fully scope out how dangerous they are in Search and Destroy, but certainly looking like something fierce early on Karachi. It looks like that bomb for the Subliners. They don't want to go to B this time. Straight over towards A. It's going to be a 3-man hit.
Yeah, it's all on Estriel to basically deal with all these players. He's just chilling out on the bottom side of the restaurant here. There's one. And here comes the comms. He's going to pass that information over the bomb. Want to get planted. Oh, nearly. The timing could have been sensational. Either way, information passed over. Skyz over the 2-piece. You'd love to see that for the Subliners.
And these comms are a little bit mixy as well. A couple players able to get out. Yep, Skyz just dancing with the devil, but gets away with his life. Has already made the play on the round. And Assault might have all the information, but you just don't have enough men to try to make something happen. Him and DiamondCon want to go crazy, but the trade's rolling through. And just not enough time on the clock. So there you go. Nice little bully strap for the Subliners out towards A. Isolate a single player and make sure you execute after the fact. Subliners able to get one on the board.
I do believe that was an ace for Skyz as well. These are the first kills he got. Beautiful work there on Estral. Immediate turn and burn. Fame didn't stand a chance. Great work. Caesar Skyz bueno.
Yeah, he's done a really good job of being like an aggressive playmaker as well. Even when the rounds like weren't working for them, we saw in Karachi like Sid watching over him going in for the kills. So
he's got 8 kills.
This guy's 8-2. Yeah,
he's
good
got
lord.
8-2. It's 3 donuts for his team. Subliners.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
It's insane. Lovely nade. That's done. Oh, it does connect as well. So a lot of information passed over. Comms be popping. Sid picks him up. Hydra there, and oh baby, the New York Subliners. They are back with a vengeance.
Yeah, back in your spawn as well. This is the aggression they love to play with. Assault. I mean, certainly looks like he knows where he's at in that deep corner, but 2 versus 4, they're going to be working with.
He's hacking.
He does check it. Should be the freebie. There you go.
There you go. Man advantage New York Subliners. For how long? Actually, for a long time. That's a lot of shots. Kismet should have this. Oh, wow. Wait, DiamondCon's going to get away. Still a 3v2. Bit of a shuffle now from the lineup with the Subliners in the middle of the map. This could get awkward. There's Assault. Yeah, real awkward. Oh, Assault somehow stays alive. 2v2.
And you shut down Skyz. You are feeling fantastic about that. The A-bomb site more or less open, but you imagine Sim and Kismet going to be a little bit quick to try to get that approach going.
Oh my God.
Window opens, though. That's horrible timing. And Assault in the perfect spot does get traded for the 1v1.
DiamondCon gets the bomb down at A. Kismet has gone the wrong way. Assault, a lucky round, a skillful round, a bit of magic, and he's given DiamondCon the chance to clutch. And DiamondCon, oh my God, they're going to run into each other! The pistols! They had no idea that kind of fight was on its way, and Kismet somehow comes out on top. What a unbelievable turn of events.
Oh, man.
Subliners tied up 2-2.
My God, stone cold bulldog in this moment. I mean, that is the moment where you just need him to make the play, because LAG, I mean, they are just moving around the map.
Come
a 2v4
on.
potential clutch could have been devastating, but there's the look from his perspective. 2 clean bursts and the headshot to boot.
Oh my
Just
God.
A little bit faster.
That it was a fraction of a second faster, and Kismet gets the kill. You do so much good work from Assault. LAG unable to capitalize. Bulldog gets it. Centering pays off. 2-2.
Oh, and look at this as well. It's going to be 3 men over towards A. Maybe just chunking a bunch of nades to make some noise. Maybe for the bait, because the bomb's over towards B. And LAG, it looks like 2 players instantly respond to make moves over towards A. And maybe just sort of dancing around in fountain. So maybe a partial bait. It looks like a sort of 50-50 spread across the map. New York Subliners trying to catch a player off guard.
Again, you're hoping to find nobody in any of these dark corners. You don't want to make a move. You're going to let the clock run down, especially for LAG. Defensive team right now. If a clock strikes 0, they win the round. Kismet making a little bit of noise. Fame's going to have this kill easily. Skyz, though, might be able to help out. This is great patience, especially with the first blood there from DiamondCon. Oh, Skyz. Here comes the hit. Fame can't stay alive for long. Beautiful work from the Subliners to make it a 3v3.
Hydra good spot as well. I was going to say, might be able to try to make a play on the flank, but he's going to be a thorn in their side. Get the information on him. He's annoying until you know where he is, and Hydra sort of opens up the map just a little bit to get that bomb planted. And with Skyz in a position like this and a kill like that, massive advantage now in this round.
Hydra on the flank. Magnificent holds from the Subliners. Completely dominate the south side of Karachi, and now 30 seconds remain. Assault in a nearly impossible situation. The beamer ain't going to help you there. The Subliners take the lead.
Yeah, and that's the sort of clean round that they're looking for, right? Like that coordination. I can't remember who jumped over the wall, but with Skyz over top, as soon as you get that intel and tags up on Fame, 0 time wasted, hop the wall, make the play, get the bomb down, and Hydra also perfectly timing when he gets active over on the other side of the map as well. So efficient work by the Subliners. A couple rounds in a row going their way, and of course, everybody getting off the donut to this point, minus Estriel.
Double nade, slightly off on the timing, but they should still land. Hey!
No, got it. Yeah, perfect.
Magnificent. Fame eliminated. It was Kismet who hopped the wall last time, so he's having a fantastic run so far. 5 spree, Hydra. Okay. Unbelievable kill onto Assault. Immediate smoke leaves everyone there on LAG guessing. Kismet now backs up. 1 minute to go. Huge advantage, Subliners.
I mean, close range gunfight, I guess, for the Rival 9 in that moment, but I feel like that's maybe only a few players in the world win that gunfight, as Adam Assault had it pre-aimed, but 2 versus 4, Hydra just in prime position to get either kill, but you got that one win for Estriel on the board, looking for a 2 versus 4, but unfortunately, I think Sib might just close that door.
Yeah, it's a perfect trap set, that tiny little square, the chicken coop area, the little marketplace here on Karachi. Diamondcon now fighting for his life. 3v1 spot to be in. Very, very difficult. Back-to-back rounds for the New York Subliners. The trap was set. They had full map control. What a win from Hydra. What a win that was.
And, you know, it's not that LAG necessarily did anything wrong. I think what they had most success on high rise, it's when they were catching Hydra and shutting them down. I mean, Hydra, I think, had 3 first deaths on that map. Hydra's right back to being confident, flying straight at you. And if he's winning gunfights like that, understandable why. And of course, Kismet in the mix as well. A kill off of a cruise.
Cruise very handy dandy.
Oh, and here he's going to get it.
Yeah, oh, he's getting it. My God. Ruthless. And faultless confidence right now. Hydra finds himself his second of the round, and what a kill it was. That is disgraceful. Fame now 1v4, and this is looking rather dire for LAG. Same spot he was in the previous rounds. Kismet has a present for him, and perfectly dodged, but good luck, Fame. This is not gonna look good, especially with a submachine gun. New York Subliners match point.
And, you know, mixing this early on, LAG gets a couple rounds on board, and then all of a sudden the bully happens. Like, Kismet wins that 1 versus 1 against Diamondcon. Momentum clearly shifted. These have been dominant rounds where Subliners seemingly can do nothing wrong. Kills just falling into their laps. LAG, their work absolutely cut out for them. They got a long way to go.
Yep. The download is complete. The Subliners have analyzed the attack patterns, and it's curtain so far. LAG, what can you do? Try to turn it all around. They're holed up on the inside, trying to dodge this cruise. They managed to
look at the flank coming through, by the way. It's not the fact that they dodged the cruise. It's that you have 3 players now on the flank for the Subliners with all this pressure. Estriel feeling the forces, has to dodge the nade as well. Might connect, but it's actually Assault that finds the first one. And then nade never connects on Estriel as well, so use the cruise missile. And it's actually LAG that get that first blood.
Under the cover of smoke now, flying forward. Lovely damage from Kismet. Not enough to get the kill. That bomb should get planted. Assault taken from his perch. The bomb has been removed from play. It has not been planted either. Big advantage right now for the Subliners. 3v3.
Oh, and he gets away, and now it's a 2 versus 3 because Hydra gets the kill. LAG breaking down in the round. They couldn't get the bomb down. Diamondcon wins 1. Kismet falls as well. 1 versus 2 for Sib.
Sib, can he win the map right here and now? Trying to make it a 1v1. 15 seconds, got to get the plant as well. Diamondcon, here we go. Assault's not going to check this. Sib, 1v1. Diamondcon scrambles for his life. The Iceman's protege in a 1v1 against Diamondcon. Checking every possible corner. It's the close left. 30 seconds, the slow tick.
Oh,
it's
my
the closest
God.
corner, and it's Diamondcon wins it. They stay alive. My God, what a surge.
Dude, and that's a 2v3. What an icy play by Diamondcon, by the way. Gets spotted running back into Coop. And Coop is an area where you can disappear. So many corners, little nooks and crannies, places you can hide behind, and Sib goes to clear everything out. Diamondcon just decides, you know what? He's going to somehow get back there, repositions on the other side. That is a perfect play call. Very difficult to read. But still for LAG, such a long way to go. New York had been class on offense. Maybe a smoke strat coming through, or maybe everyone bullying out top 3. They certainly have the high ground.
I think this is going to be a bit of a headbutt. We're going to see an explosive opening to this round. Taking a bit of time to get there. Kismet on the half wall, just over the top. Smoke now to clear the approach. It's not a fake. It's just a little slow. We're waiting for all the tacticals to be cleaned out. Sending the kill team. Hydra, he's been eliminated. Fame, lovely opener. First blood.
And now everybody's stacked up. I mean, look at LAG, basically turtle up in and around Fountain. So all guns are going to be ready, but unfortunately for Fame, he is going to fall. Skyz evens up the odds, and now he is making plays again. Skyz willing to be aggressive.
He's so close now to Diamondcon. He's never going to read this. Oh, the damage has been dealt. Dips on out. Here comes the hit. Red dots all over the minimap. Chase them at your own peril. You're still trying to control the B-bomb site, but the bomb is long gone now. On the way towards A. Assault takes care of Kismet. Man advantage LAG.
Skyz has to make noise too. Has to make a little bit of noise. Maybe get spotted just so these players don't fast rotate. And I think Assault spots him, so it's going to be number 8, a little bit slow on the wrap.
Oh, the timing. Skyz has been spotted, gunned down. Oh dear, it's a 1v3 from Sib. Unfortunate turn. And Sib could cause a problem here though, for sure.
He can clutch these though. Sib is one of those players you got to look out for. They haven't gotten the information just yet. Sib needs to find a freebie and needs to just fry the second man.
He might be able to do it. Ah, there it is. Estriel, well played. LAG checking every corner. A diligent approach towards the bomb. You're going to give it to DiamondCon. Secure the trophy for the next round, but it is 5-4 as LAG are pulling it back slowly.
This is just so dangerous too. I mean, that would have been a hell of a play call for New York in the 2v3 if Skyz is able to sort of get out with his life just with that quick rotation over towards A. But first blood on point. I mean, Fane delivers on Hydra. Couple trades coming through after the fact. LAG. I mean, it felt like the theme of sort of the day, just like battling like tooth and nail, just fighting for their lives. Day 3 of the CDL has been a ridiculous series.
Day 3. I'm not sure my heart or my voice can take a season of this. What am I saying?
They're going through mid. They got naded out so hard last time, and now they're just tripling up, going straight through mid. I guess nothing too insane is going to come off the back of it, but Estriel does get a little bit of intel. No time wasted. He is flying through Fountain.
Oh, he's clearing up. Just making sure everything's clean. He can get the reinforcements now through Fountain side. DiamondCon on the other side of Coop. He's got the bomb. He's waiting for the call. He's waiting for the go button to get himself out there. I'm not sure if they've got a smoke to clear that on the approach, but we'll find out in a minute. Oh, an opening pick would have been nice. Send in Estriel now.
This is for Estriel.
He's going for it. The door shut. Patience. Oh my god, the damage! Sib, what a...
Wow! That's a nail in the coffin kind of first blood, too. That was a perfect play from LAG. Just could not catch him. Oh my god!
He's unkillable in this round. Destiny now. It's the wind in his sails. Kismet, eyes on. 25 seconds. DiamondCon gets it. Trying to pull it back slowly. Can Sib find another one?
Sib's called game.
On for the ace! What a round from the New York Subliners. What a win from Sib. And that was one hell of a series. A stinger for the Los Angeles Guerrillas and for the New York Subliners. A lot of sweat on those brows. Woo! Day 3.
I mean, that's just... what a ridiculous series in terms of events. DiamondCon, 2,200 damage. The first bloods, I mean, I guess spread even across the board. Sib just called game. Like, it was on the control where, like, Skyz was popping off, putting in the work. He also had 12 kills in the final map as well.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Skyz, absolute monster in the series, likely the MVP. That being said, though, like, LAG shut that one down. Hydra starts popping off on the sub base. LAG shut that one down. But towards the end, Sib completely dead to rights. 1 HP, but Estriel just a little bit too hesitant. Loses a very difficult gunfight against Sib, and Sib obviously fries after the fact. I don't know why or how he's checking the nerd spot in that sort of moment, but yeah, Sib truly, again, calls game, shuts it down, and for Subliners, that is for 10 CDL points.
My God. Give him a medal for that one. Give him a medal. I'm not even kidding. That was insane. What a win, though. That 1v1 gunfight from Sib, Estriel, I mean, that is a tough one to lose, but that's what it's like at this level. Oh my God, what a series. Desk, we enjoyed ourselves. I don't know how you guys feel after that
banger.
It's amazing.
That was amazing.
Keep it coming, everybody, right? We're having a great time here in the studio, and I want to give a big shout out to LAG. Everyone had you at the bottom of the coaches poll. They looked pretty close there to the Subliners. Allie, what did you see from the team today?
I think they looked amazing today. I think we saw a lot more of what Estriel's potential looks like, as well as a lot more in the respawns of DiamondCon and Fame, which is what we were calling for at the beginning of today.
But we got to turn our attention to the winners, right? You are now 2-0 as the Subliners. You go to a Game 5 versus OpTic. Now you go to a Game 5 against LAG. Both times able to clutch up in that search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, we had a discussion in the green room about, like, why are teams just so much better at closing out maps than other squads? And it's that championship mentality and the trust within your teammates, right? Like we saw early on in that clutch situation, we saw Kismet and Skyz. Skyz able to pick up the ace, and then in the next round, Kismet's able to win the 1v1. There's just these plays that these guys make. They're just on another level. But That being said, they are not going to feel that great about this series, Chris. Like, the first couple maps, they could have easily lost it, just clutching up in the final moments for them. They probably want to have an easier road, especially up against a team like LAG that just formed. But either way, I mean, this has definitely been the best series of the weekend.
I got to say, I'm just excited about this season in general. The quality of play we're seeing is already, hands down, better than what we saw last year.
Yeah.
And LAG hanging in there with one of our best squads. This is a world champs going up against Joedecieves. Oh, excuse me, you got Estriel, you got DiamondCon, Fame, and Assault, some of the youngest guys here.
Yeah.
So I feel like you got to be proud if you're in the LAG camp. You got to celebrate this Game 5.
100%. You have to be proud. And then also, like, this is a team that got better throughout this series, right? It almost felt like that first map being so close, them, like, giving it away. They're like, wait a second, we're better than these guys, right? We get to that Game 3, Estriel goes crazy. I mean, those two respawns, Game 3 and 4, he had 33 kills in each one. So that is what you picked him up for. That is what you're hoping that he can continue to do.
As good as they were, they lost because New York Subliners did subliner-like things. Let's take a look here at the end of Hardpoint. It's your play of the game. 193 to 248. Your opponent needed just 2 points, Allie.
And this was the start of it all, right? They were almost down 100 points. LAG just needed 2 seconds to win. But unfortunately for them, New York Subliners, every single player was on the same page here. Not only that, it was Skyz, the last one here at P1 to stay alive, get a big opening kill, and then he actually makes the decision to leave the hardpoint once it reaches those final 2 seconds and rotate over to New, as well as that is Sib on your minimap right now. Heads up play, 6 seconds left on the clock. He says, I need to rotate and be here early for my teammates, and then get the job done.
And of course, Skyz staying alive keeps backstabbing your purple squad. I don't know how LAG bounced back from this because this is one of the most ridiculous comebacks we've seen in Hardpoint.
Yeah, you know, just honestly like a critical mistake. In that situation, they're getting that deep P3 spawn, right? And you're sitting there like, do we really want to give them all this time? I guess we kind of have to, but they don't decide to full rotate and get control of that P2, end up losing it. And then, like you said, they have to bounce back, Chris. It goes 5-5.
Can I get a tight on me here in a moment? Because I just want to do what Skyz did during that game. These guys, legend. I hope we talk to that guy in just a moment. But first, let's remind you what we got going on today. A full day of action, and you can join in by hosting your own watch party. Allie, how do you get involved in this mess?
Well, now is your chance to join. You sign up, and you can be hosting your very own official watch party starting next weekend, all the way through Major 1. Scan the QR code on the screen now to learn more.
Get your monster ready, grab some Doritos, and get ready to party with your friends, because we've got so much Call of Duty League coming your way. And of course, reminder, pick up your Warrior Pack if you haven't already. Support the Call of Duty Endowment with this year's Warrior Pack. All the proceeds go towards helping people find jobs that were formerly in the military. Awesome stuff so far on the day, Nameless. When we come back, what are we doing?
We're going to have another match. It's going to be a banger, Thieves versus FaZe.
Atlanta versus LA. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL.
There's a lot of great rookies, but I think my AR duo, Evan Purge, got it on lock.
I think it's going to be Eric Boom. I'll give it to Lynz.
He's considered rookie. I'm going to say my boy Eric. Come on, I'm gonna help him out for sure.
Hopefully me, man. I'm going to work hard to get some dubs.
Lynz.
Ideally, Gwinn or Real. We'll see which one. I can't pick between both of them, so.
Me, of course.
process of transferring over into civilian life is a real challenge. The fact that the endowment's sole mission is to assist with that process, I think, is pretty admirable. My hope in this partnership with the Call of Duty Endowment is that I can help other veterans come home and find new jobs, new purpose, new missions, still serving others.
So much history in one place. It's time to make our mark.
Get your goofy ass up. We're about to play.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Goes for one, goes for two, goes for three. I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin, but I'm never Johnson. You quit this ain't a stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat, yeah.
Guess what? It's coming up on 7 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we are halfway through the final day of opening week, and it's time for our third battle on this one. Well, it's a bloodbath. We got all red here between LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe. Let's start with you, Alley Cat. Who has the edge coming into this battle?
You have to say Atlanta FaZe, right? They've already started off 1-0 right now, and their search and destroy just looks insane. Not to mention, Simp has already made a statement as possibly being one of the best players in the game at the beginning of this season. But they did go to a Game 5 against the Boston Breach. Not a knock on Boston, but a little unheard of for the Atlanta FaZe. So there is still some opportunity here for LA.
Now you'll notice that guy was wearing an LA Thieves jersey last time we had a media day. Drazah now moving over to the FaZe camp. How do you think he's going to perform tonight?
I mean, I know he wants to get that revenge. You know, Drazah, this is a guy who can pop off at any moment, but he was sitting feet kicked back last series. It was the tiny terrors going off, but now we're going to have some bigger maps, some invasions, some Karachis where Drazah can definitely pop off.
All right, let's take a look here at our Monster Energy pregame. Atlanta FaZe change-up invasion defense. You were 0-2 round count against Boston, and allowing that series to go longer than it should have. And be decisive with the bomb. 4-1 in rounds when you get that bomb planted, Allie.
Yeah. Again, when we look at the Los Angeles Thieves, though, on the flip side of things, for them, this is more of a prove-it ground, because you say, you know, Drazah might be on a revenge game, but it's almost like he upgraded moving towards the Atlanta FaZe roster, where LA Thieves kind of had to scramble as they lost a lot of their players. So I think, if anything, for the LA Thieves camp, this is kind of them proving themselves worthy to be on this roster.
LA Thieves, what did you learn from their first matchup? What do you want to see?
I mean, it was a well-balanced effort. I more so learned about Seattle in that series. For LA Thieves, though, the hard points were extremely close. I also learned Cammy's here to play again. Once again, he popped off 5K damage in that control. Seems to be the game mode that they were most comfortable on day one. But like we said, that's just a first impression. We just saw what LAG was able to do against New York, having had an actual match experience. I think LA Thieves can bounce back pretty hard. Nobody's untouchable at this point.
I like that call.
Yeah, I completely agree. And of course, the Monster Energy pregame for the Los Angeles Thieves is finding early opening fights in Search and Destroy. They lost on Turnable Search and Destroy CL Surge 2-6 in their first match of the season, and Afro was 0-4 in opening duels. So maybe slow down the engagements a little bit for the fast SMG.
Slow it down. Get the kills and then move forward. Let's take a look here at our maps and modes. Where do you have to deal with aBeZy and Simp today? LA Thieves, Karachi, Invasion. Let's start with those first three for hardpoint search and control.
Yeah,
LA Thieves, if you're going to have an edge, where do you take it?
Invasion control, for sure. We saw them have success in that the first time around, and we also saw FaZe lose that map, so that's going to be an interesting one. And then you look at that map number 1. We know how punishing it can be. You get a couple kills, a clean wipe, you're spawning in absolute Narnia. So for the LA Thieves, we know Ghosty, great IGL, likes to rotate, likes to set up. He's very meticulous. I could see them having success on a map like that.
Allie, it's time to make it official. I'm going to go first here, and I am going with Atlanta. You got Simp just doing Simp things. How are you going to stop that? What about you?
You know what? That's a really fair take. I think this will be a really good series. We might be looking at another Game 5, but I am going with the Atlanta FaZe.
Nameless, you have almost tied us up. We both win Atlanta FaZe. You're 2 for 2 on the day. Where are we going tonight to close?
I'm going with Atlanta FaZe. I mean, I picked against them last time, and that's why I'm in this rut in the first place. I got to pick Atlanta.
There you go. You got to fix it. Well, he just did. It's time to find out, though. Can LA Thieves play spoiler and ruin all of our predictions? Let's find out as we send it over. We got Study, and I hold shift.
Cheers, friends. Thanks so much. Yeah, hey, Stud, I think this is obviously one of those things that the desk focused a lot on the search, a lot on the control. But, I mean, for LAT, where are you looking at in this particular matchup of this series of how they could possibly sneak out a win and go against all those predictions we just heard?
I think map number 1 is everything for me when it comes to LAT because they did play Karachi in their last matchup versus Seattle. And they went down to the wire. It just came down to them finding breaks and then not leading to successful holds eventually, which they were broken in the first 10 seconds. That cannot happen, especially versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, who will be able to capitalize on it. But they lost a very close game. For this such a young team, going up against this powerhouse roster, now adding Drazah to the lineup, you have to come out with some early momentum. And I think if they can take this map number 1, then we're truly going to have a series on our hand.
I like the call. It is one of those things, too, like I've already heard from everybody in the community and especially the desk. I mean, this Atlanta team has always been a kill-hungry squad. It just comes down to, can they turn some of those high team KDs into good objective wins? Yeah. That's going to be the big question that we'll kind of ask throughout this series. But let's get it on. It's Atlanta FaZe and LA Thieves with the Monster Energy matchup. And Ghosty's got us her first blood as Thieves are actually kind of overwhelming this left side of the minimap. And it's working out beautifully for them to now collect some time on the hard point.
Yeah, they have full mid-map control. They have top AC. They're finding all the kills, and now this is leading to some good time over at P1. With only 30 seconds remaining, you see Atlanta FaZe are trying to be a step ahead. aBeZy trying to hit a route through Chicken Coop, trying to work his way to a different angle to try to take him off of this P1 time while his teammates are trying to flip those spawns. But LA keeping the kills scattered, are going to be able to walk away with 30 seconds off of this P1 HP. But off the rotation, it's going to be Atlanta FaZe fully set up in towards this Cafe Hill.
Big ask here for the Thieves in terms of getting the early break. Atlanta mostly just bunkered down inside the hard point at the moment. The only one really kind of floating outside the hill is aBeZy and Hotel at the moment, but he gets dropped. So now you've got numbers here for Thieves. What happens to the spawn for FaZe? Yeah, it's way out in Narnia. So here's an opportunity for Thieves just by way of proximity to get their way in. And it's Ghosty and Cammy combining for 2. But Simp is still alive. And if you've learned anything from their first match, that may be enough. He's just flirting around the outside of the hard point. And okay, Simp starting off with fireworks again, and opening 3-piece for him in the second hill.
Oh, he just makes plays. He did it in his last series at a 1.24 overall, and he's continuing in here. He finds 3, but it doesn't really lead to a lot of time. LAT, they find that break, and with only 24 seconds left, now you're forcing Atlanta FaZe off that early rotation again. This young squad, they're coming out firing, and so far showing in the scoreboard, gonna be up by like 60 points. This time they have a little bit of an opportunity to hit a route, try to set up a pinch, because they have so much junk time off of this P2. Who's gonna decide to work their way up towards top AC? They're actually gonna send 2 players in that position to properly set up this pinch.
And this was the problematic spot for FaZe against Boston. Didn't find a second of time on P3, although to be told, they were never really in control of a setup. They just were not able to successfully break. So now that their shoes on the opposite foot, can they kind of do what Boston did to them and lock things down? Drazah, great start. Opening 2-piece, thwarts the initial Thieves hit. Ghosty trying to force something in, but that's a square peg meeting a round hole as Atlanta has a perfect hold for the first 30 seconds.
And that may be it. Like, LA might just decide to chalk this one up, because you apply that pressure a little bit more, lose a couple of gunfights, and then flip those spawns. That's not exactly what you want to do, but they're still applying pressure, and Atlanta's making them pay for great shots out of Drazah and Simp to find 2 before Ghosty does take down Drazah. But this is a great answer from Atlanta FaZe to get themselves right back into this game. It's basically almost going to be tied, but yeah, back and forth we go.
Yeah, heck of a game of tug of war so far through 3 hills. Fountain coming up next. Atlanta primed to hit from the front doors. And Cellium will actually take down Afro to start things off before the hard point even gets activated. So now Joe's kind of by himself. Lots of damage, mostly by the look of it, to a trophy system through the window. Drazah over the top of the heady, and how about Joey D able to find himself a clean one? Lots of damage onto others. And, I mean, everyone's got to be one shot right now. He just did 1 million damage to all 3 players, and yeah, there's Ghosty cleaning things off relatively easily. Simp does get the pre-fire down to still keep his life and turn that into 3 straight. Cammy looking for the 1v1, forces in, and almost gets turned away. aBeZy there to confirm the trade, and Atlanta will still hold on to time for now.
That's insane, because Atlanta are just bum rushing through that front door, just trading efficiently, and then when it came down to Simp having to stay alive for his teammates to get back into the play, he finds 3 and relieves some of that pressure and allows his team to execute the break and take the lead in this HP. But now it's all about this rotation. You already have Joedecieves in towards back cafe, alongside Cammy, trying to work through that back alley through ticket. LA Thieves, they at least find that break as well in towards Fountain, but it's all about this rotation. Once again, a tie game. Who's going to start to pull away?
Dude, how does Simp stay alive right there? There's great damage being thrown his way by Afro. But still, he keeps his life, finds an extra kill, allows an opportunity for 50-50, which you know aBeZy is going to want to take and get right up in your face with. So Atlanta, a couple of key moments here in the last 2 hard points. We'll see them in the superiority. Small lead for now, but still some good control. And Thieves a little bit disjointed at the moment. A split spawn situation kind of has them a bit astray from one another. Chance to still break. Stuns will eventually work their way through the trophy system, and it's a 3-for-2 exchange, allowing Thieves to get in.
Now with only 30 seconds left at P5, you have 2 players from LA who are actually going to spawn for free rotation over towards P1. Atlanta FaZe know that we're going back to P1. We didn't have a lot of success, so let's just put a lot of pressure in towards ticket. aBeZy still here. aBeZy's able to find 2. Final 14 goes back in favor of Atlanta. They take the lead once again. But if you see the setup from LA, they have top 3. They have top bridge. They also have Fountain. So they are fully ready for this push in towards P1.
And you had Drazah still kind of lurking on the outside towards the backside at Coop, and aBeZy. Oh my goodness. Maybe lucky that that extra side of the rubble was still there if you're LA Thieves, because he put a lot of damage into it. Otherwise, that was likely going to be another kill for aBeZy. Tie game. Lead switched over to the Thieves. FaZe trying to set up their next attempt. Long-range shots from Cellium. Will eventually collect on the Cammy, and now that opens up the door for the subs to likely try to hit. aBeZy, Drazah getting themselves involved. 1-for-1 go the kills. 30 seconds still in the hard point, and Atlanta FaZe not fully committing to trying to break this, still kind of keeping their back to the second hard point, and that's going to allow Thieves to actually gain some pretty significant time here at the end of 1.
Yeah, and I thought that they were going to have an opportunity to break it once aBeZy finds that kill on Joedecieves towards bridge side, because now you're able to push up the mid alley. You're able to jump towards top ACs. But LAT, they were clutching up in those gunfights and were once again able to hold a great P1 for a good chunk of time to now put them up by 50. Now it's going to be all about this rotation over towards Cafe. Atlanta FaZe look like they have a little bit of breathing room. The spawn's all the way across the map from LA. So can Atlanta try to get back into this game?
Oh, and this setup is allowing aBeZy just to do whatever he wants. He's gone rogue through the old time at 1, taking a couple of extra kills, which slows down this Thieves approach. I mean, there is just no setup for a break at all right now for LA. Cellium up top will continue to make sure that stays the case, as he's now on 5 looking for the missile. Thieves, and they may have to chalk this, I'm not gonna lie. You're gonna get one look at trying to get through this hotel, and if it doesn't go all that well, you better be worried about this rotation back over to 3. And yeah, you got to give this up. Cammy's already backing over. He will have Ghosty spawning nearby, but they have to give up a whale of amount of time here just to keep themselves in this game.
Oh, and Cellium with a big gunfight, though. He's able to earn that cruise missile. It's about to be a tie game. Atlanta FaZe actually about to take the lead. Let's step aside and go to a listening with Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, nothing right now. I'll mid. That's it, big wave right here. Trying to wait for you. Wait for me, yeah. You get me up, back left, Afro. See, I'm wait, one shot. Just one's in tools, inside tools. Native, bro. I shoot you. Cam's back. One shot. Hey, I'm looking red, I'm one shot. Stun mid. One's tools too. I'm kinda help you guys. Kill that guy tools out, kill that guy tools. Back door, MC. Back door, yeah. Finish me, dead. Back door. Hit him one shot, yeah. Back door, one shot, bro. Let it go back door. Oh, another one back. Hill, one shot, right Hill. He's in time. He might not have a trophy. I'm gonna play this. You can stay out left. Hey, you wanna go mid him? Yeah, I'm done. I'm team this. Fuck. Yeah. Afro on the dumpster, weak. He's challenging off old Dan. Dan, I got Afro on dumpster, I'm challenging. Shit. Dan's on old and one's back right. Back right. Oh, that. I'm rotating. I'm going. I'm going left. Spawning AC, okay? Yeah, listen. I'm going left, huh? I'm back up. New Joe, dead. I'm just spawning there. Second. Nice, missing one. My spawner right now. Alright, down. Spawning marker.
Maybe parking or
top side, back to my. I'm dead. Listen, one low shop. Give me 2 low shop.
Listen, I'm pitching your BSD.
Ghosty. I spawned behind him. One spawn
BSD.
Hey, I'm behind him. Ghosty.
Hands back left.
Ghosty, weak. Back right.
Killed me.
Back right, man. No, we went back left.
Joe.
He's on the white spot.
Alright, Joe, I spawned red.
Hey, I shot mid door.
Shut. Mid alley on us. Spawning the back still.
I'm Cammy to the left of it.
Joe.
I got
stunned. One stop. I got stunned. He's just chilling out.
Right here.
Still spawning out back left.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I'm gonna try and pitch your mid.
And Atlanta FaZe had great comms to at least find that break over towards P3. They weren't able to do it in their very first matchup, but with all that comms that was happening, the chaos that was brewing, Thieves have been able to handle every single ounce of it. Even with the spawns going all scattered around the map, they were able to find all the kills and now put themselves up by a nice little 20-point lead.
Still framing up to be a hot ending here as FaZe will still break past the double sentry mark. Good 1v1 win for the scrap. As Simp will keep his life, it actually forces Joe to kind of collect the kill, and that will again kind of keep Thieves a bit at bay from getting over to Hotel quickly. Drazah playing backside P2. Head seat, Cammy has to force the gunfight. Drazah taken down. Now there's numbers for Thieves. Cellium up top on vending, only gets 1, and there's the break. A chance for Thieves to win the game here.
And look at those spawns for Atlanta FaZe. They're so far away from this hill. You have to invest your tax. You have to throw everything you can to try to get on in. Simp starts it off with that first kill. Just to have Ghosty in a great position to watch anybody on the jump out. Unfortunately, does not win the gunfight. And all of Atlanta FaZe just bum rush through the door, find every single kill in the feed, and they're going to be able to take the lead right on back. This is going to be a photo finish, Alan.
Decision time right here for Thieves. How hard do you want to make life for Atlanta FaZe on the exit from this 5th hill versus setting yourself up convincingly around P1? The option will be the latter. Lots of control towards the top side of those top buildings, and in particular, over the top of rubble. 239, 228. Thieves will get into the hard point immediately, but the kills just simply are not there. aBeZy able to just dive right in, almost finds a second. Ghosty able to take down 2 as the cruise missile gets called in, but Simp, the last one left alive. Who's gonna be able to challenge? Thieves have to go. Cuts from both sides. aBeZy picks up 1. Now it's just down to can anyone touch. Afro gets into the hard point. Simp just finesses, and his teammates will get the job done for him. Oh, it was back and forth for what felt like forever, but FaZe critical in a couple of breaks get them through map 1.
What was their score line 2 days ago in this hard point? Was it like 250 to 238? Or
250, 238, yep.
That's insane. They almost did the same exact thing on this map right here versus LA, but they were able to clutch up on the very end. 250 to 230 is the ending score. It was such a back and forth game. LA, what they did great was dominate that P1 hard point. Usually when you're dominating a single hill on a map, you're gonna find a lot of success. You probably walk away with the W, but Atlanta FaZe, they've already played Karachi hardpoint as a team. They knew where they needed to make adjustments, and that was at that P3. They get a couple breaks there to get some good time. They keep the rest of the game scrappy, and when it came down to it the most, the one break that they needed in towards Ticket, they find all the kills at the right time. Get the kills, eventually rotate over towards P1, and then you allow your SMGs to just slay around in that little box. Atlanta FaZe, once again, clutched up to take map number 1.
And once again, it's this guy who continues to be a problem in all of these mixy moments. I mean, in that particular instance, just call it what it is. That's a 1v3 essentially for Simp. He's just finessing his life for what feels like forever. And as soon as you think Thieves are about to secure a break, all of a sudden, the guy who's supposed to be playing the hill has to go try to chase down Simp. And it's just so difficult to do that. On top of it, aBeZy kind of doing the same thing a number of different moments. It just feels like this sub duo for FaZe can be so difficult, not just to find, but let alone lock down, even with numbers favoring you. And that all told, I mean, again, I feel like Thieves actually played the map pretty darn well.
They
all
did.
Things kind of considered. I mean, I kind of go back to that second P2. They don't really get a look at it. And there's a moment in there where it's like, if you're going to do it, you have to do it now or give it up. And they do kind of lose a handful of lives, but they make the right choice of giving up on the hill and backing up for a good time on the third. It just came down to the simple point of they couldn't find as reliant breaks as FaZe were able to do. So a tight one, but a good one there for FaZe, kind of continuing to show that that skill that they've had for years is only heightened when you add a couple extra points of health in the pool.
And the crazy thing is, Alan, this is only their second match. Like, we have a core 3 who's played together, but you're adding Drazah into the lineup. So there's some new team tendencies that you need to start to focus on. When we went into a listening with them, I was really thrown off guard by like the lack of communication that there was. It was just like minimal talks. All right, I'm going to work this left side. I'm going to do this. aBeZy didn't talk for the first 10 seconds we were in the comp, and I thought something was definitely wrong. But Atlanta FaZe, they know what it's like to be in this form, especially in the beginning of the game. Everyone's trying to learn, but these guys are just a little bit of a step ahead when you have players like aBeZy and players like Simp that even when your teammates go 3 down, they somehow are able to still make a play to keep your team in it. That's that championship mindset. That's why these guys are some of the best COD players to ever play the game.
And I think the thing generally, just looking at this Atlanta FaZe team as the year goes on, is the quick evaluation of how does Drazah amplify this team, because that has to be the intention. And when you look at their respawn from last year, they were second in overall team KD in hardpoint with a 1.06. They were tied for first in overall team KD in control with a 1.08, but all that extra killing presence didn't necessarily result in towards map wins. They were 6th in hardpoint win percentage and 7th in control win percentage. So that's where I'm looking at, is can Drazah make more objective play happen for this team, turning those kills into more resounding wins. So that's, I think, another key moment to kind of keep an eye on, no matter if we go just 3 or if we go 4 here for this respawn elements of FaZe, because we know they're going to bring in Search, and that's an easy segue for us because they showed it in their first match, and I think the expectations going back to an invasion here, Jay, is that it will likely occur again.
Yeah, it definitely will occur again, because if you're Atlanta FaZe, it worked out pretty perfectly your first time you played this map, and it was all in the back of Simp. You see his stat line, 2.4 versus Boston, all the way into game 5, 12 and 5. He even had an insane ace one round where he just pops a smoke grenade, runs through it like he's Batman, and somehow comes out on top in every single engagement. Right now, you were talking about the difference between with Drazah on the lineup to with Slasher was on the slide, but I feel like with Drazah on this lineup, Simp has now been able to to just free roam. Like, just go out and be you, Chris. Just go out and do what you do best. I will pick up all the slack, and so far into this year, he's been that guy.
Hard to agree with it. It will be FaZe starting off this invasion search on the offense. Thieves getting a little frisky up towards A lane. Back up, Ghosty in a little bit of trouble. Dance with the devil, and he comes out on top. At least enough to stay alive. Nade's helping kind of cover him, but a significant lack of information on who was here, I think, is probably the biggest question mark here now for Thieves.
Yeah, they're just trying to figure out, because usually on this map, you try to play off that cross, but so many teams have just been crossing back. So you want to play in a default setup, and it's usually around holding down courtyard, having one player over towards B, saving your attacks for the retake. But it's going to be Afro winning a huge one-on-one through the map, finding that first blood onto aBeZy, which is the first blood king, and then it leads to Cammy finding a second, a 4v2 now.
Tough situation here for FaZe. Not a lot of utility left to play with. Just got to do this the old-fashioned way. Cellium kicks us off for an opener. Now to a 2v3. Simp trying to hunt down Afro. Help is on the way, and, well, help is not needed. Afro takes him in the pistol fight, and now it's just down to Cell. And Afro will find him just over the top of the door frame. So good opening defense here for Thieves. Looked a little mixy for a moment there. Ghosty was in trouble, but everything works out just fine.
Yeah, I got a little scary when Simp was able to just push right out of Cafe, right through the door. Like, you did not lose sight of him once, and he was just running at you at the tank. But just good work right there from LA to hold down those power positions, find the first blood from Joedecieves onto aBeZy, and then everything else after that was just a chain reaction. As LA are able to take the first round, Afro finds 3.
This opening spam becoming very popular, especially after, well, we watched the Search and Destroy got Clay off of the get-go late into their search. Double hit right in towards A, and oh, how about it? Little stun check leads to Afro doubling out, and that's enough for Thieves to take full control of the defensive side of the map. Simp is trying to hold on, and you would think that with that little bit of presence learned about Cellium's position that this should lead to a plant, but they're still waiting to see if they can catch Simp out on the flank.
Yeah, they just don't want that guy to make a play. They know that one player is A Street, and Simp is slowly working this flank. Can we try to find a timing? But no, they're just going to commit towards the bomb plant. Now it's going to be a 3v2. Left up to Simp and Cellium to try to complete this retake. And everyone's just stacked in towards the cafe, having a nice little coffee and a bagel, probably, Alan.
I would assume. Play the numbers. Don't get pieced. Step 1 down. Cellium's out of the picture. Just down to Simp. Gets one for free. Still has the smoke. And he's got both weapons, but the quick chow comes out and the trade is in. Enough for Thieves to, again, look pretty solid here in the opener. Can't lie. I love the idea of that opening offense. Just get aggressive. Throw all your utility into that back freezer and just hit it with 3 members. End up finding a 2-piece.
That's another tone-setting round right there, Alan. From the Thieves, they know that trophy systems still probably are not earned on the side of Atlanta, but we're not going to put that pressure over towards B. Right now, our SMG is firing on all cylinders. Afro, he was 0-4 in opening duels in his last matchup. So far, 2-0 and already earns himself a cruise missile. So what else can LAT do? Now that they have trophy system in their back pocket, how do Atlanta FaZe try to attack?
Cheeky angles here. You got Cammy watching the long side of the lane. Afro just off to the side. And he has had an absolute blazer to start. 6-0. Cruise missile already been earned. Ghosty responsible for mid-map. Well, he saw a couple, but gets punished for maybe over-peeking. aBeZy with the first. Cammy able to help get Afro back towards safety. Good reposition here for Thieves, now into a 3v3.
We still have a lot of information that the pressure is potentially coming over towards B side as well. Only 45 seconds left. Potential Ollie fight going on across the map, but Drazah is able to take down Cammy. Do they have this information, though, that Afro is still on this side because he could be the playmaker?
Did see Drazah on the cross. Freebie comes through, but the trades are in, and on the opposite side of the map, the follow-up kill was also there for FaZe. So, yeah, initially, it's one of those things that initial smoke for Thieves allows them to kind of double stack with ARs towards B, but as soon as Chaos starts to come through mid, it's nice to get Afro back, but still the kills come through and FaZe take advantage.
Yeah, it just came down to aBeZy finding that first kill onto Ghosty. Then you force the players on LA to reposition a little bit, have a little bit more assistance over towards B, and then once they take down Cammy, just both isolating those individuals on the opposite side. Eventually leads to a round win for Atlanta FaZe, but back on the defense they go. A couple crossfire shots coming in from aBeZy, able to get him one shot. The opponent is able to stay alive, and back to the default setup we go. One player just watching us cross over towards B, everyone else stacking towards A.
This is an interesting setup, though, for FaZe. It's particular over towards their B defense. Cell watching deep. Everyone's got a player on buildings because this cruise missile does get called in. No one out and able to be converted on, but it does at least open up space here towards construction. Now, how do you retake this if you're FaZe? Do you play off the cut? Do you take a long flank around the back? Maybe a little bit of both? Bomb planted. And here we go. Two members for Thieves staying right on top of the site. Everyone else just watching the pinch or watching that flank. And FaZes have not found an entry anywhere yet, trying to force it from the front. Good stuns come through. Cammy takes the double, and the flank also watched perfectly. A flawless round for Thieves.
That's just too easy of a round right there. 4 up, 4 down for LA. They invest that cruise missile. You get them to back down from that B site. You know that site is clear. Let's just work the bomb plant, and then beautiful tack usage to slow them down when they were trying to go for that retake. I swear, if MC was going to do this in the very second matchup of the entire season, hit me with an angle I've never even seen before, that would have threw me off guard. But LAT, make that one look easy. Afro, 8-1.
Once again, Joe quickly in towards the lobby. This time expected. aBeZy Drazah slide chow that together, and Joe has no opportunity to even shoot back. So quick first blood here for FaZe. Still eyes at A. Afro on the cross. Sees the trophy down. Smoke will, for the moment, kind of encompass this cross, but the Semtex actually kind of pushes Simp off for a moment. Ghosty tried to follow up to catch the bomb being planted. Doesn't work out. And now the circumstances become a little bit more dire. 3v2. Cammy deep off the flank, evens the numbers. Simp gets the bomb planted, though. And this post plant will play on the A Street side. This is going to be a tall ask for Thieves to try to retake from here.
Tall task indeed, my friend, but they do have somewhat bomb site control. Can they find the timing? Nope, yeah. It's just Simp. He turns the corner right through courtyard. Doesn't let anything fishy happen. He has that SMG, so he's going to apply that pressure while Cellium is looking over him. And he's able to find the final 2 kills on the round. It all starts with aBeZy finding that first blood again. So it's been 3 first bloods for LA. They've led to 3 wins. 2 first bloods for Atlanta, and they've led to wins. So far, it's been a battle of the first blood.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun, I think, through at least this first 2 weeks when we eventually get like all the stats compiled. Like, how many times are we going to see first bloods immediately lead towards win condition in the rounds? Because it feels like it's going to be an astronomically high number this year.
Especially with the maps that we had, because some of these maps, you've been playing these, at least me, I was playing these maps 12 years ago, and whenever you got first blood on maps like this, it's usually very difficult to win the round either on defense or offense. So both these teams on full display showing it right here. But still in the 4v4. Great shots from Cammy to get some information. You also get that information from a player pushed in towards Broken as well. And you see the rest of his teammates, they're just all working up that A site.
Love it.
Cammy's just holding 2 players at bay here.
Love it. Great read here from Thieves. You know that Simp is playing with Cell on the B side of the map, so just hit aBeZy with numbers over here. But that told, Cammy still drops. aBeZy with an MCW almost gets out of dodge. Ghosty would have been there to pick up. Cellium mid-cross through courtyard, doesn't quite land fully, but Drazah makes good on the damage, and now we're into the 2v2. Afro off the regen, trying to make his way around the backside of Atlanta, but Cell is tucked in the corner, is watching it. Oh my. Leaves it all down to Joey D. Can he find a way to work his way over? No, not going to happen. Try to play to kind of cross things up in Atlanta FaZe, not to be fooled. Make a good move to kind of collect themselves after initially what looked to be great intel from Cammy on where exactly Simp and Cellium were playing the map.
Yeah, LAT, they were perfectly set up. You had Cammy holding 2 players at bay over towards Broken Side, and then you also had 3 players working up the A street, but you see it all collapse. Cammy gets soloed out by Simp. Once he drops, a smoke grenade actually bounces off of a sign instead of going up the deep street, so they can no longer take that side of the map. And Atlanta FaZe, they just capitalize on everything right there to tie the game up at 3.
Well, here we go. Proactive call here from Thieves. Triple stack over towards B and beyond it. Simp, the bomb carry, is a bit isolated, and I think he's very aware that I'm in trouble here. Yeah, good backup. Whether he knew it or not, it's the right call. Kind of leaves Ghosty a bit isolated over towards the A side of the map defensively for Thieves. And FaZe will put a little bit of pressure on the bottom side of the map. Nearby is Joedecieves. A little bit of noise from Drazah on the opposite side of the map, and here comes the play for Simp. Smoke is out. Trying to maybe bait out defensive nades, but none actually come through here. So quick rotation from FaZe with that smoke cover. Joedecieves able to find the first. Gets away with his life, just barely. FaZe still on the hunt. And once again, Afro gets caught trying to play through mid-tank. We go 3v3 with 33 in the clock.
And once they find that kill on towards mid-tank, it's time to put that bomb down. They're not going to push up the street. That'll be some insane timing, so it's going to be a 3v2. All left up to Ghosty and Joedecieves. A big kill will be taking down Simp, so he doesn't earn that cruise missile, but he's able to finesse with his life, sets up his duo in aBeZy. Now it's a 1v3 for Joe.
Gets the first, but no exit. Wow. I mean, Simp was less than a bullet. You find that kill, things become very different in terms of how do you retake that for Thieves. But I love the call from FaZe. I don't know, again, if it's fully committed where Simp knows that there is a heavy stack of defense towards Thieves on the B side of the map, but they kind of put a little bit of pressure on A. They smoke it to cause maybe a bit of doubt for Thieves, and then they re-wrap back over trying to catch them on rotation. It works out pretty nicely.
Yeah, that was perfect play right there from Atlanta FaZe. I'm pretty sure it was Simp also watching that crossover towards B site. So
yeah.
At least gain some information. Multiple players on this side. Let's slowly work it. Let's try to rotate back. But once they took that mid-tank control with aBeZy finding that kill, it was an easy bomb plant, which led to an easy round win. Atlanta FaZe back on top 4-3 on the defensive end. But this time they switched up their defensive setup. Not 3 towards courtyard. We're actually going to have 2 players playing over towards B again.
And aBeZy is a little bit left alone here outside of Drazah watching his right, so any contact through this closet would have to be, you would assume, a 1-for-1 at best for aBeZy. Thieves taking their time, feeling out the middle of the map with nades. Nothing going to connect, though. Is that enough for Thieves to make a commitment call? And yeah, it looks like the smoke will allow them to try to push right in towards mid-tank. Cell scouts a little bit of this, though. A couple of tags, pushes back Joe. But still, it's really on to aBeZy, and there's the contact. Good 1-for-1 battle. Has Afro backside of the doors, and oh my goodness, aBeZy just pushes through that? So now it's a 4v3 with 22 seconds. He's off the regen. Ghosty knows he's got to try to make this happen, and you're just not going to beat aBeZy with a rival in hand, and that will likely be the round unless Cammy can pull something off, but not going to happen. That is unreal.
Yeah, just too much time wasted right there from LA. You get the smoke invested in towards the middle tank. You're thinking, since no one's playing on that, they probably are playing towards the site, but Joedecieves is not too sharp with those shoulders. He gives the first kill to aBeZy, and then you allow aBeZy to pick up a rival in a close quarter engagement. Yeah, he's able to find another kill and eventually shuts down the whole push from LA, which is now going to put Atlanta FaZe at game point. You do have Cellium also on a 4 streak, but this time it's going to be 3 players straight up towards B. They're watching that cross as well. They might full send this one.
Yeah, nades do at least get a little bit of information on a trophy system that's placed over towards B. That slows things down a touch. And then how about this play from Thieves? Aggressive through A street. Ghosty gets one of the cross, and then Joedecieves around the back on the pinch. takes care of another. So now it's just kind of a where's Waldo for Thieves, trying to find the last couple of players. Simp nowhere to go, and a quick tempo change gets Thieves another round.
That's good right there from LA, because you don't allow Atlanta FaZe to slowly work you again. You take the back to them. You don't allow them to go towards B side, slowly wrap their way back in towards red. No, you apply the pressure in towards Mannequin. You find the first blood, eventually find the second as well, and then just full on collapse. Simp knew he had no chance in that 1v4. He usually tries to clutch it, but 1v4 on that situation, in that position, yeah, I'll just jump out. We'll take the round loss.
Thieves stacked up over towards A off the get-go. This time Simp will be playing in the corner at construction. Cellium watching over the top of him, and once again that same duo setup between Drazah and aBeZy over the middle of the map and over towards A Street. And aBeZy with the MCW does catch one through mid connector. Joedecieves trying to work his way over, but once more, player in the corner, able to at least keep this defense pressed. And it's just up to Afro. He's got Cellium on an absolute nasty heady. Still finds a lot of them, but not enough. And the kill comes through. FaZe, I mean, moments where they, I'm sure, were sweating a touch, but it's just, when you put these guys up into a corner, it just feels like they hit back so darn hard. And that was kind of the key in a couple of mid rounds for Atlanta FaZe taking the map win.
Yeah, those early couple of rounds, they just couldn't shut down Afro. Like, he earned a cruise missile pretty easy, was like 8-0 to start the map, but then once they started to stabilize him, once they started to slow down that pressure in towards red and were able to maneuver around the map with the information that they had, they were just slowly starting to pick them apart. And this is what Atlanta FaZe have been doing ever since at least these three core players have been formed. They've always been discussing at Search and Destroy. Drazah, he sits at 2-6, but it doesn't even matter. Everyone else is picking up the slack. aBeZy with multiple first bloods. He actually finds 4 after getting first blooded 3 times early into the map. He turned it around with that MCW in hand. Him and Simp, the dynamic duo, we know what they're about. That tiny terror squad always causes havoc in Search and Destroy specifically. But eventually it leads to Atlanta FaZe winning the Search and Destroy. And now they're going into an invasion control where they do have at least a rep on it. And in their minds, they choked it versus Boston. So I'm excited to see what they come out, what kind of adjustments they have going into this game 3.
It's kind of the story of this map series layout for Atlanta in particular. First 3 maps are all 3 maps that they have already played. But the good news for all you Thieves fans out there is that Invasion Control looked chef's kiss yesterday. Can they find a way to keep that energy going and send us to at least a 4th map? We've had a day full of game 5s, but it would have to be another reverse sweep precipice if we were to get there again. See how things go. Invasion Control coming up at the backside of the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty Week. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back. For the third time today, we have a 2-0 map count, but don't let that deceive you because we've had map 5s all day. So we'll see what will occur here as we head into an evasion control. Atlanta currently up 2-0. And interesting, just before we get into this, my boy Turtle on Twitter said First Blood win percentage, Jay, is currently at 80% compared to 72% in each of the last 3 years of Modern Warfare 2 Vanguard and Cold War. So small sample size, but First Blood win percentage in Surge is still looking pretty good.
Get First Blood, baby. It's going to lead to some W's, and so far this game has shown us, and that allows Atlanta FaZe to now put themselves up 2-0 in the series on the back of the First Blood by aBeZy, and are in complete control of this series to potentially close it out 3-0. What side are they starting off first? You see aBeZy, he's smiling from cheek to cheek. They're going to be on defense. All they have to do is simply shut down this early aggression from LA over towards A, because they found a lot of success the last go-around that they played this map.
Oh, good opening double here from Ghosty. aBeZy able to at least keep this at least somewhat restrained in terms of how many members of the Thieves could get to A, but end all be all is Thieves find their way onto A. We really gave them a lot of credit when they played their opening matchup on this map to be able to kind of creatively find a way to capture A quickly. This time it's met with a bit more resistance though. Only a little bit of progress at A gets earned off the respawn. Thieves will find themselves spawning very close over towards B, and Simp can't quite catch the timing to stop this. So 59 seconds is where the clock will stop. Couple members on, but Drazah's nade takes both off. And that really resets things for Thieves pretty completely.
Yeah, there's just no trophies yet in the game, so the nades are going to be very impactful over towards this B point. With only 47 seconds left. LA, they're able to stop the time for now. You also have Cellium. He usually works up that left street shot up the spawn trap, but he actually rotates back towards his teammates to try to help take him off of this B point. First segment already going to be done. The pistol is in. 2 players now dropping. This can get scary if you are LA, because you have to win a couple of these gunfights, or you will get put in that trap.
Yeah, 4 in a row for Cell. In a good spot to possibly try to earn himself up closer towards this missile, and ooh, over the top, almost. I mean, if he wins that versus Cammy, just toss the PC out the window. That'd be unreal. Ghosty for 2, though, still keeps things in contest. Lives becoming a bit of an issue here, though. Same could be said about the clock. 30 seconds to play with. Thieves still down a handful of lives, and Cell does eventually collect the 6th kill for the Crews. aBeZy following up, and it looks like FaZe are just going to full send this thing forward and make sure this round stops here. Something to be said about that, though, as, well, Ghosty at least able to allow a little bit of extra damage for the extra 60 to get onto the clock, and we have a 5-life advantage as FaZe take their defense over towards A.
Yeah, you would take that, though, if you are Atlanta. You get a cruise missile now on the back pocket of Cellium. You have the map control with Simp all the way pushed up towards the left street. So all it comes down to is just winning a couple gunfights out of your base, and they're doing a great job of doing so. As Cellium and Drazah combined for 2, you're forcing LA to completely overextend every single time through that street, because they do not want to rotate back and try to fight out Simp, but it's actually going to be 2 players trying to locate where he is, trying to find a different angle to take him down.
Yeah, it's kind of playing the war on 2 fronts here, though. Thieves kind of sending a couple of members on the flank, while also just keeping only 2 members reserved to dealing with Simp, and neither of these actions are going to work out all that well. Ghosty does win a key 1v1, but can't really do much else before the regen has to come through. Simp eventually gets taken out of position, but the damage has been dealt. 4 lives left here for Thieves, 30 seconds on the clock, and after a very heavy scuffle over towards the B zone, FaZe will likely determine the outcome of this round, although don't hold that yet. Still a chance maybe for Ghosty to get in and stall this a little while longer, but for him to go 1v9 and capture, yeah, that would be pretty unreal and not going to work out. FaZe comfortable in the first defense.
Yeah, FaZe shut down that first push over towards A. Even though they give up B, they earn themselves a cruise missile, and they just completely outslaying that round number 1. But you saw at the very end right there, with Ghosty finding those couple of kills, he also was able to pick up a cruise missile as well. So that could be crucial going into the later half of this game. And now it's for Atlanta FaZe to see if they can make the adjustments on their attacking rounds. Do they try to apply that pressure early on over towards A? Nope. They're just going to think about that B point, get that one out the way, and just hold down this A street to not allow their teammates to get pinched.
Still a chance, though, for Cellium to watch this rotation from these defenders at A. All of it funneled right towards Drazah's direction as Afro just waits to see if he can get any contact over the top of this B zone. Problem here is a couple of the kills may allow actually FaZe to give up on B and just quickly rotate in. Yeah, it's just essentially kind of a bait and switch, right? I mean, it's just, hey, look at me, I'm on the B zone, but all the action is actually geared towards winning mid-map and then quickly getting on towards the A point. First tick of progress locked. Second potentially on the way as there's still 2 members in the form of Drazah and Cellium. Simp still trying to help out through the middle of the map. Ghosty tagged a touch, held a bit longer. Third tick being worked on. Thieves would have to try to go right now if they want to stop it, and no, not quite able to get there in time. And we have a whopping 2 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock with a life lead here for FaZe on their offense.
That was just such a perfect rotation from Atlanta. They did not put early pressure on towards A, but their main game plan was we're going to A right off the rip. It might be 15 to 20 seconds delayed, but we get these kills, we're going to be able to capture the point. They're able to do so, and now they're easily rotating over towards B. They probably don't even have to invest the cruise missile as multiple players are already on this point. And this is just a picture-perfect round so far out of Atlanta. 24 to 17 lives remaining. Ghosty, we got to invest this cruise.
Doesn't connect onto anything, but at least gets one more member off the zone for a touch. Still FaZe with all 4 members still surrounding the B point. Thieves still trying to find a way to re-break this in. Joe wants to try to find Simp and Will at low HP, but the second tick of progress is already being worked on. And with this, even secured, but no. Good kills come through at the nick of time, and that will be enough for Thieves to try to push through this zone and hopefully get some depletion done, unless Cellium can continue to finesse, which for a moment you thought he might. Cammy follows up with an easy double, and that will be enough for FaZe to get pushed off and Thieves to regain some control at B.
And if I'm Atlanta FaZe, this is potentially a round where I'm deciding to invest that cruise missile. We walk away with this attacking round. We're basically calling map.
Yeah.
The fact that they all drop at the same time, you allow the decap to come in for that second segment. Now the task only gets taller. They have to try to rotate back, try to get out of their spawn, and Afro's able to cut down 2 with some great shots. And now with only 55 seconds left, Atlanta back to square one. How are we going to get out?
A lot of hunt still kind of committed to try to get Afro out of position. Cellium doesn't really want to go super far forward. Joedecieves trying to play over towards the front side of construction. A little hip fire accuracy comes through with the dead silence being popped for aBeZy. Back and forth, pinstripe goes the kill feed. 11 plays 12, 30 seconds on the clock. Thieves still trying to push through this B zone to get their defense set aggressively. But while all this is happening, Cellium is in the deep part of this flank. Yeah. He would have to find kills, though, immediately if it's going to turn into any possible success for FaZe. First kill comes through. Drazah off the connector, looking for Joe, instead finds Ghosty. Turns, Cammy, right there to shut down, confirm the trade. FaZe still working on all fronts of the map. 8 seconds on the clock. Kills will allow FaZe to stop it at 7.3. Regain starts to come through as Cammy commits forward. 2 seconds on the clock. FaZe still finding kills. Can they get out of touch in time? No, Cammy finds the last kill needed to stop them in their tracks, and Thieves will go into a 1-1 Kai.
I thought Cellium was going to make the play right there, Alan. He was in the flank position for about 30 seconds. If he was able to find that second kill, probably without getting stunned there, he's able to maneuver a little bit faster, potentially stop that clock. But if you're Atlanta FaZe, you find yourself up by 1 segment. It was a good job to get that A point out of the way, but LAT just too strong on the hold. Cammy clutch kill after clutch kill. He ended up ending on a 5 streak, 1 off of earning that cruise missile. But back to the attack they go. Old reliable over towards A.
Double AR set up at range. Cellium pushed off that back tank. Cammy also dealing with some damage. He needs 1 off of a missile. He really would love to be able to earn this. Find some extra influence with the resources. Joedecieves finds an opportunity to get through gas, and that's enough for a double. Thieves not just on the point, they're also controlling mid-map. Afro trying to back up to a safer spot, not quite able to do so. Deceives also taken down, and now it's just the last 2 members for Thieves in the hard point. Second tick being worked on. Cammy not able to get his 6th kill, and the retake is good for FaZe. Plus kills on transition to B. It goes from bad to worse that quickly.
It just can't be that easy. Like, when you have 2 players into the point, everyone else just simply has to watch across, but You lose those one-on-one gunfights. Everyone drops. You complete at least one segment, but now everyone is trapped in towards back ice cream. You have to commit your push over towards this B point. But the aBeZy, with great maneuvering around that rock, is able to just finesse his life. Still dancing in towards top broken. Joedecieves is trying to find him. Eventually does not lead to the kill. And Atlanta FaZe just finessing around with only 25 seconds left. LAT, they got to get a move on it. They got to try to stop this clock.
Now aBeZy has an opportunity to possibly earn a cruise missile of his own, but gets stuck on the staircase. So he gets shut down. 5 life advantage for FaZe, but the offensive Thieves have numbers on. Cammy currently the only one in the point, but more that are nearby. Afro will join him. Ghosty also stacking, but Cellium's got an angle here. Takes care of the first. Every life is a big life here for Thieves. Even if they were to get the extra 60 seconds, and there we go. Deceives able to find himself a double, and that will likely be enough to confirm this point unless Cell wants to try to commit his life in. And that first kill, he may think about this for a second. Wants to go, but no. Simp not quite able to get there in time. Exit kills largely decent, and we'll have a 6 life advantage as FaZe rotate once again over towards this A defense.
And now if you are Atlanta, you just got to hold them off right here because you're down by 3 segments. Just in case it does go to that round number 5. You have Drazah in this position, watching that the rotation back. Everyone else trying to push through that B street. Atlanta just have everything cut off. Crossfires galore as aBeZy and Cellium already combined for 2. Time is starting to dwindle down. aBeZy with another. Wasn't he just about to earn a cruise missile? He might do it again, Alan.
Yep, he's on a tear right now, dude. 22 and 15, getting it done with both weapons, and seemingly wanting every gunfight that comes his way. Backs off. Drazah, the more stable defender, over towards A, able to find Afro, who was trying to get his way in. Trades coming through, and FaZe not displaced really whatsoever, as there's still an opportunity for Cellium to make life difficult off spawn. aBeZy just doing what he does best, which is look all directions at once, and there's the missile earned. 18 playing up against 3. It was tight, really, until it wasn't. Hard to say, but for Thieves, that opening breakoff has not been as successful at aBeZy as beaming across the map.
That's how you know that guy's a good player right there, Alan, because we know him as one of the best SMGs to ever touch the game. But he can pick up literally any gun and still put in work with it. MCW on full display, earns himself a cruise missile. Atlanta now are up 2-1, but they now have 2 cruise missiles to work with, because keep in mind, Cellium still has his in his back pocket. So if they decide to invest them both on this attacking round, then that could potentially call a game. But if they also find another successful A push right off the rip, a nice delayed A push, that might call a game right there because of the 2 cruise missiles that they have.
Well, it's a similar setup here for FaZe off the breakoff. Simp will go over towards B, gain some attention, and then see if FaZe find kills at mid-map to rotate back over towards A. And here we go again. Similar setup. And, ooh, Simp nearly gets the turnover towards Cammy to double down. Drazah still able to get entry over towards the A zone. Challenge is in from Afro, though, and that will get him out. So clock will continue to tick. Thieves doing a nice job so far. Small life advantage and not giving up too much map control as the defense tries to get off spawn and get more forward.
Yeah, your biggest thing right here, if you are Atlanta FaZe, though, is just taking down this player at B. They just do that, and let's just complete these 3 segments, because we've been able to outslay them the entirety of the map. So we complete these 3, we guarantee ourselves defense. But as they're putting pressure over towards B, you saw all of LA. They're trying to set up pitches, trying to work through the alley. Simp reads the first, but his teammates all the way across the map. Cellium is able to continually stop that clock by hopping on that A point, and now everyone is forced to hit that rotation.
Second tick not fully locked, but no one defensively can get over to deplete it, so Simp will step in, make sure that second tick comes through. Now it's both points at the same time. Cell on one side, Simp on the other. Single tick earned over towards A. Finally, the retake comes through as Thieves have made the cognitive decision to chalk over B and get this A defense going. But 2 ticks away from being 0-3'd by FaZe. Have to have it here.
You gotta have it. You gotta have it, but Simp is finessing with that dead silence invested. Just trying to find him an opening, trying to find a way in towards the point, and LA, they're just going to give it right to him. Can his teammates find a couple kills around the map? Yes, they do. They eliminate that player in the back of their base. Now they have the crosses. Watch, this is where you invest the cruise missiles, make it rain, and put the game to point.
FaZe's focus through mid-map is just absolutely brilliant, and Simp gets that second kill. Are you kidding? Joe does find the trade. And to be fair, it is only a 2-life deficit here for Thieves, but there's still 1:28 on the clock. And FaZe will have an exit off spawn, so they can set up this next break attempt any way they see fit. Cammy makes at least another kill come through, so Drazah taken out of the picture. Cell still holding on to the missile. What point does he want to use this? He's gonna have to wait a little while longer though, because more kills for Thieves in the middle of the map have pretty much one-dimensionalized how FaZe can approach this zone.
Yeah, they just have to find a couple kills around the map to eventually lead to a cruise missile coming in, because Simp now also picked one up. I did not see that. Now they still have 2 to work with, but just the defensive setup right now for LA is just too strong. All the crosses being watched. Cammy slowly working his way through that dark alley to set up a pinch. Just another angle where he can help his teammates give at least some information of where they're trying to plan this attack. Another cruise missile is going to get invested, but is it going to be worth anything?
Simp gets one trade at mid-map. aBeZy, long route back to the gas station. Afro at least gets the kill. Joedecieves has to do something immaculate, though, inside the zone. Gets the first. Cell now taking the challenge, and Joe puts him out of commission. Second tick is all that will be earned here for FaZe. Ghosty now supplying some support over the top. 15 seconds. FaZe have spent everything trying to get this round 1, and it may end up with nothing to be rewarded with it. Still one last chance. aBeZy, kill out of the zone. Can they get here to touch in time? Joedecieves doubles up, and then Afro finishes off the play. We're going round 5.
And Joedecieves has made that entire play happen. That whole round was on Joedecieves. Even when Atlanta FaZe invest that cruise missile, he was able to slip right on by, win the huge one-on-one in towards the 8 point, and then stays alive the whole time and ends on a 5 streak. The young man just made the plays happen to now force this round number 5. But if you are Atlanta FaZe, you got the segments done that you needed to guarantee yourself this defense, and you still have a cruise missile in your back pocket. So everything right now is set up for Atlanta FaZe to close it out on this defense, especially if they shut down that aggressive A push again from LA over towards A.
Same setup. 3 through mid. This time it'll be a little bit more delayed though. This is almost taking a page out of FaZe's book. Cammy's gonna step on towards B, see if maybe he can pull the FaZe defense over, but they're not so quickly fooled by this. Cell and Drazah still playing over towards A Street. Kills will come through, and now FaZe, knowing they've cleared off the A Street, can take their defensive focus purely over towards B. Spawns for Thieves. Allow them to try to reinforce quickly. Nades on both sides being exchanged. Cammy from inside the point, though. Able to allow not just a kill, but an extra member for Thieves to stop on, and that's going to be enough for a second tick of progress. Third being worked on. Kills coming through. Drazah by himself with maybe just a little bit of extra team shots from aBeZy will clear things off, and the third tick gets halted.
Third tick gets halted, and now you allow Atlanta FaZe to get pushed up and take a little bit more map control, trying to put LA in this trap towards back ice cream. So they're just slowly working up over towards this B point. They know that they don't have any time to wrap back towards A, because if that gets shut down, that's basically going to be the map. We have to commit over towards B. They're able to stop the clock again. Ghosty with a huge one-on-one versus Drazah. Unfortunately, the trade is there from aBeZy. And Cellium is finessing. Okay, he almost was able to take down 2, but that's going to be B done and dusted. 20-20 in lives remaining. A minute 45. Atlanta have to hold on. And they also have a cruise missile in the back pocket just in case it gets a little scary.
Tons of time, tons of lives. You don't have to force something that doesn't look good here if you're Thieves. And currently, they're just kind of set up right here at Broken, seeing if maybe they can catch someone from FaZe trying to overextend and get aggressive on this pinch. Instead, it's Cammy over the top, finds aBeZy for free. And I think he has an idea that Cellium's also playing backside gas. 3 for 1 goes the exchange. Cell's the last one standing in the way. First kill is good. aBeZy takes down his teammate, but at least collects the kill onto Joe. Simp calls out the cruise missile, just trying to keep the offense at bay. One member in the form of Afro. Ghosty trying to stay alive, but the cruise missile will actually be denied by Trophy. In the process, though, Afro falls and everything resets. 15 plays 16.
Yeah, that's just a little bit difficult right there for Afro. Not the Trophy player, so all the attacks coming in, he gets soloed out, and now the time continues to dwindle. Only a minute left. LA have to try to find the way in. You might have just done it with Cammy's positioning. Slowly working his way up through back gas station. I don't know if Atlanta are going to read his position, but once he gets that kill, they now know where he is. Can his teammates try to find anything around the map? No, they do not. Cammy's the sole man on this side. Stuns and nades come in. He gets shut down, and another successful hold right there out of Atlanta.
Has to be noted as well, Drazah had a huge 1v1 in front of all that play at the entrance of the A control point. Things could have looked very different for Cammy if he got a little bit of support, but didn't come through. Now time a huge issue. 9 plays 10. 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a full wrap around the back, and you can just take a look at the minimap. FaZe are fully prepared for this. Inside of buildings, watching crosses. Cell finding a ton of information. and no one can confirm a kill. Afro does get one around the back, but he would have to do a lot more than that, and no, FaZe will not allow Thieves to break through the street. It's Simp for the final triple, and a 3-0 for Atlanta FaZe over the LA Thieves.
It wasn't the cleanest. You still have a couple things that you need to work on, but you get the job done this time in 3 instead of game 5. Where they needed to make adjustments was on their defensive zone invasion control. They won all 3. In the search and destroys, they won the first blood battle. They were hitting a couple rotations and winning that S&D as well. We expect that from them. But even in that map number 1, we saw it in their first matchup. They did not have any success on P3. They find a break in the first map, they find a hold in the first map, and eventually it leads to great time to win the game for them. And the way that they came on and did it, everyone played well. I don't feel like anyone was like calm, cool, and collected, feet kicked up, like my guy Nameless likes to say. Everyone had a moment today where they had to step up. Obviously, Simp leads it with 42 and 27, 30 non-traded kills. But look at the damage between aBeZy, Simp, and Cellium. All above 6K. Those guys are putting down shots, and they get the job done in 3.
The non-traded kill percentage for this Atlanta FaZe squad is going to be, I think, super, super high this year. You give them an extra 50 HP, those boys are going to finesse what's going to feel like 10 years.
Yep.
But all told, again, another 3-0 here that we kind of look at and say, it was actually a lot closer than the final map count's going to suggest. And I know that the faces of LA Thieves at the end were a little dejected. It's an emotional, kind of brutal fight to go through. And you had options and opportunities in all 3 maps, it felt like, to find a way to get a win. Just weren't quite able to do it. So FaZe looking super strong. And with that, we are 3/4 the way through Sunday as we head things back over to the desk to close things out.
Woo! Gentlemen, what a matchup we had there. It was tight, especially in that game number 1. We saw the score flip at 135, 188, 215. But eventually, FaZe took that first game, and it looked like they rode that confidence from there on out. But the final control, going to a 5th round. These are tight games. And Simp, well, he sends us off with another record, Allie.
I mean, wow, 42 and 27 to round out the series from Simp. That's the overall kill record now here in Modern Warfare 3 that we've hit so far this weekend, beating out Nero's 36 on sub base yesterday. I will say, even though this was a 3-0, this is definitely one of those situations where you say it was a very, very close 3-0 and that the 3-0 doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, starting to feel like that just might be the nature of Modern Warfare 3, just back and forth, how easy it is to hold certain spots on the map. But for Atlanta FaZe, I will tell you, especially in that search and destroy, they are just playing on another level. Some of the rotations back and forth, and it's led by Simp. Like, we're seeing aBeZy sort of playing island at times or get very aggressive, but Simp is the guy, he's grabbing the bomb, dropping the smokes down, and still making the plays. I just want to take a moment to give him his flowers. And, you know, you mentioned that first hard point as well, Chris. A back and forth battle the entire time.
Yes.
When it gets down to the very end, there is an opportunity for Thieves. Ghosty just had to pick up a kill when he was top AC. So for you Thieves fans out there, there's a lot of hope for this roster.
You're so close.
You're so close. One play, and they're gonna go back, watch the VOD. They're gonna see these plays, and they will adjust.
All right, LA Thieves still trying to find their footing. You can see the frustration after their second loss in week 1. But we've got a winner on the other side of this one. Let's go to our monster spotlight right now and bring in the recent champ. You now hold the record, 42 kills in a single game. You did it in control on Invasion. How are we feeling?
Oh, we're feeling good. And I mean, especially with a win like that, we're feeling on top of the world right now.
All right, now talk to me about getting kills, Simp, because that's all I care about when I'm playing. I think 90% of the chat acts like they care about strategy, but we're all there for the frags. How did you drop 42 in a single game?
I mean, just, you know, invasion control cheese. I just kept pinching, kept gunning them, kind of turned on some people. I won't say who, but yeah, that was a really good map out of me.
You won't name them?
Nah, I can't name my boys.
Just go back in the VOD, Chris. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Simp, I know it's kind of early in the season to ask this, but with the numbers you've been putting up in the past 2 series that we've seen, where do you think this game ranks for you right now as a player?
Oh, I mean, honestly, I don't know, but I honestly really love this game compared to the last couple years. So I feel like it's been kind of showing in like my passion, which I mean, kind of sucks because I definitely could have done more the last couple years. But I mean, it is what it is. That's fast, and yeah, I'm loving this game. I don't know where it ranked though.
Simp, I want to ask you, in Search and Destroy, you've been making a lot of plays. You've been carrying the bomb, getting the smokes down. We just touched on it. For you, what's the biggest difference between last game and this game? Is it really just the sound EQ? Is that the major difference in having dead silence?
Dead silence? You see it. Dead silence is crazy. People don't just turn around. There's zero awareness sometimes. Like, sometimes you just get an ace sometimes.
Love it.
All right, so final question for you is FaZe always seems to be a front runner. You guys seem to kind of set the strategy trend that everyone else follows. Will we see any different guns ever coming out on these starting lineups, or is it going to be the two that we have right now?
I can't say for right now. Maybe in the future you'll see something different, but it really just depends on how the game develops, I'd say. Because honestly, ARs are blessed.
And which one are you better with right now?
Doesn't matter to me right now. I'm slamming either way.
42, he's slamming them. That is your record holder, Simp. ATL walking away with 2 wins here in opening weekend. Thanks, bud.
Oh, by the way, Joe's my son.
Oh, he said Joe's my son.
I think he just adopted somebody. Let's
Enjoy
do
the night,
this. All
Chris.
right, let's make it official. Lawyers draw it up. Simp getting it done with 42 after a 30-kill game to start off the weekend. He closed it out with a bang. Allie, we have more matches to go, but before we send this one off, what do you take away from this 3-game series?
That was the most fun interview I think I've heard from Simp in the past 2 years, so I'm really looking forward to Atlanta FaZe moving forward.
All right, well, there you have it. It's time to go to break. Before we do, quick reminder, sync your calendars today and never miss a match with your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League calendar sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad-up calling card that you can use in-game. You want a calling card? I got it. More importantly, you can get your calendar all set up. We'll see you after the break for OpTic taking on Røkkr. Final battle here on Sunday.
Well, you know, you got to go with the world champs every season, so I'm going to have to say New York.
I guess so far the player that's my season rival is Scrap, but it's all in good fun. But hey, it's good for the scene, it's fun for me, it's fun for him, so why not?
Scrap, always.
It's got to be New York. I think we matched up against them a few times last year, both won and lost to them. So I think those are probably the guys we had the most competitive matches against.
aBeZy?
Joedecieves or like Ghosty or something.
Clayster.
I'm not gonna say rival, but I'm gonna say Lynz because it's my old teammate, and yeah.
push on up. You have 3 players off at spawn. Maybe a chance here. Accuracy. The back.
Lynz is ripping Boston apart. Boston to close this lead. And Lynz is going to just continue to push space for the Zawova Bobs.
Wow.
Maybe come straight through as well.
Awakening versus the world, and he's coming up with a dub. And if you can transition this to New Hill, Awakening is trying to put in absolute work. Slash is up next. He gets them all. The whole team, the Demon
Come from a city, you hear sirens when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Welcome back to the final matchup here in opening weekend. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And Alley, we're about to see OpTic Texas, which if you looked at all the teams who walked away with a loss, fought the hardest. These guys went all the way to that round 11 in game 5, just did not go their way. Tonight, playing another team that also went to a game 5.
They went to game 2, round 11, and game 5, round 11. So in the search and destroy, they have been feeling the no ice pain. But for OpTic Texas, they're going up against the Minnesota Røkkr, who is also struggling hard in search and destroy.
Let's start here with OpTic Texas. You have Dashy, Bruce back in the building alongside Shotzzy, and they've brought in some all-star talent from around the globe, Nameless.
Yeah, you know, they brought in 2 star-studded players, and the best player in day 1 versus New York was Kenny. So that's looking good so far. You're going to really need everybody to perform in this match. You're playing up against some pretty tough talent over there. We've seen the teams from day 1 that didn't play well have bounced back hard today. And when you guys talk about the search and destroy in the round 11s, great search and destroy. You get 5 rounds in each of them, but you lost that first blood battle by a mile, 16-6. They only got 6 versus New York 16. That is not great. Looking for those early bloods today.
OpTic Texas's Monster Energy pregame. Hardpoint needs consistency, 0 break percentage, as they mentioned, not going to be good enough. And you did have 2 holds, though, with 50-plus points. So if you keep doing that, we could see them walk away with the respawns again.
Yeah, for OpTic Texas, I mean, it was a decent battle against New York. I think, unfortunately, that first opening hardpoint really set them back in that series, and that's why they continued to struggle. They're going up against the Minnesota team, who has had to fight tooth and nail to take off maps on Vegas Legion with the reverse sweep, going 250-201 in the map 1, so I think it'll be a good series.
I gotta say, they did my man Bruce dirty with that photo. We gotta swap that one out. We gotta talk about the opponent for Bruce in this battle. Who's he shooting against? Is it Awakening? Is it Accuracy? Who's running the ARs for Minnesota?
Well, I know that there's always a call out in every game for accuracy. Okay. So that's definitely gonna be something when we get into some invasion. But honestly, it's Gigawake, as I like to call him, otherwise known as Awakening. You know, least amount of damage in all of the respawns for this squad in their last match. So I'm looking at Awakening. This is a game that I expect him to be very good at. Now you got some veteran leadership around you. He needs to be a star on this team. And for your Monster Energy pregame, attacking has to be better in search and destroy. 1-7 in round count and 1-7 in opening duels. Both these teams have been abysmal in opening duels.
Which it's unfortunate that there's that point, because I feel like when it came to Minnesota Røkkr, like they were a pretty good S&E team. I mean, they have Accuracy. Lamar, he's known as the Iceman, and Vivid, he's supposed to be your route guy. So for Minnesota, I have high expectations in those games 2 and 5.
Let's take a look at the maps and modes. It's one best of 5. First to 3 walks away as your winner. Invasion, Karachi for our first hardpoint search and then control. If we get to a game 4, we'll see Skid Row and Invasion again in a game 5, Nameless.
Yeah, something tells me these guys are like scrim partners or something. They played each other a decent amount. They know what maps they can beat them on, because looking at this one, Minnesota won Karachi yesterday. OpTic won Invasion, and they opt to get rid of it. And now they're playing Karachi on one of Minnesota's seemingly strong maps.
All right, well, I am told it's time for predictions. Are you guys ready for these?
Yeah.
Pick'ems, predictions, whatever you want to call them, get them in right now. I'm going to start things off here, and it was the closest loss of any of the 6 losers in the first week, so I'm going with OpTic here.
Just picking whichever loser lost the closest. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I might have to go with you. Dashy's on my fantasy team, so I got to go with OpTic Texas
I like that.
in this one.
I can't catch you guys here. I guess I'm going Texas as well. That's just fully loaded.
Team here, Nameless. We could finish strong as we close out with the final battle. It's OpTic, it's Røkkr, and your casters for this one, it's Miles, Ross, Boss, Chance.
Chance, I mean, he needs a nickname too, right?
That's okay.
Right,
no, Chance is the nickname.
All right, fine. We'll leave that to you, Twitter. Please tweet us your favorite nicknames for Mr. Ashworth over here. Ready to get into a very good series, though. The final of the day, the final of the first week of the MW3 season so far. My God, they grow up so fast. We'll find out how this one goes. Pred, lock in, son. You're about to play a big series. Get them yawns out, baby. We've got a long one here in front of us, folks. Minnesota Røkkr, OpTic Texas. We saw a very, very tight loss for OpTic. No doubt about it, looking to try to right the wrongs of the matchup against the New York Subliners, who, funny enough, also had a very, very close victory. Again, it's very close. Closely contested league so far, Chance.
Yeah, we are very much just like sort of waiting for the dust to settle. Like Atlanta FaZe look strong, Toronto in their one series look very strong, but outside of that, it's kind of just chaos in the middle of the pack. And like shout out Seattle Surge as well, 2-0, but a lot to be learned still. And even for this series alone, for Minnesota Røkkr, like I know we touched on the desk about how like they're attacking rounds for Search and Destroy. They have like a 1-7 record. Their defense wasn't much better. Like their S&D as a whole, they lost like 12-3 on round count for Search and Destroy. And I don't know how much of that is Vegas just absolutely popping off against them or these guys just being underwhelming in the game mode, but I do think we are going to learn a lot in this series when they play against OpTic.
Yeah, we'll find out how the Search and Destroy goes. Stats be damned, baby. It's still very, very early on. Look at Dashy. He is so ready to go. He's saying something really funny right now to Pred. You can see he's like, wow, bro, you're such a good ventriloquy act. I can't believe you're making that puppet move without even moving your lips. That's crazy, bro. Insane. Such a talented individual, talented in and out of game. We'll see how they perform up against Røkkr. Nice square up, I think, Chance. Very, very different style of play. The ARs of Minnesota Røkkr when it comes to accuracy, Awakening. Going up against Dashy as well. Very, very spicy series ahead of us indeed. We have got a good look at the maps, and I'm very, very interested to see if we can get over to that Skid Row hard point. That map 4, that's where I want to get to.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's a map where we saw Minnesota Røkkr play earlier, and the thing about Røkkr is they were very good in the hard points about being ahead of the rotations, and if you saw the key stat for OpTic, OpTic had a 0% break percentage. Again, incredibly small sample size. There's going to be a lot to be learned, but I'm kind of expecting that to be sort of the theme for the hard points potentially of Røkkr making those early investments to take the big routes. Obviously, map 1, players are getting ready. We're going to Invasion. P5 is going to be a focal point, I would assume, all year long, with just being like one of the ultimate money hills in the game, but that'll be a long ways away. The opening salvo will commence, and I mean, we might have a bit of an onslaught between these two teams. Very excited to see how Lynz plays now.
Oh yeah, here we go. Map number 1, into Invasion we dive. You called it P5, some people call it Embassy, some people call it American, some people call it Palace. We call it one hell of a hard point. Eyes on that one when it comes to it. Until then, gonna keep you locked and loaded through every single rotation we get to. First to 250 points here in hard point. Let's get it.
I'm very excited to see, well, not just how like Lynz plays on one side, but Pred as well. I know Kenny was definitely the standout player the last series around, but this is an OpTic team where I'm expecting them to virtually take turns of that pop-off sort of potential in game. But Kenny right now just trying to control more towards the middle of the map. Nice spots coming through, but it's Kenny and mainly Pred getting a bunch of kills. It looks like Minnesota Røkkr come out on top. Wait cleans up the final 2. They got the time, they got the spawns as well.
Yeah, Nameless called for a Giga Wake today. So far, just Awakening, but he does increase the size and stature as the matches continue. Dashy on the approach to the hard point. Pred backing him up as well. Quick contest. What can they get? Ooh, Awakening slips out. Right back into it. Into the guns of OpTic. They chew him up. Take care of business. 15 seconds goes their way.
And the spawns also like halfway got flipped on their head as well. So you actually have OpTic who could be out in advance. So there you go, OpTic taking advantage of the spawns. Kenny swinging out over towards Broken, being that nice cutoff player. Him and Shotzzy going to be working together. So it looks like Dashy is going to be the hill kitten going to collect that time.
Current currently Awakening at a Ghost, so hard to keep track of. Somehow comes up behind Kenny, looking to find his second. He does indeed. Demon Joe prowling the streets of Invasion so far. Over to Dashy in the hill. The reinforcements now on that left hand side. Pred finding 2. Lovely work there from OpTic. 3-piece for Pred. Accuracy answers back. Closer and closer to the hard point they battle, but the spawns for OpTic still close. Over by the embassy, battling through the streets.
Yeah, this is a very difficult look right now for Røkkr. They just, I mean, they made it past the front line of Kenny and Shotzzy initially, and then Pred and the rest of the crew just absolutely pick them apart. So not quite a full 60, but incredibly close to it, or actually maybe they get right up to the 59 margin. And on rotation, a little bit of potential for OpTic to do some damage as well. Pred, though, gets caught. Looks like Shotzi's going to fall as well. They're going to spawn back at Embassy. It is going to be a hike and a half to get back across the map. Minnesota ahead of the game.
Those embassy spawns, whew, they'll get you. There's quite a few of them taking place now. An awkward situation to be in. This has worked out fantastically for Minnesota Røkkr. Hard point in their hands. Vivid, the man in the middle of the map. Top side of the map was accuracy. He's taken care of. Can Røkkr hold OpTic at bay and pull the lead back? Tags from Vivid, nowhere to be found. Kenneth Williams flying forward. Next up, the hard point. Lynz trying to back him up. Dashy's there to help as well. A lot of damage dealt. Easy cleanups. Big Brucey in the feed. Finds a few more. OpTic get the point.
Yeah, those are just massive wins the whole way around. Kenny, as soon as he takes down Vivid, that front line gets opened up and OpTic just pounce instantly. So there you go. That 0% break percentage we saw early on has already been demolished. OpTic building themselves up a fairly sizable lead. Minnesota have to chalk it up. And again, that is just so much time given away to try to secure this rotation. And OpTic, if they get a break here, they are going to be very ahead of the game.
Indeed. Well, as we've seen, though, again on Invasion, that P5, that Embassy, massive turnaround potential. Full 60s are plenty. OpTic, though, they'll be sitting pretty over the 100-point mark. Over to the top broken apartment is going to be Røkkr, first in Awakening. Vivid catches another one out. Pred and Dashy, they go to the notches on his belt. Can he get Pred again in the next life as they fight their way forward? Hard points up over for business. And again, fantastic coverage from Vivid so far.
Yeah, still those back spawns coming through. I think Vivid thought he killed enough that they weren't going to keep spawning at gas, but lo and behold, now the pressure coming through the backside. Awakening trapped in a corner. Has a little bit of support, but a few things are going to be open. Dashy, though, overextends, so accuracy able to catch him, and it is just trades back and forth where it looks like Minnesota come out on top for every single kill, except for Kenny. Wins his one and gets that hill time, and there you see that reset. Everybody on Røkkr retreating back to Embassy. They're going to need about a full 60 to tie this game up, but this is absolutely the hill to get it done.
Yeah, Kenny does get a fantastic 30 seconds off of that individual gunfight win. You're not wrong, mate. We are retreating. Bad news, though. Vivid spawns on the other side of the map. He did not get the memo. That's very unlucky. Kenny reads it, takes care of him. He should now spawn up on the inside of the embassy or a little... Nah, he's still... Oh, Jesus. Vivid, you're out the fight, mate. You're going to be down a man now. Minnesota Røkkr on the defense here of the embassy. Accuracy taken care of. There's 2 down. Last man alive, Awakening. He's going to now contend with OpTic here in the tight halls.
It is just crawling with those green arrows, and while OpTic are making the break on the most difficult hill in the game, let's go to a listen-in and see how it sounds.
Nice, one's Lamar's on you guys. Yeah. Last guy on you guys.
I'm looking at it. I'm gonna help you guys. Get her back right stairs. I'm trying to hold it. Nice job, Brest. Let's go. Good fucking shit.
Give me behind me, beat on.
Give me Lamar street. Have ice cream. Doing a ladder. They got there?
Yeah.
Just get 2 beat on. This is good time, bro. Someone on me Lamar street.
Yeah, 2 told me.
I'm going Lamar street.
I spawned structure. Give me.
I'm gonna get beat on for AJ. I don't see him beat on AJ.
Is that the fucking patio? That patio weak as fuck. Lamar bottom blue, ripped him.
Nice job, bro. They got a small weird.
Patio.
Lamar's in patio.
I'm treehouse right now. Where did Lamar spawn?
He's from Lamar street.
2 HD. Went back door to new.
I'm reset to Lamar street.
Hard play patio. Hard play. I'm top treehouse right now.
Lamar's
One front cafe. One front cafe. Let's hit back door.
Let's hit right on this. I'm going right. You hit back door fast.
Go to front.
I'm in this shit fast. Back door.
P3. Awakening on time. P3 time. Absolutely.
Nice. Front door probably.
Nice. Brandon.
Let's go. I repush. Yo, let's go. 2 back door man. 2 back door. Watch that reach, front door.
I need to beat on.
Go beat on.
Stay down.
What front door me? I'm so one shot. Beat on me.
Spicy comes from OpTic. Players getting ripped left, right, and center. A brilliant break, though, chance on that back embassy side of things, and it has given OpTic a beautiful lead.
Yeah, no, I tell you, you get a break on P5. That's one of those situations that you feel like that might just be GG, especially with how quickly they did it. It's not even like a final fight for the final 10 seconds to scrap. They broke it early. They have built a near 100-point lead going over towards new. OpTic right now seemingly can do no wrong.
Yeah, well, we'll find out if they can do wrong. Second set of rotations upon us. They're looking exceptionally powerful so far. Over almost at that 200-point mark. P1 was very kind to them. Over to the second point now we go. For the second time round. And accuracy hold them at bay. Nice tags, not enough to take care of Dashy as well. The royalty in hand as he fights his way forward. Over 100 points from Minnesota Røkkr. They will not be in that club, but so far you're in a bit of trouble. Could Demon Joe do something special from the point?
Bro, I love that route from Kenny, by the way. He spawns behind him at Embassy. A couple players from Røkkr are actually looking for him, but he takes a wide route. He only picks up 1 kill, though, and his teammates actually don't win the gunfight in the front, so an interesting idea, but doesn't necessarily pan out. Looks like Røkkr very much had a stranglehold on P2, a very strong hill for them, and obviously one that they need as well. Of course, you got to turn your attention towards that rotation as well. Number 5, Lynz, had an attempt. He gets caught. OpTic right now, very stable on the map. Actually, I take that back. Number 3 spawns out at aBeZy, so a couple players on Røkkr spawn more towards P4, so maybe not ideal, but still good for OpTic.
Oh, Awakening Storm as well. We saw Pred saw him, still spawning aBeZy. It's a bloody mess right now, but the bottom side of the minimap is exactly where OpTic want to be right now. Look at those close spawns as well for Røkkr. This is going to get real hot real fast. Can Vivid take these players out on the cross? No. Doesn't get a chance to discharge his firearm. Over to Kenny now in the point. Can Vivid do anything? Nah, Pred guns him down. Pressure on. Takes care of accuracy as well.
Oh, wow.
Massive bit of work as the old Seattle squad go at each other. And this could be game in showers.
Yeah, just getting caught right there. Vivid not quite ready, and OpTic right now punishing for it. You get the clean 4 in the feed, and maybe Vivid up respawn, picking up the first 2, could do some damage, but Kenny responds in kind. The quad feed gets taken, but the work still efficient. And with a play like that, OpTic more or less might have just called game.
Oh, Kenny pushes forward the final 10 seconds. Anyone there to maybe get in? Pred now, the dagger from behind. Brilliant work out of OpTic. Truly lethal in the approach on invasion here. And that is map 1. GG's in the chat. They're going to be feeling very good about that.
Yeah, devastating indeed. And I know Shotzzy didn't do the best in the kills column, but every single one of his teammates performed incredibly well. I think, honestly, the moment of the game, probably just that P5 break. You had a moment where, well, you called it out, Miles, where Vivid spawns back gas, rotates and sort of like challenges the old time back at P4, but Kenny catches him again, knows that a player was going to spawn out, and then Vivid died when there was like 6 seconds left on the old time. Not enough time to hold the kill cam or like watch the spawn, so he spawns at gas again, and then OpTic just have a free 4 versus 3 to fight at aBeZy. They get that break, and that really does just seal the deal on invasion.
It was so tough. You saw that. I mean, I would love to have seen it from Røkkr's POV. They're just getting riddled with bullets from all angles, even inside the aBeZy. Shotzzy's managed to get in there fast. Before you know it, it's over. This was the attack early on in our highlights, as things were looking far, far closer. But once OpTic got going, there was no slowing them down. They certainly put Røkkr in the dirt here in Invasion.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, a couple key moments where there were some struggles. I mean, Minnesota overall, like, to lose by 100 points if you get P5 broken, like, otherwise they played the game mostly well, but even just the slaying power, I think, towards the end. I know Awakening was certainly putting up some numbers, but everybody else just a little bit too slow. And there is actually the moment. Shotzzy, you know, some of the few kills he did get, absolutely ripping heads to sort of work your way up towards that aBeZy hill. But either way, I mean, Dashy threw up 20, Pred threw up 20, Kenny not too far behind and had 2.5 minutes in the hill. So everybody for OpTic putting in serious work.
You see the player cams as well. Everyone's very, very much enjoying themselves there. Map number 1 complete, and I think happy situation there for OpTic Texas. Got to be feeling good. Kenny having a smile, no surprises there, but at the same time, either way, that map can be very, very unforgiving. Lynz, a great rotation towards the end, towards those shower hill, but it was not fast enough. And in the end, OpTic take care of business. Double dose of Karachi now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to search and destroy. Chance yesterday, we saw this pretty solid workout of Minnesota Røkkr. You talked about the offensive, defensive rounds. Everything needs a bit of work. Well, it's a good news. For some, it's the start of season. Plenty of time to get that work done. How are you feeling about these 2 teams and this matchup on Karachi?
I am terrified for Minnesota Røkkr, and I am very excited, I suppose, for OpTic Texas on the flip side for Search and Destroy. They might have suffered like 2 very difficult round 11 losses, but this is a team that, A, will go back to the drawing boards, figure out where the little mistakes were. B, still insanely talented Search and Destroy players, literally just across the board. And for Minnesota Røkkr, the fear is just, again, it was a 12-3 round count that they suffered when they played against Vegas Legion. Like, they did just straight up get bullied in the game mode, and it might have just been one of those series where nothing was going your way, everything just unfortunate, couldn't find a first blood. It might have just been an unfortunate circumstance, but I think we'll have that question answered when they play against OpTic Texas. If it was sort of a fluke set of S&Ds, or if that game mode seriously needs some work.
Weekend, I think there were a lot of players, teams, everyone gets to put in that very, very solid VOD review after a few, matches, a few games, especially in this opening weekend. We've seen incredible transformations of these teams. Look at LAG. OpTic Texas wouldn't be too surprised if they're feeling exceptionally confident after ironing out a couple of problems. See if they can't rewrite those wrongs. Of course, and especially actually in the upcoming Karachi Control after this one. That's going to be very interesting to see. Super close, nail-biting gaming as New York Subliners against Røkkr. Let's see how they perform. Røkkr as well. Let's see how much they've improved since their first matchup. As again, early days here in the league in the 2024 season. You don't want to be giving away these matches. Again, 10 CDL points for a win. You want to make it to champs. Here we go, boys and girls. Map number 2, S&D on Karachi.
Yeah, this is going to be, again, a very interesting one to watch. We've seen quite a few different strats come out from various teams. I think we're really learning about different like pre-nade spots and whatnot over the top and middle of the map on defense, getting the clearance if you want to hit the B site. So I think most people that have paid attention the past few days are going to be keenly aware of most of sort of those offensive setups. It'll be interesting to see if we have a new dynamic or some new flavors thrown into the mix. But either way, Minnesota Røkkr a little bit desperate now for that bounce back.
I don't think there's a kitchen in the P2 restaurant. I just thought about that. I'm not sure it's actually a place to cook and prepare food. That's wild when you think about it. Bomb in the hand of Kenny. Nades up and about. Nothing seems to land on this side, or the Leafs dodged it, but we're going to fly towards Chicken Coop. Shotzzy's going to be the cut-off man with 6 HP. You lucky dog. See if you can't catch a kill.
Yeah, that means one pre-nade hit him, but not the pair. Vivid first blood, and wow, just like that, accuracy looking over. So OpTic attempt to get aggressive and instantly get picked apart. Dashy already tagged up, half health, and Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, the nades might not have quite been on point, but the round certainly is. What was that, 15 seconds? The bounce back they were looking for after the invasion. Boy, did they just get it.
Yeah, don't worry, boys. Regain. Let's go to the next one. Røkkr feeling great about that. You're right, though. All the nades. We didn't necessarily see too many of them from Kenny's POV, but Shotzzy found himself incredibly weak. Dashy was forced back. Brilliant opener there from Røkkr. Really, really solid work. And Vivid, as fast as a bolt of lightning, right round the back line. Cuts down the final player there and easily seals the round. Here we go. The Røkkr on attack.
Potentially no time wasted. Doesn't quite have the trophy. Well, if you wanted a trophy, there it is. Now you can toss that out to whatever site you want and be just a little bit more protected. Lynz has also crept his way up the map underneath the ladder. He's making a move to go and kill Kenny. Lynz is able to catch him. Man advantage maintained and not quite able to win it. Pred evens up the odds. Awakening and Vivid versus Pred.
Solid amount of damage and Pred as well. That's going to slow him down. He hasn't left... Well, he's going to be able to stray too far from the fountain side of the map. Oh dear, he saw Awakening, but Awakening saw him. Is the chow. Good damage either side. Just the classic Warzone nade. Trying to nade up rooftops. Vivid, feeling himself. No one there for the trade. Awakening doesn't come for it.
Oh, there it is.
Better late than never. That was a little worrisome. Sorry, man, I should have been there a little sooner, but either way, Røkkr will take the round, Pred. Fighting tooth and nail in a situation that he absolutely should not have been able to get away from. Good stuff out of Røkkr.
Yeah, no, I think a little bit of a chuckle there out of Awakening as well. Goes for the reposition AC instead of saying top third. But either way, no love lost. And again, aggression from Minnesota Røkkr. Lynz straight up the middle of the map, got in good position, pounced as soon as he needed to. And obviously Vivid flying with the sub as well. Nades out and about, no one in the middle of the map this time from OpTic. They got a 2-2 split, bomb leaning towards B, but looks like Pred and Dashy might have an idea to make a play over towards A. Patient for the moment.
Ooh, Awakening saw the door, there's the smoke, it's all a fake.
And number 6 falls for it too, yeah.
Oh,
perfect, absolutely perfect.
B. That's it. The bomb was over by B. A little bit of sleight of hand, some smoke and mirrors, and you've absolutely been juked. There we go. Bomb been planted by B. Good luck, have fun. Down a man. Can they catch Kenny on the retreat? Shotzzy doing the best he can to cover. Stunned up. Hit through the middle of the map. Dashy might be able to catch all these players. This could be fantastic for OpTic. There goes Awakening. 4v2.
This has literally been a picturesque round from OpTic. That is quite literally exactly how you write it down. Accuracy slides into death. Last man standing Lynz. Nothing you can do. It really doesn't get easier than that. You open up the door, throw a smoke. Not only does accuracy get baited to start to rotate back as soon as that comm comes through, but I think it was Vivid that was playing on the bridge. Goes to make a play, jumps over wall, instant death. So it's not just the fact that you over-rotate on the smoke fake, but it's also over-committing on the other side of the map as well. So Minnesota Røkkr just got played like a fiddle, albeit just for one round. They still have the advantage, but I don't think they're going to fall for that one again.
You know what's crazy? You could totally go for it again. 100%, just give it a shot. We talked about this. I mean, I bring this up on broadcast all the time, but in rock, paper, scissors at the highest level, what they call it the avalanche strat. We just play rock, rock, rock in a row.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
And it's just like, it's in the playbook, man. Like, just give it a go. So they're not going to, how are they going to second guess it perfectly every time? We'll find out. Bomb teetering towards the B bomb site. Reese Vivid hold that one. Røkkr got players all over the map. And there is almost like a 1v1v1v1 situation waiting to unfold here. Here comes Lynz. Will Pred get the read here? The guns are at the ready. It's a 2v1 technically. Watch out for the lineup. Oh,
Nice.
Lynz skins him alive.
Yeah, Lynz caught a shoulder there, and Bomb does go down for the 3 versus 4, so clutch potential is going to be in, well, 4 versus 3 rather for Minnesota Røkkr. It's a fantastic spot. Shotzzy trying to fly to make a play, just gets caught. And Røkkr, yep, the bounce back they needed. No fakes coming through this time. They just simply win every gunfight. Lynz gets that first blood, and they just pick them apart. Minnesota Røkkr, maybe the fluke S&D when they were playing against Vegas might have been the case, playing much better now against OpTic.
Well, there you go. Strong composure on that Røkkr squad. Under the sort of guidance of accuracy, you have to expect them to be able to handle tough situations. You've got some explosive players in Lynz and Vivid, and Owakening is, quite frankly, a demon. Very strong makeup on paper, and they're starting to execute here in Search and Destroy. Can they keep the momentum going? This is so aggressive, Chance.
I mean, they've cleared out B, but nobody's home. I mean, you talk about rock. They smoked out A last time. This time, they just run straight for it and get the bomb down. 4 versus 4 in an instant play, and Dashy gets the blood. OpTic, aggression on offense might be their savior.
Røkkr there, though. Shotzzy laying prone. Dashy in the backside of the hotel trying to keep Owakening out of the fight, and he's done now. 30 seconds to go. Accuracy playing slow. Having to hit an angle here. This is going to get ugly real quick. He's been spotted out. There's one for Shotzzy. The stun and run. Or the smoke and joke. I don't know. I've got nothing for that one. But here we go up close and personal. It's Anthony Cuevas Castro doing exactly what he does best, which is terrorize folks up close and personal. Red may able to catch this last one up, but Vivid on the run now in the 2v1. The bomb cannot be defused, and Shotzzy finds 3 on the round.
Big plays as well. Shotzzy, perfect angle behind the bus to catch accuracy, and then just does his little dance through the smoke. And at the very least, just waste enough time that Pred is able to come on the flank anyway. And if he needed to be the cleanup man, would have had the job done. But Shotzzy, laser focused in that round. Again, aggression on offense has been key from OpTic. But that being said, Minnesota Røkkr, you could say the exact same thing. No wasted aggression either. Their bomb leaning towards A, maybe trying to take a page out of OpTic's book.
I think we'll stick with smoke and joke. We'll take it. We throw smoke at your feet, you do that. I'm going to run with that all year, see if it sticks. 6 and 3 for Vivid. Whoa, Shotzzy just ran through the middle of the map, and accuracy definitely saw him. Leo. Nades up. A bomb site's now wide open. Kenny's left it. He's still able to pivot back and take a quick look, but we could be seeing some action soon.
And you have a deep rotation as well. So right now, Vivid is literally just a distraction. I mean, he's sort of in between a couple different players, but Kenny, in the meantime, picks up Lynz. So distraction doesn't pay off, and they should know that is bomb down. OpTic just swarming the middle of the map. Pred in your spawn, catches accuracy, and now there is 0 coordination between Vivid and Owakening. They are very isolated, and with shots like that, Shotzzy feeling himself.
Owakening 1v4. You get a kill, they know exactly where you are. Oh dear, you bang the door open, they know where you are now, son. Here comes Kenny. And Owakening get a couple of tags in, but that's another great round. OpTic Texas and Shotzzy, even then he was like, you know what, I hit some shots in that round, son.
Yeah, also just big brain plays out of Kenny too. Like, they're getting the comms. You got Vivid playing over by the bridge. Doesn't make sense for them to be hitting A if someone's on the bridge, right? Well, Kenny reads it anyway, gets that first blood bomb down, and the strat from Minnesota Røkkr just completely falters. So back and forth game. The mind games, by the way, out and about. And in the meantime, Shotzzy on a 4 spree, potentially thinking about that cruise.
We're in that left side street nade nearly every round, but accuracy and Awakening not falling for it. Both those ARs, though, trained on that little archway. Shotzzy's going to dip and dive and do what he can. He can't do too many more of those. He does not have the hit points to survive, but the guns weren't up. Not a problem. Smokes out. He's got the bomb. He can commit to this. Jesus, this POV, he's tweaking.
Well, yeah, no trophy, though, I think is the only reason you don't go for the bomb plant. They banned out a few nades and tacks by the sounds of it, and you get good vision. But if Shotzzy has the bomb here, this is a hard commitment. You got Pred working a flank, potentially, to try to open up a play, but I don't know how much he can do. In the meantime, Shotzzy just found the perfect timing to go and get this bomb down.
Yeah, OpTic Texas may not have any trophies, but it doesn't look like Røkkr have got any lethals to throw. Pred, oh my goodness, cuts the players off through mid-map. Lynz catches one, another for Pred. Outstanding, it's 3 in a row. It's a 3v2. And the bomb planted for OpTic Texas, great spot to be in.
Vivid trying to hunt him down. They cross each other up, so awkward timing there. But look at Kenny. He's watching the flank anyway, just in case someone comes through mid. So all bases covered. Accuracy gets spotted. Freebie kill for somebody. Pred for the collection. And last man standing, Vivid, 1v2. Simply not enough time.
Not especially with the rival. I mean, I'll take it. This could get very mixy indeed, but well played through the smoke. OpTic Texas, the stranglehold continues here on Karachi.
And it really is beautiful when a strat works out. Like, that's the type of round that I think JP and Karma are going to be happy to watch, right? All the noise made over towards A. Smoke is just to bait out towards the nades and tax, at the B side, rather. But bait out the tax. Shotzzy not only finds the perfect timing to jump in for the bomb site, but there's also a great deal of distraction for Pred to get the freebie kills in the middle of the map. So a lot of creativity we're seeing from these two teams on offense. Minnesota looking through the middle of the map. They actually hit the pre-nade on the B street, so maybe a quick flank going to come through.
Ooh, okay. Lynz versus Pred. Most to win it. Shotzzy with immediate trade. Back and forth we go. Quick plant at B now from Vivid. Oh, Shotzy's making a beeline for it. He's got a smoke and a frag grenade to work with. Smokes out. Backs up Kenny. We could dive on it. Yep, Kenny's gone on the bomb. Vivid, though, gets into the mix. Vivid crosses them up, but no, Shotzzy wins the fight. Accuracy from upstairs. Røkkr with the numbers and the composure.
Yeah, and with a better smoke, maybe you could make something happen, but even with the better smoke, I think they just know where the bomb is planted for, so the bomb diffuser probably gets killed anyway. The good news from OpTic in that moment, Shotzzy at least gets the cruise missile. Got the 6 kill, baits his teammate out to make sure it happens, so you cut your losses in the man disadvantage. It always feels so tough when you have to start around with a nade kill coming through for the instant 3v4, but Minnesota Røkkr hitting those nades.
Yeah, no Dashy for the entire round. It's a tough one. 4-4. It's a fun one here on Karachi. Vivid with the parkour to get himself to that top spot. Gives it all up. He's got members of OpTic all over the place. Oof. Here comes the comms from Shotzzy, the motor mouth, pulling out everything he sees from this eye in the sky. Will he bank it? Oh, it's a miss. Not sure if the trophy got involved there or if it was just a bit of a bad splash, but either way, no impact.
I think accuracy might have just been inside a door around the wall, I believe. But either way, no connection information gained, but no bomb plant just yet. Vivid gets spotted. What an angle, and Kenny fries him. Has the trophy out, barely gets away with his life. That's good news. You still have the man advantage, and Dashy follows up as well. Offensive rounds have been going crazy.
Provides the value when he's alive. That's what you want. And Pred now just coming up behind you, boys. What's up, Lamar? Guns him down. OpTic Texas once again. Attacking rounds go crazy.
I'm not crazy, right? It's seemingly, I mean, maybe at the start there was 1 or 2 defensive rounds that have come through, but offense have just been running the show.
Oh,
we've had smoke fakes at A, just hard out hits towards B, pre-nades coming through, middle of the map, both teams on offense, pulling out all the stops.
Whether it's the pump fakes or the smokes, or whether it's, creative grenade throws, we've seen some really, really nice angles as well. Well, let's see what happens. Røkkr, can they win their attacking round and force the round 11? But either way, OpTic Texas map point.
Ooh, big responsibility for Pred, too. Doesn't have a great deal of help. Shotzzy can be nearby, but effectively by himself on the solo chow and might get baited as well. That's 2 players nearby, hunting him down. They're going to catch him. Dashy does get a nade kill over from, top 3rd accuracy is going to fall, so a 3v3. And number 1 and number 2, Kenny and Shotzzy, are nearby for this pressure. Difficult
nice
gunfights.
It's a nice bit of work with the nade, though. It slowed everyone down. Shotzzy definitely saw 2 players there. OpTic are very much bunched up in the center of the map. And the bomb has got plenty of opportunity now to make their way across map. Vivid, the Guardian, trying to stop these players come over towards B for the defense. And so far it's working out. Røkkr trying to get their ASAP. Dashy brings the MCW to that long line of sight, but it might be a little bit too late. Can they get the bomb down?
I love the idea, though. Vivid going to sort of watch his teammates flank. And unfortunate timing, but Dashy's just going to fry one. He's worried about Vivid, too. Yeah, Vivid's going to make you panic. You haven't seen him in such a long time. The shot's clean, but Vivid's just a little bit cleaner. Makes it a 1v1. Shotzzy versus Vivid.
Bomb planted. There's still a smoke to play. Shotzzy trying to think about what to do here. Vivid has gone around the world. And Shotzy's going to wait for it. I love this decision. There's so many places to check. They're looking for one another. 20 seconds to go. You might have to go back for the bomb, mate. Oh my god, here comes the smoke and joke, potentially. See, I'm really trying. There's no one home. It's done. Shotzzy didn't find a single thing. That bomb's going to go boom, and we go to a round 11. We got there in the end, but man, you are not wrong. The attacking rounds. Who gets attack in the final one?
Yeah, that's a great question. Also, Vivid, just like he earned Marathon Pro that round. I literally just did laps around the map, took the space to get into Fountain, but literally just does a giant circle to kill Dashy in one spawn, does a giant circle back around the map just to pick up the bomb checks from Chicken Coop. So Vivid, a player that is very willing to fly on the map, but as you called out, round 11, attacking routes have been OP in Minnesota. They get that draw.
There goes to Minnesota Røkkr. Here we go. Get your dongs out for the gong. Round 11.
Common spot. Do you check it? You do not. Freebie. First blood. OpTic. Gonna love that.
Lynz surely bounces back. There it is. No way he gets away with his life left from the center of the map. 3v3. Is Dashy playing so patiently from atop this platform? Tags him. Kenny backs on up. Is Lynz going to push this? Yeah, he's going to go straight for the kill, maybe. Oh, God, the tension. There's a quick shuffle. The bomb is down over by the B-bomb site. Shotzzy's on a flank now as well. My God. The timing could be outstanding. Who gets the next blood? It's Lynz. Takes care of Kenny. Man advantage, Røkkr. 2v2.
2v2. Yeah, no, it's flanks on flanks, man. And Shotzzy's going to be worried about Lynz. This could be the fight for the round, and Lynz should be able to catch him. Lynz has eyes on him. There's the drop, and it is all up to Dashy. He is in the clutch spot.
Eyes on the bomb as well. Awakening a Lynz. Will they play for the trade? Awakening recovers the bomb. The gunny! Tags are there. Big Bruce! Wow! Second! What a play from Røkkr! The numbers prevail. A little bit of magic goes their way. Minnesota tie up the series after a spicy search and destroy.
Yeah, and shout out to Lynz. I lost track, but he held up the 4, so he might have gotten the ace. I know he got at least 3 on the round, but he cleans up Pred for the first blood as well. So Lynz absolutely just danced all over OpTic in that final round. It's the trade on Pred. Gets timing on the cross to red, I think. Kenny thought he went right. He actually went left. And Lynz is able to shoot, 2 different players in the back in that round, or actually make it 3, and then just cleans up that final kill. So the rookie balling out there in the round 11. And Minnesota Røkkr answered that S&D question very early on. Yes, they can play the game mode.
They can play the game mode, especially those offensive rounds on Karachi. Wow, both those teams, really brilliant show for us there. Wow, what a lot of fun that was. Well, there we go. First 2 maps in the series complete. Blinking, you'd miss them. We go to Karachi. We stay on Karachi, rather. We play Control in a moment, but Chance, really, really exciting to see how that one went down. All right, ladies and gents, time for a quick commercial break, potentially. Well, I don't know, I'm not going to say it, but it's going to be a fun one. Here we go. When we come back after the break, ladies and gents, Karachi Control, as our teams are tied up 1-1. Will we see some creative offense and defensive rounds? We'll find out after the break. Don't go too far. This is the CDL.
upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, ladies and gentlemen. OpTic Texas, Minnesota Røkkr, tied at 1-1 as we roll into Karachi Control. Now, this is going to be a fun one. OpTic Texas fresh in the memories of a very, very tight round 5 loss against the New York Subliners. Let's see how it goes right now. Minnesota Røkkr with a wonderful turn of events there, as Lynz goes on an absolute rampage, helps them out in that round 11, and here we go into map number 3 to find out who takes the lead in this series. Now, I was asking for it at the start. We do get to see that Skid Row hardpoint map number 4. But until then, let's play Control first, Chance.
And it's going to be a fun time as well. I mean, this is a map where we've seen like a few different sort of key ideas on offense. Basically just various ways to spawn kill on the attack. Getting like an SMG up top bricks or putting an AR on the back fence, and you can watch players spawn. So always got to keep an eye if someone can make it to that power position, and maybe Lynz could be the guy leading the charge. You get an ace against OpTic, you can be feeling confident going into the next map, and he is literally flying at Shotzzy.
Literally. Airborne. As he makes his way over towards that middle of the map. Minnesota Røkkr, they're the attacking team right now. On to A we now go. Slow and steady capture. The rest of OpTics, you know, shuffling around the map, trying to take care of the outlying players, and they're doing just that. Kenny finds a pair. Shotzzy joins him as well. 3 dead. Røkkr.
Yeah, Lynz getting crossed up on what direction to look, so Røkkr back to square one in their spawn. Dashy picks one, and talk about a difficult angle of a gunfight and Awakening. Doesn't make it easier going mid, at least picks up one before he falls, but Dashy looks like he might have found his home. Not a fun thing to weed out as Kenny goes flying.
There's a lot of flying on this map, isn't there? I do like a lot of verticality in some maps in COD. This was a really good fade for that one. First segment, A long gone. It's a real slow capture. There's only one player getting it done right now, and that's Vivid. If he takes care of shots, he's sweet.
A lot of flying.
A lot of flying. The old airborne stun hit. Lovely work there from Shotzzy. Keeps A safe for a moment. Over to B we now go. Dashy gets one. Lynz has got Dashy. That should be B. Maybe 2 bodies on it.
I was going to say, you actually had Pred pushed up, like, you know, a little bit past Chicken Coop, so he gave them the close spawns for B. It's the more difficult point to capture. It's definitely going to be mixy, but this is a big opportunity for Røkkr to make something happen. They've got the clearance now on the kills. You set up support of the spawn kills. It's going to be Pred on the flank, everybody else coming off spawn. Røkkr can get this done, but Pred, 1 HP. You got to trade him, and Lynz couldn't get it done. Might be just enough to stop the push. Might chalk this up and go back to A.
Oh, they got the trophy down as well, but man alive, the damage dealt from accuracy not enough to help Lynz out. Final 15 seconds here in the opening round. Approximately 50% on either point, but neither one captured. 2 segments will be all Røkkr can walk away with this round from, unless they can get a body into either one of these zones, and I do believe... Nope, not gonna happen. Unless Pred gets dropped now. Fly, send it. Oh, he gets the pair. Pred with 3. That's the round.
Yeah, Pred, again, I think put his team in a bit of a precarious spot, like sort of for his team. He makes up for it. Double kill on the flank, absolutely shuts it down, and then immediately repositions, and always feels good to get the final 3 in the round.
It did. It looked good, didn't it? It's like final few seconds, the clock's ticking away, the pulse is slightly quickened, and he gets a bit of a skirt 2-piece. Roll on to the next round. OpTic now attack. Where will they go? A or B? Let's find out.
I was going to say, nades should be landing at their feet. I didn't see a trophy coming out, so yeah, I mean, we saw the exact same nade spot in Search and Destroy. No reason it wouldn't work in Control as well, so very difficult start to the round from OpTic, which they immediately make up for. Pick up 2 kills as Røkkr maybe overextend, and here's spawn kill spot number 1. Kenny's job, control this ladder.
Yeah, Kenny's on your couch right now. He's eating your snacks. Your fridge has already been raided. He's in his happy place. Uh-oh, Awakening. Oh my god, the timing. That's awkward. Kenny's gonna send it. What?
He's as surprised as we were. His reaction in the player cam.
Hey, son, clip it.
Too good.
Clip that. Halfway through A we go. Accuracy, what?
I mean, Miles, as you stated, a lot of flying on this map, you know?
Dashy trying to soften up the defenders over by B as A is pretty much done. OpTic going to add a minute to the game clock. aCuRSy fights his way out of spawn. He did get world starred, but he's right back in it. B now is all that remains for Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah, that patience, by the way, from aCuRSy is insane. Shotzzy was waiting for him to like cross out of spawn for like 15 seconds. As soon as Shotzzy moves, aCuRSy was there, just L-triggered the entire time. So nice and patient when you need him. But now Pred maybe swinging through, piercing the middle of the setup on the attack.
Who's so sneaky?
It's gonna be awkward timing potentially, but he might have gotten it perfectly. Pred is officially behind enemy lines. He needs to make his move.
That's why he's crawling like this, because he's trying to stay sneaky. You can hear gunfire, you can see red dots. Here we go, time to move. Can he get the two-piece? Vivid. Backdoor. Lands at one. Demon Joseph, though. Gosh darn, he's a hard kill. 18, plays 19 here. Røkkr, they had an advantage. Now it's all even Stevens.
Yeah, Kenny can do this all day, by the way. Number 8 is just going to spawn right back in the exact same spot. Kenny maybe trying to regroup with his teammates to find these cutoff kills, but a nice shoulder from Owakening, getting the information, keeping these players at bay, and Vivid off spawn. Should have a freebie to shoot Ken in the back, and I was going to say, maybe Ken is unkillable, but there you go. They take him down. Sort of a 50-50 standoff, though. Both teams sort of vying for the pressure, and pressure, thy name is Shotzzy. Picks up 2. The clearance to the B zone is in.
Oh, Awakening, though, still crisp aCuRSy at such range. Clock still ticking. Can he manage to punch his way forward? They're onto the B zone. It's only one player for now, Dashy. No trophy just yet. We've got trophies on the outside of the zone, but no one on the inside. You've got to get in there, though, if you're Røkkr. Looking for the back alley push, looking for this player from top AC. Kenny still finding kills in the back line. aCuRSy can't commit. He doesn't have anyone to help him out here, so he's having to send this alone. Finds himself one, bangs through the door, Awakening there to back him up. Lovely timing. They're going to be able to drain that B zone and push forward. 30 to go.
Yeah, very well timed on the pinch there for players jumping over the dumpster. Is aCuRSy making his move through mid, but OpTic now geared up. Everybody in the exact same area. 2 players now above aCuRSy. Pred makes a kill, jumping on it, but I mean, aCuRSy again, patient as ever. Exact same spot, gets another kill. So difficult to weed out. And then Awakening locking it down, and that's a spot we might see so much more.
He ain't moving, bro. Like, we used to have, what, top Lamar, top aCuRSy, the aCuRSy tank. Now you got the aCuRSy check-in desk. Ding, ding. 6 spree and a cruise. Tied out 1-1.
Yeah, and I'd say both teams with maybe small windows of opportunity to get progress over towards the B zone, but neither team able to collect and sort of get that second wave of kills to really seal the deal. I thought Pred, when he was doing like the belly crawl up around back diner,
Yeah.
like if he was a little bit quicker to actually help his teammate, maybe they could open the door, but you know, Big Wig just closes that one in his face as soon as the gunfight started.
No nades this time. Trophies will be there to help out. Actually, no nades whatsoever. Lamar straight into the point. aCuRSy and the slow cap on A. Here comes the reinforcements. Kenny's able to just walk right through mid. He just walks straight through and gets the kill on him. Great work.
Well, that's because this is a B hit. Like, aCuRSy was just bait in the moment. You get 2 players out towards the B zone, so aCuRSy will trade his life away for a moment like this every day of the week. He got the back alley covered. Vivid might have a flank on 2. Shotzzy heads up awareness. OpTic have a 4v3 around the zone.
Oh, that could have been great. Lynz, nice shot, but not enough. Kenny goes big. You've managed to vacate the players from the diner. They have been evicted for now, and it's Awakening on the back line. Staying alive. Vivid's helping him out. Time to get back on the point. Yeah, there's no kitchen in here. That's insane. There's actually no cookware. There's no one to actually eat and prepare food. I don't understand, Chaz.
Yeah, but there's a place to capture the zone, and that's what Big Wake is going to be doing. But he has been by himself effectively for such a long time. aCuRSy from actually downrange gives him a little bit of support, but OpTic right now are just scattering the pushes. Big Wake, this will be number 6. Could be an extra cruise in the back pocket.
He's trying to get it. Got a couple out of Kenny as well. Lovely shots indeed. Back onto the B zone. It was a single segment secured. Now another on A. 12 and 9 from Pred. Can he get himself into this one? Because he starts to heat up. Pred's a very dangerous player indeed. aCuRSy on the hunt. Takes care of Dashy. Pred's back in it. A surely to be completed here with a 2-man stack chance, and that's going to be another minute on the clock.
Yeah, and you do have 1 cruise missile to try to find your opening. I don't know exactly how effective it would be to help you capture the B zone, but an idea for sure for aCuRSy just to think about if they can create that situation. You have Pred in like bottom or top red, opportunity to flank, and he's just going to go for it. He's going to get the intel. His teammates need to clean up these kills.
They've got a couple to clean up still. OpTic on the inside. Trophy defeats the missile. No problem, though. They've all been forced into the diner. Shotzzy, though, springs out, takes care of Vivid. Accuracy bounces, beautiful shots. One more would have taken care of Dashy. But OpTic will hold that line. Hello, as Lynz fights forward.
Well, at the very least, there's no flanks that Minnesota have to worry about anytime soon. Pred maybe going to take a deep route to make it happen. Kenny, he learned. He pays attention to accuracy, goes right back to his spot, and I mean, they team together for a long time, so they'll happily trade these battles.
That little behind desk position is unbelievable. Shotzzy pushing forward. Oh, he's got a freebie here. On the run. 1, 2. Shotzzy on the roll. He's still got one player over by that B zone, trying to stay alive for now. Vivid just wants to hold that position. He's not necessarily worried about the capture just yet, but he is running out of time.
And you also have OpTic doing a really nice job to sort of flood through mid and work these flanks and make sure someone's in positioning to do something like this. Just get the freebie cutoff kills. Minnesota desperate to get near this B zone. You have Vivid and Awakening that are nearby, but not fun gunfights to win. Vivid might get one, but Pred is right now in position for both of these trades. Wins the first, knows he's looking for Vivid. There you go. Tagged up, one shot, easy clearance. And it's looking like another defensive round win.
It should be. Accuracy can't get off the top of AC to get into the fight. Shotzzy could get a hell of a lot of kills here. That's going to be the round. Røkkr still get a lot of work done in the segment department. But OpTic Texas map point.
Yeah, and I really like the opening break we saw from Minnesota. Again, just leaving accuracy sort of on that A zone in the middle of the map. Everybody else working through red. Nearly works out. They bought themselves a little bit of pressure over towards the B zone, but OpTic just handled it extremely well. Consistently able to get someone on those flanks and behind enemy lines, and their slaying power certainly is not slacking. Pred enjoying himself 18-11. Shotzzy 21 kills as well. But the nades through the middle of the map, still a problem.
I mean, look, it's going to happen nearly every time. Lynz, though, on a slight tear. Little two-piece to start the map off. Lovely work from him. Vivid atop the coops, now getting involved. Pred and Kenny now through that bottom side of the map, trying to get themselves towards these zones. But this has been a very, very solid defensive hold from Minnesota Røkkr, keeping OpTic at bay.
And they're sort of stuck in their spawn. A little bit of clearance to make some moves, and Kenny will be the one that jumps on this A zone. There's OpTic right now trying to force their way through mid. Wonderful nade for OpTic. Vivid just taking himself out, so that'll certainly buy you a great deal of time. Awakening is working the flank, but it is being watched by Shotzzy in the feed. Nice corner, takes him down. OpTic heads up gameplay.
Well, don't worry about the flank. It's the front line. It's accuracy with 2, but it's still the capture. For a brief moment there, Kenny got a wonderful bit of work on that first segment done. Vivid toe-to-toe with Pred, takes care of him. 45 seconds remaining. Over to B, we now fly for OpTic. Can anyone get there in time to slow them down? Awakening, eyes on the cross, big tags. Vivid up close now. Oof, nice hip fire. A lot of damage dealt, Chance, but 30-plus seconds remaining. Accuracy's trying to keep him out of Diner.
And he does exactly that. Nice shots. I was going to say Vivid slowed him down just enough to get that sort of supporting cast there, but Pred wins another one, or actually Kenny finds it. So Vivid knows where these players have at OpTic. You're going to have to scatter. You might just have to force it through at A. They're like looking through the red side of the map, and maybe they get the close spawn as well. So an opportunity to go to B. They get the 2 kills. They might have the setup as well.
Oh, you just let loose that tight grip for 1 second, and all of a sudden they're in. That's going to be a 3-man stack now on B. One segment gone. The second one on its way out.
Oh, it's flying, yeah.
The boys are chowing down. It's a team dinner over by the diner. Lynz, you're not going to get anything done here, mate. That is tough. You may as well give up B. Save the lives. You have a slight advantage in that department at the very least, and now a minute to go.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty too. I was thinking they were going to be forced to go for A, but as soon as that close spawn over by Junk comes through, I was like, never mind. They just hit it full speed, and still not easy. Still have to get A. A lot of power positions you're going to have to deal with. Obviously, Minnesota right now, even a player like Accuracy, just cutting off Chicken Coop, can late flank top 3 if he needs to, and you see him getting active on the map. As OpTic, that approach is coming through.
Jesus. Dashy just walking his way through these players. They're taking their time though, but they're certainly doing it very, very methodically. Crew's now at the ready for Dashy. That's a 6 spree. He has not missed a bullet in a minute. Slow cap. Keeping these players off it. Nearly done. Keep it going. Lynz now flying in. Shotzzy with a big win. Staying alive. There we go with the last minute defense. Minnesota Røkkr have got to drain that point though. It's very, very close. Here comes the Crews.
Yeah, and well, it's 2 players that are spawning like over towards Junk, so they're going to be working through the red side of the map. You got Kenny trying to work through a Coop. Again, it's going to be Accuracy, sort of a player in a late position, but OpTic, the progression is so close. You have 17 seconds to make it happen. 1 body on point. You're going to cap it in 4 or 5 seconds.
They really need to get someone in there though. 10 seconds to go. Shotzzy's trying to be the man to do it. Oh, great coverage from accuracy. Vivid wins his, and that should be it. Pred, what can he do? He gets in. The nade's there, trying to stay alive. There's no one to help him. Has to win an insane gunfight. Kenny backs him up. It's not up yet. Yes, it may be. Oh my God, what a play. A second difference would have made it. Kenny once again with a Renetti. Just when OpTic needed it, but my good God, what a round that was.
Yeah, if they have just maybe 5 or 6 more seconds, OpTic might be able to get that done, but effective work towards the end. Again, players like accuracy, consistently able to get in that position. I thought that Dashy streak might have been enough to put the nail in the coffin once that cruise missile gets called in, but either way, 4 for 4 on defense. Both teams have been perfect in that regard. I know the theme stayed true on Karachi with the offensive round wins, and OpTic do draw defense for this final round. Røkkr had their work cut out for them.
Essentially a 3-1 split for OpTic here on defense, as Røkkr have dodged the nades, haven't got any kills with it. The Shotzzy is very much in a very tender spot right now for the Røkkr players. There's his first. And now the fun begins.
I mean, he's just in a spot where, like, you almost feel like you could never really try to capture A. Like, you're just worrying about every single direction. There's direction number 2. Pred just through the middle of the map does some damage, and, you know, Shotzzy just waiting for the call to jump up and shoot these players from above.
As a Halo 2 player, it looks to me like he's getting ready to super bounce or something. This looks like such a weird place to be in. Dashy, Kenny, the feed. There's Shotzzy getting involved as well. This could be 4 down, but Awakening gets away with his life. A zone, 1 segment down, 2 to go.
Yeah, worried about that close junk spawn again, but as soon as Dashy gets in position, and especially when Shotzzy falls, that'll be the call out of, hey, there's at least 3 players over by Coop. You got Pred getting in position, waiting for a late flanks, and it just shreds accuracy as well. Should get traded out. Actually, no, has perfect coverage from the teammates and a clean 4 down. OpTic Texas, that coordination is absurd.
That is another one. And Dashy now putting the pressure on. 25 seconds to go. Can Røkkr punch a hole? The answer so far is a resounding no. Kenny's now going to step up to the plate. Just slow him down. That's all you need to do. Doesn't get the kills, get some damage. You've got 15 seconds to get inside the diner. Run, Røkkr, run.
Yeah, they're going to have to be perfect. You're going to have to just get the wave of kills, and that's a nice start. You're going to get 3 bodies in the point. They're stacking it as well. Shotzzy at least gets spotted on the flank, but these 3 players, it is by yourself right now on defense.
There's a trophy in there as well. They're going to be able to stay alive for a hot minute. Can they get the kills, though? Second segment long gone. Oh, dear. They're off the point. Get in there real fast, Lynz. Watch your back. Takes care of nothing, but they're staying alive on A. My God, the battle for the diner was short but sweet.
And you're still getting flanked, though. Shotzzy just getting cleanup kills in the back, so accuracy, the only one that can stay on the point. He has to live. Shotzzy with the cutoff kills, the pressure through mid. Everybody on Røkkr is falling. OpTic have pounced. The cutoff kills are there in defense. Reigns supreme. Getting it done in 5 rounds. OpTic, 2-1 advantage in the series.
A valiant attempt from Røkkr. On offense, they battled their way through that one. Only a few 2 segments remaining there in the final moments, but my goodness, very, very strong showing from both teams there on that Karachi control. OpTic take the lead in the series. They put themselves on match point going into this Skid Row.
And the first thing that caught my eye was Big Wake's damage with 31 kills and 5,700, and then Dashy just lights up the damage even further. Same with Kenny. AR's absolutely pumping the damage through, and Shotzzy, 34 kills, led the lobby, got all the cleanups when he needed, and I gotta say, that was a pretty solid round on defense from OpTic towards the end. Obviously, when Røkkr had the point triple stack, there's the moment of opportunity, but it's sort of the downside of triple stacking. It's very difficult to, like, keep them away. Everybody on OpTic able to swarm around the hill and get in position, but this was a grueler of a Karachi control.
That's a good point. As we look across the highlights, yeah, once everyone's pushed in.
Oh, dear.
That was a savage kill, man. I mean, once everyone gets those kills, even the damage up close and personal, that's where the trades really, really start to work out. Accuracy did get a fair few licks in, these boys, though, let's face it. The 6th spree from inside the hotel there. Beautiful shots from Awakening again. He had some fantastic kills as well. Shotzzy's flanks, everything was absolutely spot on from both teams there. Defensive rounds, attacking rounds, very, very impressive. This was a really good Karachi. Very, very quickly becoming one of my favorite maps to watch here in MW3. I think Controller surprised nearly all of us, but also that's the other thing. Minnesota Røkkr's pre-nades, their nade spots are absolutely lethal time and time again, Chance. I mean, we're seeing numerous kills. And by the end of the season, I'd be interested to see whether it's those guys or Seattle that have the most kills with the early nades in these matchups.
I mean, I want to see who like is dying most in it, because I feel like from OpTic, like round 1, I get it. If you don't have a trophy and you just want to make a play through mid and just pray that you don't get naded, like it's all good. But it happened like 2 rounds in a row. Just chuck out a trophy if you want to like make that play. So whether or not it's the good stuff by Minnesota or just the full send, who really cares sort of idea from OpTic, all's well that ends well. Now, this is a nice moment too. I thought for sure Pred was just dead to rights, but you see Shotzzy and Kenny both getting that coverage, and you get a 4 down like that on defense, you just feel oh so sweet towards the end. And obviously this is the spree Shotzzy's going on towards the end. These are just easy kills for him to collect.
Even with the Rival 9 at that kind of range, I mean, the Awakening fight is one that he definitely doesn't want to take. Awakening knows the clock is not on his side. He desperately has to get his body towards the middle of the map. These were the final moments, and there we go. OpTic Texas take the lead in the series. Simple 2-1. Skid Row hardpoint coming up in a moment, and this might be the decider. Can Røkkr force the game 5?
Well, I know they had a lot of success on Skid Row. It was a map when they played against Las Vegas that they were very good about staying ahead of rotations. They did get broken a few times, but not like those clean breaks where you lose 40 seconds. They were getting broken when there's 20, 25 left, so maybe giving away some good time, but you still manage to stay ahead of the rotation and go towards new. So I think that'll be the real key to success. Minnesota Røkkr, I think, are going to need to stay ahead of the game. I do think OpTic has a little bit more juice in the slaying category.
Yeah, it feels like they're starting to believe, you know, the confidence is building. I think they came into this series with a tremendous amount of confidence, but this should be a very strong one indeed. We'll see how this one goes. Skid Row, again, another one of those maps similar to Invasion, very rotation heavy. I feel like if you get caught on the wrong side of the map, the wrong side of a hard point, it's really going to hurt. We're going to see a couple of 60s, see those money hills cash out. But again, as far as I'm concerned, Chance, I mean, this is a banger of a series so far. Whether we get that game 5 or not, very, very cool day of games. Fantastic weekend of games. MW3 has not disappointed in the slightest. It's a lot of fun to play. It's a lot of fun to watch. Let's get it, baby. Fist bumps are out. It is time to party. We now descend on map number 4 here in our series. OpTic Texas, Minnesota Røkkr, Skid Row hardpoint.
And, you know, Miles, I don't know how much you've paid attention to the Breaking Point League, but I've played in some of those lobbies. Breaking Point doing a phenomenal job. There are demons that play in those 8s lobbies, and I've played this map 3 or 4 times in a row. I learned extremely quickly, if you do not rotate to P2 with like 40 or 45 seconds left on P1, you're going to have a bad time. So I think just sort of that like blue section of the map where P2 is, look for players like Accuracy to move there almost immediately. Rotations, you have to, again, be very far ahead of the game on.
Yeah, for the folks who don't know what we're talking about, don't worry, we'll keep you clued in. P1, Pred, oh my god, how does he do it? Accuracy finally gets involved. Up close and personal, the trays are there. Dashy with only 5 HP left, but that's a quick contest. There we go, Lynz soaring. The man's on skates right now. Can he get another out of this life? Woof, nearly. Trade on trade on trade, and only 7 seconds have passed.
And if you're wondering where blue is, it's where number 7 Awakening is on the map. He dies once, his next life, he runs straight through the tunnel, and he goes for that rotation. So OpTic do a wonderful job off the opening break. They are going to get a very sizable chunk of time on P1. Minnesota Røkkr maybe not going to hurt it too much. You get some trophy players nearby, you win that rotation, try to turn this into a full 60 if you can, but obviously it's going to be a square up. You got a bunch of OpTic players, they've already made the cross towards that back spawn, and Kenny already winning gunfights.
It's essentially a war on one front right now, and Awakening and Accuracy, the guns are up and the guns are hot. Can Lynz and Vivid keep them safe? They can. That little parking lot is a death trap just in front of the garage. Lynz running it so far. Kenny, beautiful tags. Accuracy gets brought down, so now it's all into Awakening in the hard point through the tunnel. Fly OpTic. Can Vivid get there in time and help out? Trying to call out Awakening. They're coming at you, mate. It's like a game of zombies right now. The wood panels are being ripped off the door, and here come OpTic. Can he get one? He does indeed. Awakening keeping the play going. Tags are there. He's all over the place. Beautiful shots. Can he get it? No. Kenny wins the fight alongside Pred. OpTic get the break with 25 to go.
Not as extreme as like a P5 on Invasion, but that is an insanely good moment from OpTic to be able to get just to break that one down. You feel good, and now you have Shotzzy on a deep flank, being annoying towards apartments. That's clearance for Kenny to run up potentially towards new. Shotzzy and Dashy going to be working together, so on the rotation, OpTic with potential to do a little bit of damage. Got a 30-point buffer for the moment, but you can see a very solid setup coming in for Minnesota. The Dashy might just break down.
Devious Dashy. Alley's up. Vivid, can you get them both? Oof, not bad. Shotzzy managed to get Lynz as well in that engagement, so that is all of Røkkr on their back, taken care of. Now through the alley, they're going to send it. Trophies in position, no, not yet. The nades and the lethals, tacticals, you name it, all flying their way.
Oh, okay, nice.
What was that?
I think Lynz might have just stuck Shotzzy as Shotzzy is sliding in the face of the entire team to force a team double kill.
Referee, can we get a replay of that? Either way, hard point, quick contest, OpTic still in the driver's seat.
I was going to say, somehow that happens. It's a double team kill coming through, and Minnesota ends up back in the hill. So I don't know what happens there, but either way, you had Minnesota, again, ahead of the game with the early rotation. OpTic break it nearly instantly, and they're maintaining about a 40-point lead. Of course, though, Minnesota, again, ahead of rotation. Accuracy does not survive those Shotzzy instant break. Nobody nowhere home for Røkkr. OpTic to run the score up.
Yeah, this is the barbershop. Meow. This is where the submachine gun player is going to have a good old time. Vivid going toe-to-toe with Shotzzy. Comes out top. Kenny stand up. That's unfortunate. Can't take anyone with him. Lovely damage dealt either side. And this is going to be an ugly hard point, ladies and gentlemen. Trophies, they're working overtime as the frag grenades go in. The stuns go in. And, oh, nice shots out of Dashy. I think you might have seen something through the wall there. But accuracy, beautiful work from the corner. Pred sends it. My God, it's non-stop. Vivid now in the 1v2 situation. He's done. OpTic with the breaks again.
Yeah, and Røkkr just found themselves in a situation where they are just turtled up with 3 players in the hill, so OpTic able to swarm. Nobody overcommits on their life, and now in rotation, Shotzzy takes 2 freebies. Accuracy doesn't go all the way around, and for Minnesota Røkkr, who have been ahead of the game, who have been quicker on rotations the entire time, well, now they're behind rotation. They're behind is Dashy. That's a 3-piece. That is a full map spread in perfect time to try to get a full 60.
Tags in the Lynz. Is it enough to help out as over by the loading dock? Wide open hard point. Get them guns set up. Shotzzy trying to do it all on his own. And so far, it's working out. Yay. Nice nade over the top from Dashy. That might land. No trophies. Here we go. Next hit at it. Accuracy covering the cross. Takes care of Dashy. OpTic all attacking from the south side of the map. And they are getting absolutely bodied over here. Shotzzy managed to get Lynz off the point, though. That's a small victory. Oh, there's 2-piece. Wait a minute. 3 for Shotzzy. What the hell was that?
This is the worst hill I think maybe we've seen this year. You have OpTic kicking that off with a full 4-man white. Dashy shoots 3 players in the back, and Minnesota still break a very difficult hill in a matter of 10 seconds. And then Shotzzy does the same thing by himself. Like, that doesn't make sense. None of that should have happened, but here we are. You got OpTic with, what, a 60-point lead after the first set of rotations. As that opening salvo towards new, Shotzzy flying and frying, spinning in circles and dishing out some damage. But Minnesota still going to be collecting that time.
He's on his flow state BS right now. Shotzzy soaring. Can Røkkr pull themselves back here? Couple of players there in the point. There's a lot of corners in this P1. It's not an easy hard point to attack. We saw the trades in the first go around. It was relentless. Likely to see the same thing again. Awakening on the soak. Time going his way. Watching out for those red dots all over the place. There's so many places to look here.
Well, either way, from OpTic, this is a situation where you see Kenny doing the exact same thing, getting that very early rotation over towards blue. So OpTic were consistently fighting at P1 with a man down. And more importantly for Kenny, with shots like that from Vivid, he's by himself. He's getting pinched from tunnel, and he got Vivid with the pressure over towards the ticket side of the map. And Kenny, heads up play is nice and aggressive and takes down 2. He's by himself, so he jumps on it. Doesn't give Minnesota any time to breathe, and that is a heads up veteran play. Kenny right now, the savior for OpTic Texas.
Awakening somehow managing to fight his way out of this situation, nearly gets himself Shotzzy as well. B2's up. This is the building we call blue. Good luck getting in here through the tunnel. They're now going to have to punch it. Shotzzy, this is like a 2-piece. Oh my word, Lynz, nice tags. Kenny gets one in Awakening now, but he has to back on up, running out of teammates. They've got the coverage there from the loading dock, from that left-hand side of the minimap. Pred's trying to get involved now as well, but the guns of Minnesota Røkkr working out so far.
Yeah, and you see Kenny actually worried about a player being underneath, and they should know by now that they have that clearance, and Kenny is going to be on a 5 spree in that power position, so he's not going to have a gunfight for a long time, but Kenny wins one more. He has a cruise. In the meantime, Pred picking Minnesota Røkkr apart on the rotation. It's only Shotzzy that shuts him down.
Oh, so far, final 10 seconds here on this point. Rotation's done. Back over we go to new Minnesota Røkkr. They'll be first in there. Let's have a quick listen in and see how they hold on.
I just
I'm looking pinch.
I'm good.
Yeah, there's some.
Top mid, Ken.
I'm helping you guys.
Ken is a 2, I'm 1 shot. I need help top mid, Tom.
Okay. I need. Laundry Dashy.
Kenny top. Fred dead.
Laundry Dashy stunned.
I'm in field.
I got naded. Laundry Dashy.
He's on the nose.
I'm going you.
Yeah, we're double top mid, Tom.
I'm sprinting you.
I'll say gold.
I'm hitting conscious. I'm
Bottom mid. You want top mid?
Got stairs. You going top?
I think so.
George, Kenny.
No,
No, Fred is going up top mid.
Don't die.
We're gonna spawn out. They're gonna spawn like
I think Purple Laundry. I'm gonna hold it. Push stairs.
Yeah, I'm gonna work mid.
You can push it, Tom. He's up.
He's in green. Bending area, low pred. You could run out the basket.
Yeah, he probably did run by us. I'm gonna try
One's back up as well.
Back.
Nice. Pred is there too.
Not passing. I don't know where Pred went. You want catches, one tail. You want catches, one tail. Let me. Nice. Yo, top mid above you. Then hill.
Two L one time.
Just one in the back, guys.
One shot in the back, actually. One bullet.
Get a break here and then one. Keep up. He's top.
One top mid.
I have to look hill peak.
I don't know where Sky Apps is.
He's on
top Apps.
Kenny, on this.
Røkkr need the break real bad. Starting to get into a dire situation there. Chance getting a very, very difficult spot to be in.
Well, yeah, I mean, they don't lose here, but they're going to be a second away if they don't contest or get any of this time. It could have been the gunfight, and there you go. The trades are through. In a moment of desperation, Røkkr at least buy themselves a little bit of life. But, of course, that new hill, that new rotation, OpTic absolutely can win it on this new time. Going to be 31 seconds away, and they just have so much pressure on the map. This is where OpTic can't afford to make a mistake. Guys like Accuracy slowly creeping up the map, and Shotzzy going to be fighting old time. So might be a little bit out of the picture, but should win the foot race. OpTic, yeah, just collecting every single kill in prime position to win this game here.
This is it. Remain composed. Pred finds 6 in a row. Disgusting work inside checkers. 50 seconds remaining, but it's only going to be 20 for the win. OpTic are looking very, very happy here. Pred on the prowl. Can't get any more out of it. Over to Dashy now. Can he keep these players back from containers? This is the MCW working perfectly arranged. Final 10 seconds. Awakening, do what he can. Shotzzy in the feed. It's all green all day. And this, bang, ends the map right here and now. It's a 3-1 for OpTic. It smiles across the board. And that's the end of the series and the weekend.
Clean in the respawns, on point till the end, and clean shots from Dashy as well. A little jump spot to take down Awakening coming through Ticket, but efficient work. OpTic fans are going to be happy with that one. I mean, I'd say the Karachi S&D, I know the round 11s are be a paving point, but that was an offensive shootout, a defensive shootout we had on the control, but in the hard points, more or less domination from OpTic. I mean, that's kind of a weird game from Kenny. Had 2 minutes Super Soaker in the hill, very low on the engagement category, but also had maybe the play of the game over towards blue, because that was like a little moment where Vivid is actually making a phenomenal play on sort of the Ticket side of the map, and Kenny just ends up one-upping him. But Røkkr, I mean, the improvements are there as well. S&D, they got some wins. Things are looking a little bit better, but unfortunately, the respawn just a small step behind OpTic Texas that made all the difference in the world.
Yeah, OpTic certainly, under plays like Kenny's and against stats like Kenny's in that situation, very much the reason why you have a 250 to 193 victory there on Skid Row. Well, we don't get to see that game 5, but that's all right for us. Brilliant work today. I mean, damn, we saw some good matches today. That game 5 to start the day off. The shenanigans all day long. I need another shower. Des, take it away.
Please take one. All right, everybody. We've got to break this one down, and we're going to make it quick because it's been a long day. OpTic gets it done, and at one point, Nameless, you looked over to me and you said, the SMGs just took over.
Yeah, we were talking about that control when they were just pushed in their base. We hadn't seen a team really put a team in a spawn trap like that on Karachi just yet. I think the rest of the league is going to take some notes, but an excellent performance. Every single time, like we saw Money Hill pop up, game number 1, I'm going to go back to that palace, all the way back. Shotzzy makes the play to get inside. They break the seemingly unbreakable hill on this map as well. Kenny stepping up when you need him most. The playmakers are making plays.
Yeah, and I think the biggest highlight for me in this map number 4 definitely was Pred, especially near the end there. I think we were all waiting for this big moment where Pred gets finally put onto the OpTic Texas roster and what that's going to look like. And I feel like we got a little bit of a taste of it during this map number 4. And just the fundamentals for map 4 was really important for OpTic as well.
Nameless, any surprises to see OpTic still clean in hard points?
Oh, no surprises at all. I mean, I expected them to be even better at hardpoint this year, Chris. And honestly, like that Kenny play, I heard Chance of them talking about it. Like that is what they've been missing for a long time. A guy that's going to be on those rotations, making the game easier, but has the skill to pick up the kills like that. Like he was by himself, and that literally secures them the game. If he doesn't win that hill is one of the most lockdown hills that we have here in Modern Warfare 3. So OpTic looking clean today across all the respawns. Dashy was chipping in. As Ali mentioned, Pred had a good performance. This is what you want to see as a Texas fan.
Ali, as we reflect on the other side of things here, Røkkr, another tough loss. You went to a Game 5 in your first matchup. Now you fall in a Game 4 to OpTic. Where are you at mentally? Is there anything positive you can build on going into week 2?
I mean, absolutely. It's so early in the season. I mean, it's the first weekend of matches, and people tend to play different compared to scrims. So I think Minnesota Røkkr can take this experience and move forward, and hopefully we see a little bit more out of the next weekend, specifically in the respawns.
All right, it's time to take a look at our moment of the match. And this one's a little bit zany from our editor. Let's see what they got for us. Apparently it's Lynz and an explosive. Stun.
Charmix plays trophy comes out. There's 3 people here. Everyone's done. And listen, I just gotta say it. That's why we love and hate trophies, all right?
I mean, that's crazy. I mean, how does that even...
Do you know how many times
it's on Shotzzy's forehead?
It's on Shotzzy.
I give credit to the Movement King there. Shotzzy just sliding in, taking the bomb with him.
He accidentally got like a 4-piece.
That's so
Lynz, that wasn't your fault. That was a heads-up play
That's
from an
so
OpTic
stupid,
member.
dude. I hate you.
Chat is going wild right now, and I absolutely love it. Big shout out to everyone who is here since the start of the show. We've got one more monster winner spotlight, and the young man hails all the way from Australia, now playing in Texas. Pred, how we feeling about tonight's W?
We feel good, man. You know, obviously 2 days ago we lost 2 round 11s. You know, obviously we kind of honestly just threw it away, to be honest. So we knew that we had to come in today and just you know, just win the series.
Pred, you got like 2, it looks like 2 bodyguards at either side of you posted up right now. How does it feel to be now on the OpTic Texas roster, and how has that pressure been feeling for you at the beginning of the season?
You know, it's obviously, you know, dream come true, you know, playing for OpTic, but I feel like a lot of people just tend to like quickly forget like what all of us players are capable of, and it's kind of annoying like seeing it, like, you know, after one match people just start like tweaking about it, but they forget like how good we've been for the last 2 years, you know, in the league and throughout our whole careers really. So like we don't really listen to that shit. We just turn up and, you know, we play.
Pred, on the green wall, going to be a lot of criticism. Going to have to deal with that. Congratulations on the win. You know, I wanted to ask you, in this game, there's going to be a lot of situations where you're going to have the AR out. We've seen it, and it's a change to your play style. How's that been for you so far in Modern Warfare 3?
I mean, since the game is so great, you know, there tends to be 4 ARs on the map sometimes, which is just something we have to adapt to. It's just something everyone's doing, so we just have to do it. So using obviously we prefer to, you know, use the submachine gun, but the AR is the best gun in the game, so we get to use that as well, which is lucky for us.
Pred, after opening weekend, where do you guys feel you stand right now amongst the other teams, and who do you feel you'll be competing against for the Major 1 trophy?
Look, I think, you know, I think we're a top team. I think we're going to be competing for championships the whole year. Who we're going to be competing against? Any of the top 4 teams. I feel like they're all contenders. So yeah, we're just going to, whoever turns up on the weekends, man.
Is Surge in the top 4 right now?
I'm actually not sure. Yeah, they could be. They honestly, like the top 5 is like, the top 5 is really close. I feel like they're actually playing really well.
It's growing. I love it. Fresh season, fresh win here for OpTic Texas. Congratulations, Pred. We'll let you go celebrate.
Thanks, man. Have a good day.
That's Pred, one of our favorites. He got the job done on the SMG roll, and as Ant mentioned, you're going to see him with an AR in hand a lot more often in this new game. Let's take a look back, though, at the full day as we go all the way to the beginning. It started with Clayster versus Standy. Attach versus Clayster. It was ridiculous. It was Carolina versus Vegas, Alex.
It was Carolina versus Vegas, and it was our first all the way to Game 5 of the day. We had quite a couple, and it was a banger throughout the entirety of it. And at the end, it was a round 11 with Gwinn getting the ace, ending 12-6. A banger of a matchup to start our day.
Can't forget the ninja defuse as well.
Yeah.
Clay making the big brain old man plays. And also, can I just show some love to Purge? He ripped Clay from across the map. Not sure how many more times that we're going to see that.
encouraged with some big plays. Eventually, though, he ran out of gas, and that's where they needed him in a Game 5. Carolina takes the search and destroy, and the reverse sweep is in. Vegas Legion finishes week 1 1-1, as do the Royal Ravens. Let's talk a little bit what went down, though, in our second battle, because everyone said coming in, LAG was not going to be able to keep up with the New York Subliners. Well, they did. They took them way far in this matchup.
I mean, I was mind blown. Were you guys?
Oh, yeah. I need an in-game timer of how long this series truly
3
was,
hours.
because it was down to the wire every single map in.
We might not see a series that close ever again. Like, honestly, like, I've been watching COD a long time. Every single map came down to the very end. It was just an absolute banger, and I think now these guys, you know, when we say you need that match experience, it's exactly what you needed to get going.
Yeah, if you want to watch some VODs, this is a good one. You're going to see about as much gameplay as the pros can offer it, and there were so many huge moments, multi-kills back and forth. I think if you're an LAG fan, you got a lot to be excited about. Maybe not with the first matchup performance, but what you saw today. If this team keeps it up in week 2, I think you finish with an even record. Keeping it rolling from the Subliners, we had Atlanta and LA Thieves, 2 of our big dogs from last year facing off. This time, the Thieves with a brand new roster got outgunned by the veterans. Some of these games were close.
They were close. It's one of those 3-0s where if you actually get into the nitty-gritty of it, it was a lot closer than you would have thought. For me, I thought the series was going to go to a Game 5, unlike the other 2 we had earlier in the day. But Atlanta came and showed, again, like Chris said, what the vets were capable of. But I felt like we saw a glimpse of what LA Thieves is cooking in that camp and what they could possibly do later on.
It's time to take a look at our leaderboard as we highlight Atlanta FaZe, starting off with a 2-0 week, and Simp setting the record. 42 kills is the number to beat in an individual game. Where does Atlanta land on our leaderboard? Well, they're right up there with the Surge and the Subliners. Only 3 teams with a perfect week 1.
Looking good so far. I don't know if many people expected this leaderboard to have Heretics in the top 4, but I am all here for it. I hope Vamos and the Heretics can continue next.
Actually, Heretics is the only team not to drop a map in our league right now. We should probably call
They've
that
had
out.
one series.
They're incredible. That's a look at where we're at in our leaderboards, but where are our KDs? Well, Gwinn, the rookie, breaks into our top 10. They're at number 8, and a big shout out to Vikal and Lucky, 2 Miami Heretics players, right behind Simp and, of course, Kleenex. A name that we didn't say enough this week. You're going to hear all about him next week. I'm going to tell you about this guy and what he brings to the table.
Oh, yeah, we're just used to it, right? We're just used to Kleenex always being in this top KD leader. But again, the pool is very small to pull from. We're talking max 2 matches. So this will definitely shift as the weeks go on.
Well, when is Kleenex playing? Well, next week, of course. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we are live on youtube.com/COD League. And you can check out Toronto and their battle against Boston. That's going down December 17th. We've got a big one, though, to open things up. Vegas Legion versus Miami, and Seattle Surge puts their perfect record on the line against OpTic Texas to close out Friday night. As we look back at everything that happened across this incredible weekend, starting with you, Nameless, what will you remember as we come into the show next Friday?
All the interviews, every single player said they love this game so far.
That is
ones that we
true.
asked about it. So I like this game a lot, too. I think we're in store for an incredible season. It's going to be some bangers next week.
Ali, you're going through your notebook here.
I
Favorite
know.
moment. What do you got?
I'm trying to pick one. There's so many. I think I'm in between either how dominant Illey looked in that LA Thieves matchup as his first debut back, or Gwinn getting an ace in the round 11 today.
I got to give a shout out to LAG. You won me over today, taking the #1 team and the world champions the distance. You showed everybody that every team in our league can compete, and we're just starting. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm Chris Bucket. For everyone behind the scenes, we'll catch you next week. Friday, 3 p.m. is when we kick off.
You know I'm a renegade. Baby, I'm a renegade.
Breaking all the rules. At the mine now, this ain't win or lose. This is what you wanted from me, lit the fuse. Be a pawn all my life, I refuse. You were scheming all my life, now you need me. Not seeing it as a big deal, it's something I can't repeat. In the lab like Dexter, you sabotage like Dee. Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now, I'm knee deep. Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now. I can't be minimized, on the throne you've been advised. Wanted me down, but I switched it up, I'm top tier, better listen up. Overhype can't trip me up, over the way had to lift me up. What a shot, look how it rolls, even if if nobody knows ya. On my own wave, I am gold, yeah. You was trying to block me on the low, yeah. Took the high road, let me demonstrate. Cause the old me gone like a been erased.
Nice, nice, shift, make sure you don't down time, bro. This won't be tree, I'm with you all. I have my P5. I'm shifting. I have your rock, here he goes. Mid. I have your rock, I have your back right now. That's a P5 yet? You're gonna have all you. Front, then. Nice, P5 dead. P5, bust up on me. When you went oh my god, that was icy. Good shit, brother, that was actually insane, bro. That was insane.